Chapter 1 Shiera Emiya. Konoha Village. In the dark underground secret room, a closed crystal coffin is placed in the center of this secret room. This crystal coffin is a bit strange, with exquisite patterns on it, but only half of the corpse is stored inside. If you observe through the crystal coffin, you can even clearly see the human organs in half of the corpse inside, making it look like a human specimen learning medical treatment. This scene made the secret room look particularly weird. The silver-haired man standing in the secret room had long been accustomed to this strange environment. His eyes were fixed on the crystal coffin in front of him, and his red pupils revealed cold decisiveness. Master Tobirama. A masked Umbu ninja walked in, dragging a tied ninja in his hand, and whispered to report, "In the past few days, many enemy ninjas have sneaked in to spy on the news. We searched in the cell. This sand-hidden ninja who sneaked into the village last night is the strongest chakra in the entire prison." Brother's situation. When Senju Tobirama was halfway through speaking, he realized that he was talking to his subordinates and changed his name. "How is Lord Naruto now?" "I'm still receiving treatment." The Anbi ninja spoke with some concern. "Everyone has never seen Lord Naruto suffer such severe injuries. Lord Mito said that it may endanger his life." Senju Tobirama's face suddenly became ugly. He was silent for a while before he asked again, "Is there any abnormal movements in the Uchiha clan?" "Not yet." Anbi ninja shook his head gently and continued, "Since the news that Uchiha Madara was killed by Lord Naruto yesterday, the Uchiha clan's people were a little scared and did not find any other abnormalities in them. Continue to monitor closely." After Chihao Tomomaru gave an order, he looked down at the tied sand ninja and said in a deep voice, "Let other ancient teams strengthen patrols in the village and dispatch a team to guard outside. No one is allowed to approach this forbidden room." "Yes, Lord Tobirama." Anbi ninja hurriedly retreated. The sand ninja, who had been tied up, whimpered, looked up at the silver-haired man, and looked anxiously at the face of his face. "I know what you want to say. But I'm not interested in listening to your explanation." Chihao Tobirama looked at the other person with disdain, as if he was looking at a dead person. "You sneaked in just to spy out the information of your elder brother, or you just want to know the news that he and that guy Madara died together?" Snort. "It's better to put this kind of thing in your dream." Chihao Tobirama raised his head and looked at the crystal coffin in front of him, as if he wanted to use this crystal coffin to prove to those sluts who wanted to challenge Konoha in the ninja world. This crystal coffin is the origin of medical ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. Emiya Shiera. You should have heard of this name. Sand ninja looked at the crystal coffin in surprise. Emiya Shiera. This name is truly thunderous. The entire ninja world knows this saint from the ninja world thousands of years ago. This saint created the concept of medical ninja and even regulated the system of medical ninjas. Legend has it that he never cared about the identity of the patient when saving people. Legend has it that no matter what serious illness it is said that he has saved more people than people from a country. What is most respectable is the moment of death of Shiera Emiya was also great. In order to pass on the medical ninjutsu from the ninjutsu, to facilitate more people to learn medical skills, and to help the ninjutsu break the prejudice against surgical dissection and treatment, Emiya Shiera, before his death, made 2 crystal coffins and left them to the ninjutsu. Even in the turbulent times of the Warring States period for thousands of years, the ninjas fought and destroyed each other, and everyone tacitly agreed that they would not destroy the 2 crystal coffins of Shiera Emiya. Even most people in the ninja world have never seen it. Sand Ninja looked at the half-corpse in the crystal coffin, and was a little surprised and respectful for a moment, and a little worried for a moment. People from the past. What does it have to do with the present? A medical ninja who has been dead for thousands of years, no matter how skilled he is, he cannot be resurrected to help treat the first generation of Naruto, right? Is there a secret of medical ninjutsu sealed in the crystal coffin? Our Thousand Hands clan has always been known for being good at chakra control and has always been the most suitable ninjas in the ninja world to practice medical ninjutsu. Legendly, this crystal coffin of Shiera Emiya's human body specimen was designated by him and left to the ancestors of the Thousand Hand clan before he died. Even if most people in the clan do not practice specifically for fighting, medical ninjutsu has always regarded this crystal coffin as the glory of the clan. Chihao Tobimaru narrowed his eyes, his fingers stroked the exquisite patterns on the crystal coffin, and his voice gradually lowered. I never thought that one day I would destroy it. Sand Ninja showed a terrified look. But for the sake of my brother, everything can be sacrificed. Chihao Tobimaru looked at the crystal coffin in front of him, a chakra light appeared on his palm, and he slapped the crystal coffin heavily. Crazy! The crystal coffin suddenly shattered. Half of the corpse that had been lying inside fell out. The Sand Ninja, who was sitting on the ground, watched half of the corpse falling to the ground. This scene seemed so terrifying that his eyes were filled with fear in an instant. Only brother can guarantee the peace of Konoha. Chihao Tobima's palm quickly formed handprints, and his voice was as calm as the ancient well. Even if the hope is only 1/10,000, even if the soul of the deceased is blasphemous for this, it must do so. At the end of the day, Chihao Tobima's palm slapped heavily on the ground, and his voice suddenly became cold. The method of forbearance and the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. The painted black spell appeared under the palm of Chihao Tobirama. Spells quickly swam on the ground, forming 2 different barriers around the half-corpse of Sand Ninja and Emiya Shiera. In the horrified gaze of Soran Ninja, half of Emiya Shiera's body turned into dust and fluttered like ashes, and slowly attached to the body of him, the living. Sand Ninja felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. The despair on the verge of death slowly filled his eyes with fear, and the dust gradually covered his eyes. Until the end. The body of this Sand Ninja was completely covered. Chihao Tobirama stared at the figure slowly emerging from the ashes, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. At least it seemed that his technique had succeeded. The art of reincarnation in the filthy land. This is a taboo psychic technique. This technique can summon the dead souls of the underworld to the present world through the life of a living and a sufficient number of bodies of the dead as the casting material. According to normal circumstances, it is impossible for Senju Tobirama to have the chance to resurrect the dead who was 1,000 years ago. Because no corpse can be preserved for more than 1,000 years, especially in the chaotic warring states period, many corpses eventually became mass-burned ghosts. However, Amiya Shiera, the pioneer of medical ninjutsu, is an exception. Because his body became a medical human specimen, it has been preserved well, so Senju Tobirama has the opportunity to revive him through psychics. The dust in the secret room was flying. The body of the filthy land is slowly changing its appearance. The soul of the deceased who was summoned will turn the body into what it was before his death. A strange smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the filthy body, and it quickly disappeared into visible, as if his filthy body was distorted before it was completed. Finally, this filthy body was completely completed. The dead man who returned from the underworld was a little young, with a compassionate face that was not consistent with his age, which was very consistent with the world's impression of him. The deceased slowly opened his eyes looked at his body, and his face gradually became confused, as if he didn't quite understand why he was still alive, as if he didn't understand why he appeared here. This technique succeeded. The resurrected dead are still sane. Senju Tobirama was relieved. After all, this is the first time I have used the forbidden technique of reincarnation in the filthy land, just to bet on 1 in 10,000 hopes for my elder brother. As a result, this time the forbidden technique was really successful. Is Mr. Shiera Emiya? Chihao Tobirama's expression was a little solemn and serious, and he introduced himself in a deep voice. I am Chihao Tobirama, the caster who recalled you from the underworld to the present world. I'm sorry for disturbing your peace. But we need you to treat a person who is very important to the ninja world, so we have to desecrate your soul, hoping not to blame the offense. Is your last name Qian Xiao? Wei Miyashi seemed to relax after hearing this. If it's to save people, it's not unforgivable. This medical ninja, known for his noble character, was not dissatisfied with the tranquility of his soul and habitually began to pay attention to the patient's condition. Where are the patient? In the village. I'll guide you. Senju Tobirama's mood gradually relaxed, and he secretly put away his fingers that wanted to control the other party's actions. If this Lord Shiera Emiya looks like a rumor that has been around for thousands of years, he doesn't have to bother to negotiate with the other party. It's natural. Senju Tobirama did not look at another point. Since Tomomi Senju did not control the other party's actions and did not feel the other party's emotions, Emiya Shiera's eyes were limited by the silence of the filthy body. When his eyes mentioned the patient, they actually did not contain any special concern. Perhaps it has become a habit to save too many people. Maybe. It doesn't matter where the patient is. For him, what is more important is whether his strength is still there. Ninja system reconnected. Welcome to Reconnect, Ninja Emiya Shiera. There are still unfinished tasks and cannot leave this world. Unfinished Ninja Commission, 2/3. SSSSS Level Commission, the ultimate villain who defeats this world, the immortal Chakra ancestor Kaguya Atsutsuki. SSSSS Level Commission, the ultimate protagonist of defeating this world, Naruto Uzumaki, 6-Path Mode, and Sasuke Uchiha, Samanga Sharingan. The system is still there. The power that has been gained still exists. A red light flashed in Shiera Emiya's eyes. This layout that spanned time was finally lucky enough to reach this era. Newcomers and new books, please collect them. Chapter 2: The Source of the Thousand Hand Clan and the Uzumaki. Konoha village is not prosperous. At least Konoha village in this era is not prosperous enough. Many of the architectural styles are a bit sloppy, and it seems that the villagers are busy with affairs and are temporarily built. Emiya Shiera didn't care about the simplicity of this village, but just looked at the scenery of Konoha village with some curiosity, and was very interested in the scenery she saw after she resurrection. This is the village we live in. While signaling the martial law of Anbi, Chihao Tobima was chatting with Emiya Shiera about the story of this era. It should be more than 1,000 years since the era of Emiya. Have you been 1,000 years? Emiya Shiera felt a little lost and sighed lightly. No wonder the style of the house is very different from what I saw before. After talking about Konoha's house construction, Emiya Shiera seemed to suddenly realize something, and suddenly felt a little happy. 1,000 years have passed, so the medical ninjutsu must be very developed now. At least our era did not have the technique of resurrection of the dead. The wisdom of future generations is really amazing. Chihao Tobirama's expression suddenly became subtle. A little ashamed. Senju Tobima sighed deeply, hoping that the other party would not be too disappointed with the medical level of this era. The forbidden technique that resurrected Lord Emiya is used for fighting, and I even luckily allowed Lord Emiya to retain his mind. The medical ninjutsu and medical technology of this era are still the same as when Lord Emiya was founded. Is that true? Emiya Shiera's face was obviously depressed, as if his ideal was shattered. After all, has humans used the power of chakra to fight? For a medical ninja, war is undoubtedly the most annoying thing. Since the Kyoja clan has always preserved the crystal coffin of Shiera Emiya, Tomoema Senju has heard many stories about Shiera Emiya since he was a child. He was able to guess Shiera Emiya's ideals, but he had to hope that this senior would recognize the reality. It's all about survival. In order to survive the cruel warring states period, we can only continue to use chakra to improve our combat capabilities. Senju Tobirama did not hide it. He told the chaotic warring states period and praised his brother in front of Shiera Emiya, hoping that the other party could understand how important his brother was in this era. Luckily, the war is over after all. My brother, Shimura Senju, completely ended the troubled times since the warring states period with his powerful strength and established a peaceful system between the country and the ninja village. We invited other ninjas to create Konoha, so that the ninjas who once fought each other put aside their hatred and became companions who depended on each other in a village. In the future, Senju Tobirama paused and took the opportunity to draw a big cake for the founder of the medical ninja 1,000 years ago. As long as the eldest brother's injury can be healed, it will not affect his lifespan. With his prestige, he will surely allow the ninja world to maintain peace, and the medical ninja in the future will definitely make greater progress. Amiya Shiera's eyes also became subtle. However, Amiya Shiera did not expose the hollow pancake of Kishao Tobirama in the end and sighed quietly, "Don't worry, I will never let my patients down, let alone your surname is Kishao." There was no embarrassment between the Chihao Tobirama's expression. In fact, this Hokage assist from Konoha village has always been unwilling to care about his face. If he can achieve his goal, he does not care about the impact this matter will have on him. But this saint who was presented to the altar thousands of years ago seems to have a story. Chihao Tobirama remembered the relaxation of Amiya Shiera when she mentioned the Thousandair clan, and couldn't help but want to spy on the information. "Your Excellency, Amiya should have some connection with our Thousandair clan, because the children of our clan have grown up listening to your stories since childhood. It's a little bit related. If you are descendants of Azura." Azura. Good. Amiya Shiera followed Senju Tobirama, casually mentioned the history he had experienced. "I had a friend named Azura, who could not use the surname left by his father, so I helped him take 2 surnames as backup for future generations. A surname is Qian Shao. A surname is Vortex." Guardian Hara looked at Kishao Tobirama and sighed. It seems that Azura's descendants chose the surname Kishao. Senju Tobirama's pupils suddenly widened. Senju Tobirama didn't expect that the surname of his clan actually came from here. This is not fake. Because these 2 surnames do exist. The Nin tribe developed from these 2 surnames has continued to this day. The Qian Shao tribe and the Uzumaki tribe both happen to have distant relatives of the same ancestor. Actually, Shenghand and Uzumaki are both used. The Vortex clan with another surname is our distant relative. Chihao Tobirama took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It's really unexpected that the surnames of Marino Chihao and Uzumaki clan all came from Lord Emiya. I guess my brother will definitely be nagging when he wakes up." He used the access technique of reincarnation of the filthy land to resurrect a senior who was highly respected by the world, especially this senior, who seemed to have a close relationship with their ancestors. Time flies, and the world changes. Amiya Shiera's tone was full of vicissitudes and nostalgia, as if he was missing his old friend. "I really didn't expect that so long has passed, and the descendants of Azura still exist." Senju Tobirama was silent. Because Senju Tobirama could hear that this Lord Emiya and his ancestor named Azura must be very good friends. This is a good thing. At least he knew that the other party should be mostly friendly. Although Chihao Tobirama believes that the reputation of the Emiya Shiera who has been tested by history and time is strong enough, Chihao Tobirama is very cautious when facing the problems of his elder brother. This personality makes him unable to maintain full trust in the power he cannot control. For example, the Uchiha clan in the village. Although the Uchiha clan is also a member of Konoha village, Tobira Senjo cannot fully trust this clan whose ability is uncontrollable. Especially a few days ago, Uchiha's previous patriarch, Uchiha Madara, who had left Konoha for many years, suddenly controlled the nine-tailed attack on Konoha, and even caused his elder brother to be seriously injured. It is precisely because of this. Senjo Tobirama ordered Umbu to strengthen surveillance of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Madara was finally determined to be killed by his elder brother, these Uchiha clans may be innocent. Chihao Tobirama cannot guarantee whether dangerous people like Uchiha Madara will appear in the future in this group of Uchiha. After all, the appearance of the eldest brother in the Thousand Hand clan is an exception. Uchiha Madara is not without the possibility of being born in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has the blood resistance boundary Sharingan created by the evil chakra, which will evolve without being judged. Perhaps sooner or later, a dangerous and evil person as Uchiha Madara will be born again. This is a hidden danger. I don't know. Is the descendants of Indra still there? At this time, Shiera Emiya suddenly mentioned a strange name, as if she was worried that Tomoe Sanya would not understand, and told the story about Indra. Indra and Asura are brothers. Indra was inconsistent with our philosophy at the beginning. Ashura and I think chakra should be a force that makes people understand and save the world, and Indra thinks chakra is a force used to rule the world. Finally, we parted ways. I don't know what the descendants of Indra's surname are. When Emiya Shiera said this, she seemed to have no idea about the affairs of Indra's descendants at all, and carefully introduced the characteristics of Indra's descendants. But his descendants should have inherited a magical and powerful blood transmissibility limit. This blood transmissibility limit can generate unique chakra and appear on the eyes. Even after evolution, some powerful and weird eye techniques can be used. That kind of pupil technique is called Sharingan. Senjo Tobirama took the initiative to replenish the name of this blood resistance boundary. The eyes of this Hokage assist in Konoha village became darker. It really made people unexpected that Indra and Asura are brothers. The infatuated clan also have a connection with the Thousand Hand clan. But it's indeed the naturally evil Uchiha. The ancestors of the Uchiha clan were so evil. Compared with the righteous ancestor of the Thousand Hand clan, Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, actually had the evil idea of using chakra to rule the world. Even medical ninjas like Shiera Emiya who possess noble qualities are unwilling to join the evil ancestors of their Uchiha clan. Newcomers and new books, please collect them. Chapter 3 The Power of Emiya Shiera. Now, their last name is Uchiha. The Uchiha clan and the Thousand Hand clan have been fighting for generations. As if he had found a soulmate, Chihao Tobima talked about his dissatisfaction with Uchiha. Big Brother defeated the Uchiha clan and persuaded them to join Konoha together, but there were still evil people like their ancestors among them. Senjo Tobirama didn't pay attention to one issue. The Hokage assistant from Konoha village kept listening to the stories told by Shiera Emiya, and his trust in Shiera Emiya is increasing rapidly. These stories are all things he likes to hear very much. However, Chihautobirate is impossible to doubt a person from thousands of years ago. He only knew that he had found a powerful evidence of surveillance of the Uchiha clan from Shiera Emiya. Brother. Chihautobirama's eyes were gloomy and he mentioned a person he hated. He was also injured by a naturally evil Uchiha. That guy is named Uchiha Madara. When Chihautobirama mentioned this name, he did not hide his hatred and disgust. When the eldest brother invited him to end the troubled times, the guy failed the eldest brother's trust. It would be fine if he left Konoha, but when he came back, he tried to destroy Konoha and kill the eldest brother, so that the ninja world would fall back into the War of the Warring States period. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara finally died. The eldest brother finally didn't have to be tied to that guy anymore. Amiya Shiera sighed, as if she felt a little regretful. It sounds like the person you are talking about, Uchiha Madara, is as wary as his ancestor. At the beginning, Azura wants everyone to understand. But Indra wants to dominate the ninja world. It was obviously two brothers who started a fight for different ideals, and they continued until death without giving up. Snort. This is the evil inherited in the bloodline. Chihautobirama's face looked very ugly, and he vigorously criticized the Uchiha clan, just like the evil blood superior Sharingan inherited from generation to generation. The power of Sharingan. Amiya Shiera talked about the history of the Sharingan. I discovered that the power of the Sharingan would slowly make Indra extreme. Good. I have also studied the power of Sharingan. This blood transcendence limit will definitely be controlled by emotions. Chihautobirama knew the Sharingan very well and sincerely expressed it as if he had met a soulmate, because the evolution of the Sharingan was influenced by the chakra born from the extreme emotions. This also means the stronger the Uchiha, the easier it is to go to extremes. The more extreme the Uchiha is, the easier it is to become stronger. This is an unsolvable problem. If a Uchiha's emotions cannot be guided to the right direction and his life is unwilling to remain calm, it will eventually become extremely dangerous. We must monitor it. We must strictly monitor it. We must focus on strict monitoring. Senjutobirama secretly decided to implement the plan he had planned. Konoha's manpower was not enough to monitor every Uchiha, so he had to concentrate on monitoring. These Uchihas are currently companions. I need to set up a new department for them. This department is fully managed by the Uchiha clan, and then divides Uchiha's residence together, and the Umbu secretly sends people to closely monitor it. Konoha Hospital. The garrison here is extremely strict. Due to the great movement of the battle between the first Naruto Hashimara and Uchiha Madara, their aftermath of the battle changed the terrain of the ninja world and formed a canyon at the place where the battle was fought. This battle cannot be hidden from other ninja villages. The ninja villages in other countries sent people to infiltrate Konoha to inquire about the news about the first Hokage Chihuhashima. Because the safety of the first Hokage involves the peace of the ninja world, Konoha could only strictly seal up information about the first Hokage. Suzuki. Senjo Tobirama suddenly greeted him loudly. Emiya Shiera's eyes twitched. No. This is not right. Why did Suzuki suddenly appear? This era shouldn't have been in Konoha's first creation for a few years, right? According to my memories of my previous life, this time should be that the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had just passed, so why did a Suzuki appear? Mr. Tobirama. A young ninja came forward with great strides. The young ninja looked at Emiya Shiera beside Chihao Tomoma, with a little confusion in his eyes and a little alert in his voice. Sir Tobirama, this is Lord Shiera Emiya. Senjo Tobirama had great trust in this young ninja and said in a deep voice, Suzuki, everyone should be at ease now, and there is no need to worry about the situation in the village. I used the forbidden technique to resurrect the Lord Emiya and asked him to treat the elder brother's injuries. You should have heard of his name. There will be no problem with the elder brother's injuries. Is it the greatest medical ninja, Lord Emiya? A hint of amaze flashed across the young ninja's face, and he looked at Shiera Emiya in front of him with an incredible face. I grew up listening to Lord Emiya's name since I was a child. I never thought that one day I would be able to see a real person. This is Suzuki, the captain of the Yunin class of Konoha. Senjo Tobirama introduced the young ninja to Shiera Emiya, and then ordered Suzuki, you must strictly keep the affairs of the people in the village confidentiality of the affairs of the excellency of the Omiya. Although Chihao Tobirama holds the power of Konoha as a Hokage, he has not implemented a dictatorship in the full sense. When Konoha was injured by Chihu Hashirama, other ninjas in the village were also uneasy and had a certain right to know about the situation. In case something really happens, Konoha will definitely be hostile to other ninja villages. At this point in time, Tomoma Senju must unite the ninja tribe in the village so that Konoha will collapse due to the Big Brother's problem soon after it was founded. The Sarutobi clan is a wood yet is a larger ninja clan. The three pig deer butterfly tribes, which combine the Nara tribe, Akito tribe, and Yamaka tribe in Konoha village, were headed by the Sarutobi tribe in the Warring States period. Suzuki has been coming forward to help stabilize other ninja tribes, and everyone in the village is not panic. He introduced Shiera Emiya to give Suzuki a reassurance. Senjo Tobirama asked Suzuki to protect his elder brother, and also to let them understand that they trust these ninja tribes enough. At least compared with the independent Hinata clan and Uchiha clan, the Sarutobi clan is indeed trustworthy. I'll take Omiya to the ward first. Chihao Tobirama patted Suzuki on the shoulder, and while taking the initiative to lead the way, he praised Emiya Shiera. Suzuki is a tough ninja and the leader of the Sarutobi clan. In many cases, even I can't match him. Talk about it, his child Sarutobi Hinata is also a very outstanding student. He has mastered the psychic skills of their clan at this age. When Chihao Tobirama said this, his eyes looked at Emiya Shiera with a little obscure, as if he hoped Emiya Shiera could bring up some stories about the ancestors of the Sarutobi clan. Emiya Shiera looked at Chihao Tobirama with some surprise. Do you still want to tell me something about the past of the Sarutobi clan? I don't know the past of the Sarutobi clan, but only the future of the Sarutobi clan. Amiya Shiera faced Chihautamorima's gaze and shook her head gently. In my era, there was no name of the Sarutobi clan. In that era when ninja sect was first established, the only 6 immortals in the ninja sect have their own surname. Ninzong. 6 Paths Immortals. Chihao Tobirama paused, stared at Shiera Amiya, and asked subconsciously, have you ever seen the legendary god? God. Amiya Shiera was a little surprised and looked at Kishao Tobirama curiously. The Qian Shao clan. Isn't there any record of the 6 Path Immortals? Chihao Tobimaru shook his head and nodded again. For our era, the 6 Path Immortals are the mythical creation gods. They held the Amanuma spear and calmed the disasters in the ninja realm, spread chakra in the ninja realm, and founded the ninja master in the ancient times. Well enough. Shiera Umiya was a little unquestioned about the 6 Path Immortals and threw out a big thunder casually. I thought the Thousand Hand clan should have a record, because the 6 Path Immortals are the father of Ajura, the ancestor of your clan, and the father of Indra, the ancestor of Uchiha clan. Senju Tobima's heart couldn't stop beating. Such a secret. He has never heard of it. The ancestors of the Qian Shao and Yuzhuai clan were actually all 6 Path Immortals. It is a pity that this news about the ancestor will come too late. Certainly. It would be even better if the other party was not the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is already unruly. They know that the ancestors are the 6 Paths Immortals, so they will probably become even more arrogant in the village, right? The 6 Path Immortal is a good person. Amiya Shiera ignored Senju Tobirama's worries and continued to say to herself, I proposed the concept of medical ninja in this world. The 6 Path Sage was the first person to donate his body for human experimental medical research after his death. Certainly. Amiya Shiera did not mention another truth. The body of the 6 Path Immortal was not voluntarily donated. Because the ninja system refreshed a task commission for recycling the bodies of the 6 Path Immortals, I still used an ally to complete the task commission. I got the body of the 6 Path Immortals, and I truly gained the power to gain a foothold in this world since I traveled through time. Unfortunately, the body of the 6 Path Immortals did not have the ability to live forever, otherwise I would not have to overcome death and go to this day. Name, Shiera Amiya, Amiya. Gender, male. Profession, ninja. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin and yang. Chakra energy, A. Chakra is the fusion of physical energy and mental energy in the human body. It can increase the body's strength and affect the lifespan of the human body. The energy level of the host's chakra during his lifetime is SSSS+. Currently the infinite chakra state of reincarnation in the filthy land, the maximum output chakra energy is limited to A by the body of the filthy land, which is approximately equal to 1 card, chakra unit of measurement. Blood resistance ability. Wooden escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the remains of the sacred tree. By using the special blood limit activated by chakra as the source of life, the magic performed can absorb the enemy's chakra and make the magic stronger. The current power of the wood escape is limited by the body of the filthy earth. The natural reincarnation I.S. comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6 immortals. It has a blood reincarnation that communicates yin and yang to control life and death. It is more powerful than the ordinary reincarnation I. It can use many unpredictable pupil techniques of gods and ghosts, and can also be used to be more powerful than the eternal maniatoscope Sherinon, which is comparable to the gods. The current ability is limited by the body of the filthy earth and cannot use the ultimate pupil magic of the reincarnation I. Eternal maniatoscope Sherinon, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6 paths of immortals. It has powerful visual observation ability, is born with powerful illusion ability, and is bred with magical power of the eye technique, which can open the ultimates the complete body of Susanoo in the pupil technique. Fighting mode. Ship mode. Using the property of absorbing natural energy by the debris of the divine tree, it can be used to generate a spell seal containing natural energy. When the chakra energy in the host body is exhausted, the spell seal on the body will continue to be transformed through natural energy to provide chakra, and can even be turned into a spell seal mode to fight. Immortal mode. Practice by yourself in the curse seal mode. The immortal mode originates from the perfect balance of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy to generate immortal art chakra. The ninja perception and combat ability in the immortal mode will be stronger. 6-path mode. From the commissioned reward for recycling the body of the 6-path immortals, mastering the perfect battle mode of the power of yin and yang, which can strengthen all the power in the body, and you can use the Taoist jade to fight. The current use of the 6-path mode will immediately unravel the reincarnation of the filthy land and return to the underworld or the interval between the underworld and the present world. Skill. Swordsmanship, S. Practice by yourself. Practice, S. By yourself. Medical ninjutsu, S. Practices by yourself, and can use the chakra in the body to treat patients. After mastering the power of yang, you can even treat any disease. Currently, due to the limitations of the body of the filthy earth, you cannot use the power of yang. Wood escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6-path immortals. You can cast the wood escape technique without making a seal. Fire escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6-path immortals. You can cast the fire escape technique without making a seal. Wind escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6-path immortals. You can cast the wind escape technique without making a seal. Water escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6-path immortals. You can cast the water escape technique without making a seal. The earth escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6-path immortals. You can cast the earth escape technique without making a seal. Thunder escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recycling the bodies of the 6-path immortals. You can cast the thunder escape technique without making a seal. Yin-yang escape, S, comes from the commissioned reward for recovering the bodies of the 6-path immortals. You can use the yin-yang escape technique. Mastering the yin and yang power can greatly increase the power of all techniques. Currently limited by the body of the filthy earth, the power of yin and yang cannot be used. The psychic art, S, is practiced by yourself. The psychic blood contract is a slug in the wet bone forest. You can summon spiritual beasts to fight together by long-range summoning them. There is currently restricted by the body of the filthy land that cannot summon the psychic beast that signed the blood contract. Shinwei, S, originates from the time and space pupil technique of the mainleted Sherinon, which can create a unique divine space, allowing the caster's body to enter the divine space instantly to avoid any attack, and can also quickly absorb objects from a long range and launch attacks. Currently, due to the limitations of the body of the immortal land and the chakra level, the maximum power of the divine power cannot be exerted. Shinryu S comes from the ultimate pupil technique of the reincarnation eye. It can generate a hidden defensive mirror around the body. The mirror absorbs all the artifact information encountered by the host and will be known to the host. All artifact attacks encountered will be rebounded. The artifact consumption shall not exceed the chakra energy limit of the host. It is currently unavailable due to the limitations of the body of the filthy land. On the surface, Emiya Shiera is not weak. In fact, Shiera Emiya is indeed quite strong. You can gain an incomparable advantage in combat by just using any technique without any seal, not to mention the ultimate blood resistance limits such as the Eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan and the Reincarnation Eye, and even the six-path mode that surpasses ordinary ninjas. But the state of filthy land still cannot exert its true power. It's a bit of a pity. It was a bit too early for me to be resurrected. Emiya Shiera's eyes looked at Chihao Tobirama walking in front of him. This guy, Senju Tobirama. He is a person who is not easy to deceive. This guy is used to trying to keep everything in his hands. Shiera Emiya noticed it as soon as she was resurrected. Senju Tobirama wanted to try to control himself, but because he was a kind person, he temporarily gave up this idea. What a pity! If a person with an evil nature uses the art of reincarnation in the filthy land to resurrect himself, he can deceive the other party and use the reincarnation eye he left in this world to truly resurrect. Missing Orochimaru's Day. Today is 7,000 words. Chapter 4, Bullying me is an old antique, right? In front of the ward of Konoha Hospital. Senju Tobira sincerely hoped that Emiya Shiera would not leak the secrets of ancient times to others, especially his elder brother Senju Hashirama. Because he knows what kind of person his elder brother is. Once the elder brother knows that Kishao and Uchiha's ancestors are brothers, or even descendants of the six-path immortals, he will be more tolerant of the Uchiha clan. This will hinder your plan to suppress the Uchiha clan in the future. In fact, if possible, Tomomi Senju hopes that Shiera Emiya will only make the evil Uchiha ancestor Indra public, so that it will be easier for him to suppress the Uchiha clan. However, Chihao Tobirama knew that Emiya was a gentleman, so he must have known that these words were just to suppress the Uchiha clan, so he was unlikely to agree to do so. So, Thousand Shutotama's words were very cautious. Old Master Emiya. The situation in Konoha is very unstable now. Chihao Tobirama's voice was a little heavy, and he began to open his eyes and lies without hesitation. If these secrets from ancient times are leaked, they will definitely cause people to talk about. Although that guy Uchiha Madara wants to destroy Konoha, we still want to regard the Uchiha clan who joined Konoha as our companion. Once the people in the village know the story of Indra, they will definitely suspect that the Uchiha clan is born evil, and they will definitely reject the Uchiha clan even more. Amiya Shiera's expression was a bit strange. What happened? Bullying me is an old antique, right? I'm just dead, not old. The second-generation Naruto Senju Tobirama from Konoha village hopes that the village will not reject Uchiha. How can such a thing sound like a joke? Let's talk about it. Isn't you, a guy, take the lead in repelling Uchiha? However, Senju Tobirama is very good at making up for his own arguments. The statement that Naruto assisted is really impeccable. In order to make Uchiha integrate into Konoha, the eldest brother has always treated the Uchiha clan very favorably. Once he knows that the ancestors of the Kyojo clan and the Uchiha clan are brothers, and in order to protect the village, he had to kill his former friend Uchiha Madara, and if he thinks that he owes something to his friends, he will definitely be closer to the Uchiha clan. In this case, other ninjas in the village will think it is not fair enough. If the people in the village knew that our ancestors Azura and Indra were brothers, they would definitely start to question the eldest brother's injustice. Big Brother is Konoha's first Hokage. The relationship between the various ninja tribes within Konoha is now extremely fragile. Some people question the injustice of Naruto's attitude, which can easily cause peace reached through hardships to collapse. Senju Tobirama circled a big circle in his own words and went back to his original intention starting point, Old Amiya, for the sake of peace between Konoha and the ninja realm, I can only ask you here to secretly seal these ninja tribes of the ancient times. The Umiyashi really couldn't find a reason to refuse the party. After all, Tobirama Senju speaks nicely, and stands at a moral high point in his words. His words are simply questioning Amiya Shiera. As an old good man in ancient times, he must not want to see the ninja world fall into a chaotic war again, right? These days, it's so difficult to be a good person. If you want to be a good person, you must be prepared to be morally kidnapped. Fortunately, Amiya Shiera is better at moral kidnapping others. I can only try not to say the wrong thing. Amiya Shiera shook her head and explained hesitantly, because in our era, people often used chakra to communicate when practicing spiritual practice. People often do not hide their thoughts, nor do they lie to their companions around them. I'm really sorry. I can only do my best. A little apology appeared on Amiya Shiera's face, hoping that Tomoe Senju could understand his noble character. After all, I'm not very good at hiding my true thoughts. I should say that the person who is sorry is me. Chihao Tobirama was not dissatisfied with Amiya Shiera. He sighed deeply, and he was a little leisurely yearning for the ancient times that Amiya said. I have also heard some legends about the Six-Path Immortals. Legend has it that when he founded the ninja sect, people would respect each other and understand each other. I didn't expect. These legends are actually true. Actually not absolute. Amiya Shiera rubbed his brows with embarrassment, and seemed to explain casually, for example, people from the ninja sect cannot understand the thoughts of Uchiha's ancestor Indra, so he later chose to leave ninja sect and wanted to use the power of the Sharingan to destroy the ninja sect's village. In the end, Azura and everyone's chakra defeated him. What? When Chihao Tobirama heard this familiar style of painting, he subconsciously despised Indra, that naturally evil ancestor Uchiha. This style. It's exactly the same as Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara left Konoha, whom he founded, and wanted to destroy Konoha. In the end, he was killed by his elder brother, thwarting his evil plot. Uchiha Madara and his ancestors are not good things. Speak. Emiya changed his tone and praised Chihao Tobirama, you have a good relationship with your brother. This kind of harmonious brotherhood is really rare. This is natural. Senjo Tobirama couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart, remembering his elder brother's earnestness to protect himself when he was a child. After all, my elder brother has been taking care of me since he was a child. Emiya. This good person is really good. At least Senjo Tobirama thought he had a very pleasant chat with the other party. According to Emiya, it can be inferred that the ninjas in ancient times were all good people, and that era should be the real paradise on earth. Except for the naturally evil ancestor Uchiha. Let's go in. Senjo Tobimaru pushed open the door of the ward and became humble in his attitude towards Shiera Emiya. We can do nothing about our brother's injury, so we can only entrust our Excellency Emiya. No need to do this. Emiya waved her hand, turned around and walked into the ward, and his back became serious. Please rest assured, I am a medical ninja and will not let my patients down. There was a faint fragrance of flowers in the ward. Emiya's eyes fell on the person lying on the hospital bed. The man had long black hair, his body was wrapped tightly in bandages, and he was motionless on the bed with his eyes closed, but his breathing seemed very even. The first generation of Naruto, Senjo Hashirama. There is no doubt that the most powerful ninja in this era. Brother has never been so weak. Senjo Tobirama stood beside Emiya, his face looked particularly ugly. The battle with Uchiha Madara a few days ago almost exhausted his chakra. Let me see. Emiya's fingers were placed on the patient's wrist. Wouldn't escape ninja. Shiera Umiya seemed a little surprised and fell into thinking. Theoretically, the source of the wood escape is the power of the divine tree. At that time, Asura awakened the wood escape by the chakra given by the six path immortals. This power is unlikely to be inherited by future generations. Brother is the wood dye who awakens after he becomes an adult. Senjo Tobirama immediately recorded the secret mentioned by Shiera Emiya, and then took the initiative to remind Shiera Emiya to pay attention to the patient. Old Emiya, how is his condition? Don't worry. Emiya looked at Tobirama Senjo and took the initiative to comfort him. The patient's self-healing ability is very strong. It's just that his chakra is almost exhausted, so his injuries have not recovered. As long as the chakra recovers, it will be fine. Senjo Tobirama thinks the other party is talking nonsense. Because of my elder brother's situation, I can even see it myself. But Emiya paused and talked about the issue that Chihao Tobirama was concerned about. the patient used his self-healing ability overdose, which led to the accelerated division and regeneration of cells, which has damaged his lifespan. In addition, he used his life energy too much to increase the power of the wood exit, so this situation is still quite troublesome. Is it more troublesome? Not only did Senjo Tobima's face not nervous, but he relaxed a little. In other words, can the Lord Emiya solve it? In ancient times, this was a small problem. Just use the power of Yang to treat it. Emiya Shiera's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was a little regretful. However, in this state, I am no different from a dead person, and I have no way to use the power of Yang. If just be able to be truly resurrected perfectly. A book by an old author. A Naruto fan masterpiece from the Big Boss. Orange is not yellow. Teacher of ninja school, I can become stronger by teaching. Chapter 5. How could you have such a luxurious idea? Sometimes, you can't speak too straightforwardly. Emiya Shiera couldn't tell Senjo Tobirama directly that as long as you really resurrect yourself, you could cure your elder brother. Senjo Tobirama is suspicious in nature. Once he makes it clear, the other party will definitely suspect that his resurrection is a conspiracy. Although this is a conspiracy. But because this is a conspiracy, it is necessary to slowly and carefully protect and design, otherwise the conspiracy will be easily seen through. However, Chihao Tobirama was a little sensible and didn't care about the problem that Emiya Shiera could be truly resurrected, but only cared about what the Yang power that could solve the lifespan of the eldest brother was. Old Weigong, what is the power of Yang? Chihao Tobimaru frowned and analyzed it on his own. This power seems to be related to Yang attribute chakra. I remember Yang attribute chakra can indeed create many magical secret techniques, and the use of medical ninjutsu is also related to Yang attribute chakra. For example, the Akitheo clan in Konoha village. Senjo Tobirama knew that the people of the Akitheo clan were good at using the secret technique developed by Yang attributed chakra, which could make the human body and power extremely huge in a short period of time. Good. The power of Yang is the ultimate chakra of Yang attribute. Emiya Shiera had no choice but to explain the concept of Yang power and tempt Senjo Tobirama as much as possible. Yang power can create life out of thin air, can regenerate the patient's broken limbs, and can quickly restore the patient's damaged organs. When Emiya Shiera said this, she looked at Chihu Hashirama on the hospital bed with regret. Naturally, it can also re-give life to patients with exhausted vitality, so that they can continue to survive. That Senjo Tobirama was a little curious and asked this key question: how should ninjas make the Yang attribute chakra reach the extreme and possess the Yang power? This is not easy. Emiya Shiera's eyes flashed and she sighed lightly. The easiest way is to share the power of Yang in one's body with another person. Your brother. I am the most suitable person to let me share the power of Yang. A touch of green chakra appeared in Shiera Emiya's palm, and the green smear slowly dissipated. He said with regret, "It's a pity that the Yang power in my body disappeared without a trace when it was resurrected this time, and I don't know what the situation is." Senjo Tobirama took a deep breath. Feel sorry. This is my mistake. Chihao. Tobimaru took the initiative to apologize and explained in a deep voice, it was my filthy reincarnation technique that made me wrong, because this is the first time I used this technique. No obstacle. Amiyashiera did not blame Senju Tobirama, but comforted him and dug a hole. Maybe it's because this body was not my body before my lifetime, and maybe it disappeared in the underworld. Senju Tobirama nodded with his brows. Amiyashiera asked Senju Tobirama in her heart. No. Do you really think it's my problem? Isn't it because you have something wrong? Could it be that my predecessor from ancient times has something wrong? In order to be able to succeed in conjunction with the art of reincarnation of the filthy land, his soul was specially left in the underworld, and even came on his own initiative when he was engaging in the spirit of the soul. If you didn't take the initiative to cooperate, it would be strange if this rough technique can succeed. It's really a headache. It's over here. Amiyashiera could only continue. At least find a comment to stay in this world first. Even if he is active in the ninja world with his filthy body, there will be other opportunities in the future. After all, he did not leave any help back then. Never mind. Amiyashiera looked at Chihu Hashirama on the hospital bed and sighed, now I will try some other medical methods, first limit the chakra in his body, and prohibit his self-healing and regeneration ability from dividing the cells in his body too quickly. This is not easy. Chihao Tobirama agreed with Amiyashiera's method, but he didn't quite believe Amiyashiera's method. Brother's chakra is very strong, and it is difficult to limit his chakra. It's really strong. Amiyashiera's fingers were raised, and a paint black appeared on his fingertips. He exclaimed, even the ancestor of your clan, Azura, is not much inferior to that of your clan. This is... Senju Tobirama's eyes were a little solemn. Shib. Shiera Emiya looked at the curse energy at his fingertips and introduced, this is a curse seal condensed based on natural energy. It can prohibit people from using the chakra in their bodies. Once they use the chakra rashly, they will restrict the other party's actions. I don't know whether it works for him. Amiyashiera's expression was a little cautious, as if she was not sure whether her method could be successful, because the patient's body had traces of practicing the immortal mode, his body might be extremely easy to adapt to the energy of the mantra, and it might not be able to close his power. Can natural energy make me feel it? Senju Tobirama looked at Amiyashiera and took the initiative to suggest, I have some knowledge of some techniques. Maybe I can try to improve it and help you. It's really great. This ancient medical ninja is just right in trouble. Because Chihao Tobirama was also a little confused, he trusted Amiyashiera enough and was really embarrassed to doubt the energy of the curse seal on Amiyashiera's finger. Even though Senju Tobirama knew that the other party must have no malice, he was just unwilling to believe others in his elder brother's affairs, and he could only feel at ease if he had to do everything himself. I'm just a little worried. A little uneasiness appeared on Amiyashiera's face. Is there any problem? Senju Tobima's eyebrows raised. This is not a common medical procedure. Amiya Shiera was indeed a little unsatisfied and sincerely expressed his concerns. Although the curse seal will temporarily seal people's chakra, once the person who has applied the curse seal completely masters the curse seal, it will also allow people to get a stronger chakra after integrating the curse seal. I'm a little worried. Distribute the power of the curse seal to the world. It will also be used by later generations in fighting like chakra. Amiya Shiera sighed quietly about his past. When the six-path immortals and ninja sects spread chakra, many people were worried that chakra would be used by the world to fight. Azura and I think that the world will use chakra to save the suffering of the world like us. It seems now. Our idea is indeed wrong. Chakra is finally used by the ninjas to fight each other. Old Master Amiya. This is not your fault. Senju Tobirama understood Amiya Shiera's concerns and comforted the other party. What is wrong in this world is never power, but the hearts of some greedy people who refuse to stop. Please rest assured. I won't leak the curse seal. Senju Tobimara raised his palm and looked at Amiya Shiera coldly and made his vow, and if I use the power of the curse seal on the battle, my soul will not be able to rest in the underworld after death. No need, so. Amiya Shiera's eyes couldn't help but jump. No. This guy, Senju Tobirama. Do you really have no idea in your heart? A technician who has developed the reincarnation of the filthy land disturbs the peace of the souls of others. He can still feel that his soul can rest in peace? How can your idea be so luxurious? But since Senju Tobirama's poisonous oath has been released, I had no choice but to follow the flow and apply the curse seal to Tobirama Senju. If Chihaotomoma discovers any problem in the future and wants to relieve his impure land reincarnation, the curse seal is also a means to counter the other party's actions. The new book period continues to be pursued. Chapter 6, Spotted, you know Spotted. Touch it. Amiya Shiera easily left a painted black spell mark on Senju Tobirama's arm, and even made it into a vortex mark of Konoha ninja. Chakra. It's true that I can't activate it. Senju Tobimaru raised his fingers. When he wanted to use the chakra, the spell seal on his arm slowly flowed on his body like a warm water flow, closing his chakra and even causing his body to stiffen. But Senju Tobirama is definitely a genius in studying ninjutsu. The Naruto assist from Konoha village immediately realized that he could not fight against the spell seal energy, and took the initiative to guide the power of the spell seal to merge his own chakra. This power. A hint of surprise flashed across Chihaotobirama's face. After the fusion of this spell seal containing natural energy and chakra, it does indeed have a very powerful improvement to the ninja's strength. Senju Tobirama has to admit that Amiya Shiera's concerns about the spread of curse seals leading to new battles in the ninja world are very reasonable. If an ordinary ninja gets the power of the curse seal, and can even obtain chakra comparable to the upper ninja with the amplitude of the curse seal, and then trains the opponent, it is a combat power that can play an important role in the battlefield. The only trouble is, the power of the cursed seal is not so easy to control. Senjo Tobirama was very clear about his understanding of the principles of ninjutsu, so he could learn to guide the spell seal so quickly that even so, he could not achieve perfect control. Unfortunately, I promised to Your Excellency Emiya that I would not use the cursed seal for battle. Senjo Tobirama can only hope that Konoha can maintain peace all the time, and hope that he will not use this power in the future when he encounters a desperate situation. I'll help you untie the curse seal. Amiya Shiera wanted to help Tobira Senju untie the mantra seal, but it seemed that she just let Tobira Senju experience the power of the mantra seal, as if she had no idea of using the mantra seal to restrain his actions. While slowly forming handprints, Amiya Shiera explained, "This shallow use of natural energy is too easy to be mastered. I just hope that this power will not bring new war to this world." Old Master Emiya. Chihao Tobimara reached out and grabbed Shiera Emiya's wrist and said in a deep voice, "Don't be so anxious to untie the curse seal. I need to judge how long this energy can seal my brother's chakra based on the changes in the curse seal energy applied to me by the Lord Emiya. This ancient medical ninja is a bit too simple." Perhaps it was because the other party was born in that ancient era when strong people emerged, and did he think that the ninja world in this era was just as genius as that era? Natural energy. Where is it so easy to master? Senjo Tobirama has not been exposed to natural energy. Senjo Tobirama has a good relationship with his brother Senjo Hashirama. He saw with his own eyes that Senjo Hashirama mastered the powerful immortal mode of practicing natural energy. He also became curious about natural energy, but he was unable to accurately perceive the energy in nature. Senjo Tobirama knew very well how valuable this mantra containing natural energy was, and he felt a fleeting shame in his heart. The curse seal is a kind of power. For a ninja like Tobira, who came through the Warring States period, power means being able to live longer. Strength. It means that you can have a more complete control over the situation. Whether it is the fierce public opinion inside Konoha after his elder brother was injured, or the hostile ninja village outside Konoha that peeked at their wolves like a group of wolves, Chihao Tomomi is unwilling to give up this power that can make him stronger. Senjo Tobirama could only silently assure himself in his heart that he would only use this power at the most critical moment of his life. Certainly. This kind of argument must not be told to the other party. What Senjo Tobirama himself said was the truth. He really needed to judge how long the curse seal could seal the elder brother's chakra based on the energy of the curse seal in his body. You have a really good relationship with your brother. Emiya Shiera shook her head. Perhaps he had seen the brotherly dispute in ancient times, and it seemed that he still didn't understand Senjo Tobirama's actions very much. He could only remind the other party helplessly, "If you don't untie the curse seal, your actions may." "Don't worry." Senjo Tobimara raised his arm, and the energy of the spell seal on his arm was flowing slowly like flowing water, but it still did not hinder his movements. If nothing unexpected happens, today I can completely control the curse seal. I already know its principle. Chihao Tobimaru looked at his brother on the hospital bed and quickly planned to skip this topic, put the curse seal for the elder brother first. He has mastered the immortal mode that can make more perfect use of the curse seal, and may soon absorb the curse seal for his own use. I'm worried about this problem, too. Amiya Shiera shook her head and sighed, stretched out her finger and landed on Kishao Hashirama's arm, and a painted black spell seal fell. No surprises. The curse seal disappeared quickly. The natural energy in the curse seal is instantly absorbed by the human body. Chihu Hashirama's body is very sensitive to natural energy. When it comes to natural energy, it will quickly transform into a magic chakra, allowing him to quickly enter the state of immortal mode. On the hospital bed, a trace of eyes appeared on Senjo Hashirama's face. The first Naruto lying on the bed seemed to feel the changes in his body, a hint of pain appeared on his face, and murmured and said the first sentence in his coma. Monkey. Chihao Tobirama's face turned dark. When is this time? Why is the eldest brother still muttering about Uchiha Madara? Even when he was in a coma, he was muttering about Uchiha Madara. That bastard controls Jutai and wants to destroy Konoha, and even causes you to suffer from your lifespan. Why are you still talking about that bastard? If nothing unexpected happens, the patient will wake up soon. Amiya Shiera breathed a sigh of relief and explained, although my curse seal did not meet expectations, his body automatically absorbed natural energy and entered the immortal mode. The recovery ability of the immortal art chakra is also amazing, and it may continue to damage his lifespan. But it doesn't matter. As long as the patient wakes up, he will no longer use the chakra in his body during this period and control his self-healing ability in his body, he will avoid greater damage. After saying this, Shiera Amiya spoke intentionally or unintentionally. As for his previous damage to lifespan, I have to think of ways to make up for it, because I got the power of Yang in that era and was used to using the power of Yang to treat patients, and my research on medical skills was a little behind. Thank you. The worry in Chihao Tobirama's eyes gradually faded. It really succeeded. Shiera Amiya rescued his elder brother. Senjo Tobirama remembered that when he led Umbu to the battlefield, he brought back Uchiha Madara's body and his seriously injured eldest brother. When the eldest brother returned to the village, he fell into a coma. The best medical ninja in the village was helpless about the elder brother's injuries, and he could not even accurately predict when he woke up. No matter what, this kindness is worth remembering. Senjo Tobirama was indeed very grateful. Moreover, Shiera Amiya didn't mind disturbing his soul's peace, and was even willing to take the initiative to help find ways to make up for the lifespan of his elder brother. I'm so grateful. Chihao Tobirama thanked Amiya Shiera again with serious expression and praised Amiya Shiera's contribution. Your Excellency Amiya should not belittle yourself. If you were not Your Excellency Amiya, there would not be medical ninjas willing to treat diseases and save people in this world. After saying that, Chihao Tobirama did not wait for Shiera Amiya and immediately revealed his true purpose, brother's life is tied to Konoha's peace and everyone's expectations for the future. The future depends on Lord Emiya. This is the selfishness of Tobira Senju. In fact, Chihao Tobirama is unwilling to untie the filthy land. After all, after resurrecting Shiera Emiya, he found out many secrets from ancient times and even obtained a curse seal that could use natural energy. Emiya Shiera. It's really a treasure. If Shiera Emiya has no choice but to damage his elder brother's lifespan, Tobira Senju can only find a way to delay it. Try to find out more information to unlock the reincarnation of the filthy land and let Shiera Emiya's soul return to the underworld. But this medical ninja from ancient times is really as great as the story that has been circulated for thousands of years. He wants to solve the problems in his elder brother so selflessly. This is really... It made Senju Tobirama feel that it hit it off. Senju Tobirama carefully thought about how to place Emiya Shiera so that the other party would not feel that he was slow to treat this respected senior, and could also keep Emiya Shiera's identity confidential in the village, so as not to cause random speculation by others. Emiya Shiera also felt that it hit it off. But Emiya Shiera still had to maintain his behavior as a medical ninja. He looked at the first Naruto on the hospital bed with some concern and whispered to remind Senju Tobirama. The patient is about to wake up. Everything is as Emiya Shiera said. The Kyojo Hashirama, who was originally lying on the hospital bed, frowned, and the immortal eyes on his face faded away quickly. The first Naruto suddenly sat up, as if he had had some terrible nightmare, shouting the name of his best friend with fear on his face. Spot. 5,000 words today. Please read, collect, and give me monthly tickets. Thank you for your rewards and thank you for your monthly tickets. Chapter 7 The chess piece of an allies is my chess piece. Spotted. What's good about that evil Uchiha Madara? Brother, why are you still thinking about Uchiha Madara at this time? Chihao Tobira secretly criticized his brother in his heart, but he wanted to protect his brother's face a little in front of the outsider Shiera Emiya. Brother. Chihao Tobimaru pressed his brother's shoulder and persuaded him to wake up from the remaining panic after the nightmare. Calm down a little. Who? Senju Hashirama subconsciously raised his head. So it's Tobirama. When Chihu Hashirama saw his younger brother, the panic on his face gradually became calm. He was a little scared to remember the nightmare he had just experienced. Tobirama. Chihu Hashirama looked at his hands, as if he couldn't believe that these hands were covered with old friends in his dream blood. I dreamed that I killed Madara. Brother. Senju Tobirama's face changed. No. That's not a dream. Chihu Hashirama's body suddenly seemed to collapse, and his hands drooped weakly, with an obvious indescribable pain in his expression. Todomama. I seem to. Senju Hashirama slowly spoke, and his palm slowly lifted up. His palm lifted up his forehead, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from his eyes. It really killed Madara. Senju Tobirama was silent for a while. Although Uchiha Tobirama was very satisfied with his elder brother's decision to kill Uchiha Madara, he also knew that his elder brother would definitely be sad about Uchiha Madara's death. Senju Tobirama witnessed his elder brother and that evil guy's friendship formed in the conflict between the 2 tribes. It was a bond that the elder brother wanted to maintain even his life. Pity. The bond between them was finally cut off. Even the ending of Uchiha Hashirama killing Uchiha Madara with his own hands, cutting off this bond that had lasted from the Warring States period. Brother. Senju Tobirama patted his elder brother's shoulder and persuaded in a deep voice, "Don't forget, that guy Madara wants to use the 9 tails to destroy Konoha. You chose to kill him, and it is also to protect the village we built together." To protect the village. Senju Hashirama's eyes became a little dull. In order to protect the village. It was the idea that I had born. This made him determined to kill his best friend in the battle. The village of Konoha was created by him and Uchiha Madara, and even the name of Konoha was chosen by Uchiha Madara himself. End. In this battle, Madara did not have the belief to kill him. Uchiha Madara still doesn't care about everything as before. She thought she could still make herself obey as a child's temper by the end of a battle, forcing herself to choose to obey his ideas and destroy the Konoha that they built up by the 2. But Senju Hashirama is very clear. His attention to Konoha has exceeded Madara's friendship, and he has already developed the determination in his heart to kill anyone in order to protect Konoha. This determination finally killed Madara. However, it is precisely this that makes Uchiha Hashirama feel even more sad. In order to protect Konoha, he killed his friends with his own hands and abandoned the friendship he had worked hard for many years. It's so painful. This kind of unbearable pain in life. Uchiha Hashirama's palms were holding the quilt weakly, sitting on the bed with tears in his eyes, recalling the past of himself and Uchiha Madara in his mind. Let the patient rest for a while. Amiyashi stood up and took the initiative to speak. The patient is restless now, so it's better to let him stay alone here for a while. Besides, don't let him use chakra to recover from his physical injuries, and avoid the cells in his body dividing too quickly, which is not good for his body. Good. Senju Tobirama helped his elder brother lie down again. Senju Hashirama lay back on the hospital bed, not even noticed Amiyashi next to him, and tears were still slowly sliding down his eyes. Brother, you have a rest. Senju Tobirama reached out to cover him with his hand and continued to instruct, don't use chakra during this period, control your self-healing ability in your body, etc. Uchiha Hashirama suddenly grabbed his younger brother and asked, Tobirama, have Madara's body also taken back to the village? The body has been dealt with and buried. Uchiha Tobirama's eyes flashed slightly. This is the lie that Senju Tobirama told his elder brother. Senju Tobirama hid Uchiha Madara's body in the mountain in advance. After all, Uchiha Madara is the strongest person in the Uchiha clan, and has the highest level of the Uchiha clan's blood-relayed Sharingan. In any aspect, Uchiha Madara's body has very high research value. Tobirama Senju wanted to dissect Uchiha Madara's body and study how to solve the Sharingan problem of the Uchiha clan, so he naturally did not want to waste this opportunity. End. Chihao Tobirama has hated Uchiha Madara since she was a child, so naturally she doesn't care whether this kind of research will blaspheme Uchiha Madara's body. But what? This kind of thing must be hidden from my elder brother. However, this kind of thing was not hidden from Emiya Shiera. Emiya Shiera had been observing the communication between the Senju brothers, and noticed that Chihotobira's eyes were different, and he remembered something extremely interesting. As a time traveler, Shiera Emiya has seen this Konoha history in his memory of his previous life, and he also knows the ending of the hidden body of Uchiha Madara in Chihao Tobirama. The corners of Emiya Shiera's mouth curled up. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe he knows where his allies were thousands of years ago. My chess piece. No, it's my ally. The chess pieces in my ally's hands are also my chess pieces. I hope my ally Mr. Heijo can forgive my betrayal back then. In this era, I will repent. In the deep mountains of Konoha. In a secret cave room. A painted black creature quietly floated out from the ground. This strangely dark creature is the ally Heijo mentioned by Emiya Shiera. Its life essence is extremely special and it can make it live for thousands of years. Heijo stood in the secret room, staring blankly at the coffin in front of him, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Why is Uchiha Madara dead? What are you doing? Why was this guy Uchiha Madara killed? This is the most suitable chess piece I have discovered in thousands of years. The last most suitable piece was Shiera Emiya, 1,000 years ago. Even his genius and wisdom and great dreams made him more suitable than Indra. As a result, the piece was too simple and finally believed the nonsense of Asura. He actually thought that the ninja world would eventually become a happy paradise for everyone under the concepts of ninja sect and medical ninja. Too naive. I actually believe that chakra is the power to bring happiness. Humans are still too short-sighted and do not understand their nature of fighting each other for the sake of resources. Any powerful force will definitely become an increasingly efficient killing weapon. What a pity. Emiya Shiera is so smart. Why is he a kind-hearted person convinced by the beautiful future described by Asura? Heijo couldn't help but miss the chess piece he once loved the most. In that crude ancient era, Shiera Emiya asked his psychic beast Slug to help conduct human experiments on his body in the wet bone forest, thus obtaining part of the power of the sacred tree and the six-path immortals. Almost. They will succeed. Even. They could have defeated everything about the six paths of immortals. What a pity. Amiya Shiera was too obsessed with his innocent dreams. Certainly. If Amiya Shiera hadn't been too persistent in the dream that he thought he was great, he would not have been used by himself as the mastermind. Unfortunately, he was betrayed by the idiot who thought he was great after all. Even Shiera Umiya still entrusts his dream to Azura. Snort. If he is still alive, I will definitely regret that I believed in that idiot Azura. It's really a pity. The Amiya Shiera who has amazing wisdom in human medical technology, the Amiya Shiera who is naive and kind and a little stupid in terms of temperament, is his favorite chess piece in 1,000 years. In comparison, Uchiha Madara is a bit too arrogant. Before I even saw the success of the plan, I found that my plan seemed to have to die with the death of Uchiha Madara. Mark is dead. Do I have to continue waiting? If you can't, just take off your spotted eyes first. At least it's a pair of eternal maniatoscope Sharinans. Just when Heiju felt that the future was bleak, he suddenly noticed that the closed coffin was moving, which scared it so much that it quickly let itself sneak into the ground again. Heiju's ability is very unique. Because its body enters the ground like entering water. However, it did not leave immediately, and even hid again in the secret room, carefully observing the movements in the tightly sealed coffin. Continue to collect and ask for monthly tickets. Explain it. Chapter 8 Heiju. It seems that he has seen a friend who has been dead for 1,000 years. Click. The coffin in the secret room slowly opened from inside. A strong man crawled out of the coffin. The man, with his long scattered hair, opened his mouth and spit out a piece of flesh and blood into the palm of his right hand, and then he felt the feeling of a living again. It is Uchiha Madara. No one would have thought that Uchiha Madara was still alive. The entire ninja world may have known that Uchiha Madara was killed by Chihuhashimama with his own hands, so he would never have thought that this man could still be resurrected from the dead. It's just right. It seems that my guess is indeed good. Uchiha Madara raised her head and looked at the secret room in the deep mountains, mocking the guy she hated most with contempt. Even if I die in the battle with Hashimara, the sinister and despicable villain Senju Tomomo will not deal with my body immediately. Uchiha Madara stretched out his left hand and subconsciously stroked his eyes, one of which appeared grayish-white in blindness. Obviously. This blind eye is the price to bring him back from the dead. I set the schema and schema starting time of Izanagi in advance, and the delay of the seal left in the Sharinan is effective through the transliteration seal. This method has indeed succeeded. This is the secret technique of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi is the ultimate secret technique of the Uchiha clan, which can turn all the adverse effects you suffer in a short period of time into a dream. Even including death. Translation seal is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan. You can prepare a certain technique in advance to seal it in the Sharinan, and set it up at the same time. The operation time or special conditions of the operation, so that the operation will be activated at a certain time or environment. Even the semen who sets the transliteration seal is still effective after death. Before the battle between him and Hashimara Senju, Uchiha Madara had already prepared himself for defeat in advance, and used Izanaki and the transliteration seal to escape death. Uchiha Madara felt a little sorry for one of his blind eyes, and reached out to touch his eyes. It's just a pity that Izuna left me with eyes. This is the eyes left to him by his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. However, Uchiha Madara thought of his intention to take the initiative to provoke the battle with Chihu Hashirama, and his mood quickly became cheered up again. Harama's flesh and blood. Uchiha Madara's eyes were burning at the flesh and blood in his hands. It was bitten from Shinjuchihu during the battle, and it was also the spoils of his battle. This is the most important thing. Even more important than the winning or losing of this battle. This is also the result that Uchiha Madara wants to provoke a battle, and only a desperate battle can he get. Halamara. This time my plan was successful. As long as I transplant this piece of flesh and blood on my wound, I can get Hashirama's cells and should also get his chakra. Uchiha Madara tightly grasped the flesh and blood of Shinmara Senju. He could feel the vitality of this piece of flesh and blood. He imagined the result after he transplanted the flesh and blood. The forces of positive and negative interact with each other to make everything happen. The meaning should be to let the chakra of the Kyunyi clan who are fighting each other and the Uchiha clan chakra be combined, and you can get the power to save the world. Hope. I won't disappoint. Before Uchiha Madara left this secret room, she seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised her finger. Ninjutsu Shadow Clan technique. Bang! A shadow clone appeared beside him. Uchiha Madara looked at his shadow clone lying into the coffin and pretended to be a corpse, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Snort! Let me leave a shadow clone. If something happens to my shadow clone here, the shadow clone can also give me all the information I encounter when it disappears. In this way, I just happened to know that when the sinister and despicable villain Senju Tobirama studied my body and found out that I was still alive. At that time, it would be better to prepare early. As a ninja who had experienced cruel fighting and bloody conspiracy in the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara did not think that he could get out completely by pretending to die. He just wanted to delay as much as possible and allow himself to gain the so-called power of all things during this period. The Shadow Clan technique is very practical for these strong men. This shadow clone that stayed behind is a safety valve to detect whether you will detect the incident of fake death, because the characteristic of the shadow clone technique is that it will feed back information to the body before death. Uchiha Madara thought he had prepared everything in advance, so he quietly left this secret room. He needed to find a quiet place to transplant Hashima's flesh and blood. But before this, Uchiha Madara wanted to take a look at Hashimara again. This battle was the most intense time the two of them had ever been. Although Uchiha Madara knew that he had lost to Chihu Hashirama in this battle, he also knew that he must have caused his past close friends to be seriously injured like never before. Maybe that guy Hashirama is seriously injured and dying, right? Although that idiot has strong self-healing ability, he has caused a heavy blow to him. He shouldn't have woken up in such a short time, right? The final visit. Treat it as saying goodbye to your past self. Uchiha Madara had already made a decision in his heart. In the future, he would have gained the power of all things. When he confronted Chiho Hashirama again, he would definitely have the determination to kill the other party. Halamara. I learned it from you, too. Uchiha Madara remembered the last exchange between them, recalling the pain of being stabbed through his body from behind by Hashirama with a ninja knife. Halamara. Uchiha Madara pinched his fist and clenched his teeth to prove that he had completely strengthened his will. I will become like you. No matter if it's your own brother, own friends, their children. In order to realize one's own beliefs, they are all existences that can be killed. Halamara. This is what you taught me. This dark will. I accepted it. Uchiha Madara's mood slowly relaxed. Because when making a choice, it seems that everything is not that difficult. Uchiha Madara's expression gradually became normal, and she slowly walked into the darkness of Konoha village. Although the garrison in Konoha village is very strict, it is useless to Uchiha Madara. To him, these guards are like children playing house. Whole wood leaf. Only Hashirama Senju can make him feel troublesome. However, Uchiha Madara never expected it. Just as he left, Kuroju, who was staying in the secret room, followed under Uchiha Madara, observing all his actions. Same. It did not arouse any alertness from him. Ho 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 ho. This guy Madara is really smart. Heiju was a little surprised by Uchiha Madara's secret design, and even this design almost tricked him into it. A sinister and proud smile finally appeared on its face. I didn't expect to see the hope of success in Madara. Really? The turn of the road. Heiju's mood was simply no longer happy. Heiju noticed Uchiha Madara's behavior of leaving a shadow clone in the secret room, and he also knew very well that Uchiha Madara must want to hide his fake death. Let me help you. While hiding under the ground, Heiju followed Uchiha Madara's footsteps. He was secretly thinking about how to help Uchiha Madara hide his fake death. That guy Senju Tamoma has collected Madara's body. He must have wanted to study Madara's secrets. So let me find a way to cause some trouble for that guy Senju Tamoma so that he has no time to pay attention to Madara's body. As long as no one pays attention to Madara's fake death. Heiju thought his plan was very smooth, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not stop. In this way, after the spot transplanted the flesh and blood of Chiho Hashirama, he could wait for the reincarnation eye of the power of the samsara to awaken. Heiju thought about the bright prospect of the smooth implementation of his plan, and his smile became even more gloomy and terrifying. When Madara awakens the power of the Six Paths Immortals, it will be my turn to really appear. Just as Kurojo continued to follow Uchiha Madara happily and was thinking about how to make Uchiha Madara have a safe environment to awaken the reincarnation eye, it found that Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped and for some reason suddenly quietly hidden. Heiju became suspicious in some unknown way. Am I exposed? Heiju didn't really believe that his hidden ability was exposed, and even found his own evidence. I had been observing Indra at the beginning. This hidden ability came from my mother, but even the six-path immortals could not detect it. Soon, Heiju realized why Uchiha Madara stopped. Because Kurojo also found two people walking on Konoha's street. These two people were talking about the condition of Chihyu Hashirama. One of them happened to be Chihyu's Tobirama, who was planning to secretly help him cause trouble for the other party. As for the other person, Heiju originally thought that the other party was an ordinary ninja from Konoha. For Kurojo, except for Hashirama Senju, everyone else is ordinary ninja. Then, Heiju looked at the other person inadvertently. This glance made its thinking blank for a moment, and it suspected that there was something wrong with its life. Is this 1,000 years later? Why do I seem to see Shiera Emiya? Today is another 5,000 words. Seeking reading. Please bookmark it. Chapter 9 Shiera Emiya? Uchiha Madara? Where is this? Heiju was a little confused about the location. When is this? Heiju was a little confused about time. Am I in the ninja world 1,000 years later? Heiju suspected that there was something wrong with his life. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. This was originally something to be happy about. However, at a wrong time, when you meet someone who is absolutely impossible, it often makes people not be happy, but start to doubt your own life. For example, Black Jew. Heiju is thinking about a life where problems arise. What is the situation? I have truly lived through thousands of years, and during these long periods of time, I have worked diligently to provoke wars and spread the concept of medical ninja diligently. Time is definitely fine. That. Are you living a confused life? How did you see Shiera Emiya appear here? Isn't this guy from Emiya Shiera from more than 1,000 years ago? How could he appear in this ninja world that is thousands of years later? Could it be that I lived a little schizophrenia because I lived for too long? Heiju was a little confused and stared at Emiya Shiera, doubting that something was wrong with his spirit. No matter from any aspect, Shiera Emiya will never appear in front of it. But this person appeared suddenly. Even living a very happy life in this era. Distance the patient's attention during this period. Emiya Shiera seemed to have never noticed Uchiha Madara hidden in the darkness, and it seemed that he hadn't guessed that Heiju must have been hiding near Uchiha Madara. As a medical ninja, Emiya Shiera is still very conscientious in this era and is very concerned about the psychological conditions of the patients. It hurts him to kill his friend. As a family member, it is best to let the patient find a new support as soon as possible. Emiya Shiera observed Senju Tobirama while talking, trying to test whether the other party could sense Uchiha Madara and Kuroja who were hiding nearby. However, there is nothing abnormal in Senju Tobirama. Although Senju Tobirama has excellent perception ability, Konoha does not need to use any powerful perception techniques in the tightly guarded Konoha. In addition, Senju Tobirama did not fully grasp the curse seal given to him by Shiera Emiya, so he could not use the chakra in his body at will during this period. Let me think about it. Senju Tobirama could not notice that someone was hiding nearby. He just lowered his head and thought about how to divert his elder brother. More than that evil guy, the elder brother must be more concerned about the people in the village. Senju Tobirama knew his elder brother very well and soon came up with a suitable solution, then let the elder brother contact the children in the village more during this period. Those children are the future he really wants to protect. It's good. Emiya Shiera agreed with Tobirachiho's thoughts very much, and also took the initiative to express his attitude. I will try my best to find ways to extend his lifespan during this period. Thank you. Senju Tobirama was relieved. Although Chiho Tobirama couldn't think of the solution of Emiya Shiera, he still hoped that the other party could really find a solution to the eldest brother's condition. But everything has to be planned for the worst. I was in the hospital just now, so it's not convenient for me to ask. Senju Tobirama's expression became cautious and wanted to ask the question he was most concerned about. Old Master Emiya, now I want to know the answer to a question. If you have not found a solution. Senju Tobimaru hugged his arms in front of his chest, and his voice was a little slow, but he was very determined to ask the question. Brother, how much time is left? The wind at night is a little quiet. The air in this street seemed to have quieted down. Whether it was Senju Tobirama standing in front of Shiera Emiya, or Uchiha Madara hiding in the dark, they all held their breath at this moment. For Uchiha Madara, the friend of Chihuhashira should be alive because he also wants to prove to his former friend Chihuhashirama after obtaining the power of Moira, that he is right to prove to his former friend Chihuhashirama. He hopes to let Chihuhashirama see the path he has found. For Tobira Senju, the eldest brother of Shinju Hashima, must survive, because Konoha and the Kingdom of Fire have reached a system of ninja village and state. Relying on the force of Shinju Hashima Senju, they occupied too much rich land and united many of Konoha's ninja tribes. Once Senju Hashirama dies, the situation in the entire ninja world will inevitably change. Senju Tobirama is accustomed to controlling future changes within a controllable range. Emotionally, he cannot accept the death of his elder brother, but rationally, he must prepare in advance so that he can maintain Konoha's stability after Senju Hashirama's death. 10 years. Emiya Shiera said an accurate number. If I hadn't found any solution, even if he stopped using any force over the years, his lifespan was unlikely to last more than 10 years. 10 years. Senju Tobirama's mood became a little heavier. 10 years. This time seems long. However, it seems too cruel for a man like Shimura Senju who is still in his prime, and it seems too short for a young ninja village like Konoha. Senju Tobirama is always used to making the worst plans. As Konoha's true ruler, Tobirama Senju did not want to see Konoha, who was established together, fall apart after his elder brother's death. It must be before the elder brother dies. Find a way to allow Konoha to truly survive. Even though many ninja tribes in Konoha village obeyed the name of Kaiju, most of them were just because of their elder brother's prestige and force. Once the elder brother dies, it is difficult to guarantee that these ninjas will not be separated from Konoha. These ninjas are still independent within Konoha. Many ninjas are still proud of their surnames. They have not truly recognized themselves as Konoha's ninjas from the bottom of their hearts. It seems. You must find a feasible plan as soon as possible. A trace of determination flashed in Chihao Tobirama's eyes. His inner thoughts rarely appeared in anyone other than his elder brother. He just nodded at Emiya Shiwen, as if he didn't care about his elder brother's lifespan of only 10 years left. I see. Senju Tobirama quietly accelerated his pace and walked towards the Naruto, while mentioning his resettlement plan for Emiya Shiera. During this period, if Lord Emiya stays with Konoha as a guest, there may be any inconvenience. I will arrange for Suzuki and the Anbi ninja in the village to accompany you tomorrow. If you encounter any requests, please tell them. It's okay. Emiya Shiera's attitude was very friendly, and she seemed to express her thoughts very casually. If it is convenient, I also want to see more in this era. Hope. Emiya Shiera's face was a little pious and sacred. In this era, we can see someone who can entrust the future of medical ninjas. I will definitely. Senju Tobirama nodded secretly. Is this medical ninja from ancient times looking for an entrusted disciple? This is really good news for Konoha. Even though the medical ninjas in Konoha village are not bad, they are more than a few levels worse than Shiera Emiya. According to the contact between Tobira Senju and Shiera Emiya during this time, the other party must have mastered a lot of medical secrets, and these medical secrets should have been selflessly passed down by this great medical ninja. Unfortunately, they were all completely broken in the Warring States period. The footsteps of Senju Tobirama and Amiri Shiera gradually faded away. When these two men walked away, Uchiha Ban's figure quietly walked out of the dark corner, looking at the two peoples left behind from a distance. 10 years. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, and his figure walked into the darkness again, and secretly headed towards Konoha Hospital. However, Heiju did not follow Uchiha Madara. The black creature crawled out, glanced at Uchiha Madara who was leaving, and then looked back at the direction where Senju Tobirama and Amiri Shiera left. Talk about the timeline. Basically, the Naruto timeline I used before. Basically, the animation settings are mainly based on the comic settings. At present, no matter whether it is the mastermind behind the scenes or the worker, there seems to be no problem in the timeline. According to the plot, Tsunade won the first generation by betting, but the first generation died. He must have lived for quite some time after the war. For example, after catching the 9 tails and bringing them back, he caught other tailed beasts and distributed them to others. Chapter 10. Heiju met a stunning chess piece when he was young and lonely. It's really him. Heiju was a little confused. Heiju was a little happy and a little uneasy. Although it was an accident that Amiya Shiera appeared in this era, and even eventually betrayed Heiju in ancient times, Heiju still missed the era when he cooperated with Amiya Shiera. This wonderful feeling. It's like you can't see someone who is too stunning at the most downturn in your life. Whenever Heiju remembers Shiera Amiya, he will begin to recall his first encounter with Shiera Amiya. At that time, Shiera Amiya is assassinating Indra. At that time, Indra is still the 3 Ijayo Sharinan. At that time, Heiju asked why the small character was looking for death. Result: this battle almost scared Heiju to death. Because Heiju didn't expect that this little character got the remains of the sacred tree, mastered the power of wood escape and natural energy, and had powerful physical skills and sword skills. There was a small slug beside him, which made Indra, who was hit by the 3 Guikuyu, couldn't even lift up his head. Because he had been following Indra secretly and wanted to help Indra, he attracted the attention of Shiera Amiya, which made him give up assassinating Indra. Later, I couldn't escape. This is how I met Shiera Amiya. He also knew Shiera Amiya's idea. He wanted to destroy the ninja sect founded by the 6 Path Immortals. Because when the 6 Path Immortals were old and weak, the concept of the ninja sect gradually spread, and some disciples left the ninja sect and returned to their hometown. Some disciples of the ninja sect use chakra to benefit one's place, while some disciples of the ninja sect have greed in their hearts and have begun to use chakra to seize benefits. Amiya Shiera is one of the victims. In order to grab a few bottles of good wine, a disciple of the ninja sect used the power of chakra to kill all the people in a village. He was spared because Shiera Amiya left the village early. In order to avenge his disciples of the ninja sect, Shiera Amiya prayed to the remains of the sacred tree, and finally got the power of wood escape from the remains of the sacred tree. The power of wood escape is indeed very strong. However, it is a dream to challenge the 6 Path Immortals with this. Heiju didn't think that the chess piece Amiya Shiera could play any useful thing. Heiju basically didn't pay much attention to Amiya Shiera, but only knew that he was saving people everywhere in the ninja world while spreading the belief of medical ninjas to the world everywhere. At that time, Heiju is the time to be proud of the spring breeze. Because Heiju's first plan was successful, it took the initiative to provoke Indra to challenge Asura, hoping that Indra could take away Asura's power and awaken the reincarnation eye. As a result, Indra was defeated by Asura. The first plan to take action failed very quickly. The originally proud Black Jew lies in the ground of loss. When it was lost, Amiya Shiera was still saving people everywhere, claiming that chakra was a force to relieve pain for the world, rather than a weapon to make the world suffer by the disciples of the ninja sect. In that era, Shiera Umiya truly possesses prestige beyond the 6 paths of immortals. Because people in that era always believed in the sacred tree, the 6 paths of immortals destroyed the faith of mankind. In comparison, Amiya Shiera, who has been saving people, deserves people's respect, especially Amiya Shiera, who believes in the sacred tree like everyone else. There is always a small slug like a slug hanging on Amiya Shiera's shoulders. Walking on the journey, it saves the world's diseases. Even the 6-path immortals and Asuras and their son admire Amiya Shiera's beliefs. Amiya Shiera created the belief of medical ninja. I endure the pain that people cannot bear, but I am still trying to save the world who cannot escape the pain. This kind of belief in good faith. Naturally, the villain who pretends to be morally noble will be admired by the 6-path immortals. Even if it's black. I also found that Amiya Shiera was really a kind and good person. Certainly. Adhering to the principle that bad people also like good people. Heiju likes a good person like Shiera Amiya who can use it very much. In that lonely years when the plan failed, Heiju seemed to have found his soulmate, tirelessly whispering the 6 paths of immortals in Amiya Shiera's ear. They criticized the abuse of investigation together. Kra is destroying disciples of ninja sect everywhere. Of course, I also told a lot of secrets. For example, the 6-path immortals are the source of the spread of chakra. This kind of thing was not a secret in that era. You could basically find out if you caught a disciple of the ninja sect, but it aroused the curiosity of Shiera Amiya's 6-path immortals. After the 6-path immortals died, Shiera Amiya wanted to dissect the body of the 6-path immortals because he wanted to know the source of the chakras so that he could find a way to recover the chakras who brought pain to the world by the disciples of the ninja sect. Heiju knew that he was not for strength. As a medical ninja, you need to study some organs in the human body. Shiera Amiya was also the first person to dissect a corpse, in order to improve his medical skills. Amiya Shiera has mentioned to Heiju more than once that he wanted to break the prejudice against surgery. He wanted to make his body into a human body specimen after he died, so that future generations can learn medical skills based on his body specimens, and he even did so in the future. Heiju informed the 6 paths of immortals about the corpse. Because the power of the 6-path immortals reaches the sky and the earth, Heiju dared not approach the corpse of the 6-path immortals, for fear that the 6-path immortals will still have power after death and can sense its existence. Shiyumiya was scrupulous. This guy stole the corpse of the 6 paths of immortals. In order to study the corpses of the 6-path immortals, Shiera Umiya took the corpses of the 6-path immortals to a place with abundant natural energy, and began a long retreat from then on. That place is called Wetbone Forest. The Wetbone Forest is full of deadly acid. Although Shiera Amiya invited Heiju to come together, Heiju did not dare to get close to the deadly Wetbone Forest. When Shiera Ushi appeared in this world again, he was surrounded by a huge slug. He already possessed part of the power of the Six-Path Immortals and successfully transplanted the Six-Path Immortals' reincarnation eye. Heiju never thought of. Humans have achieved such results through human body research. That time. Before Heiju could guide Emiya Shiera to collect chakra, Emiya Shiera had already taken the initiative. Emiya Shiera defeated the entire ninja sect in one move. Emiya Shiera killed countless disciples of the ninja sect and turned the village of the ninja sect into ruins. He was only one step away from destroying the ninja sect founded by the Six-Path Immortals. That was the closest success of Heiju's plan. That was also the most enjoyable time for Heiju to take revenge on the Six Paths Immortals. Not only can the ninja sect, which physically destroys the Six Paths Immortals, but also can kill the ninja sect spiritually. Result: Emiya Shiera lost to Azura. Because Shiera Emiya had met Azura. When Shiera Emiya secretly collected and dealt with the remains of the sacred tree, he met Azura, who helped the villagers dig wells in a village that was deeply persecuted by the remains of the sacred tree. He also thought Azura was a good person. In the end, with Azura's efforts and persuasion, Shiera Emiya chose to believe Azura's promise and believed that Azura led everyone to have more power to save the suffering world. This man decided to hand over his dream to Azura. In order to atone for sins, Shiera Emiya even used the innate technique of reincarnation contained in the reincarnation eye to communicate yin and yang to resurrect the dead in the battle. Due to the powerful power of the Six Paths, Shiera Emiya did not die on the spot after performing the natural art of reincarnation, and returned to the wet bone forest to prepare for his funeral. When Shiera Ushi appeared again, only a half-corpse crystal coffin was left, and the slug entrusted the crystal coffin to Azura. What a naive person! He actually believed in Azura's promise. However, Emiya Shiera's success also made Heiju discover another possibility. During this 1,000 years, during the long years when Heiju's hung came, he worked hard to provoke the descendants of Indra and Azura to fight, while trying to spread the greatness of medical ninjas, hoping that someone could master human experiments like Shiera Emiya. Speaking of it, this is also the confusion that Heiju often appears. Because it is a holy messenger who creates war, but is working hard to spread the concept of curing diseases and saving people. The story of Shiera Emiya can continue to be passed down in this era, and the story of the Six Paths of Immortals has become a legend, and it is inevitably all the contributions of Heiju. Pity. Whether it was his own methods or Shiera Emiya's methods, Heiju never saw any hope of success again. That's exactly. This made Heiju miss Emiya Shiera even more. Because Emiyashi was one of the plans it implemented countless times, it was infinitely close to success. It's really regrettable. If only in that era, Shiera Emiya did not believe in Azura. Ho 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 ho. There was a mocking smile on Heiju's face. It was imagining how regretful the other party would have on his face and ashamed of the betrayal of the past if he met Shiera Emiya. When you meet the fights, will you regret that you believed Azura's stupid words now? This is Heiju's memory. Not the memory of Shiera Emiya. Mr. Heiju's White Moonlight. Actually, this chapter is not written profoundly enough. There is a timeline in this book that begins in the era of the ninja sect. I will change it when I have time and will be published when the Naruto is finished. I hope that past memories will not hinder reading. Please read, collect, and give me monthly tickets. We can test the waters next week. Chapter 11. It seems that there is only one way left. Emiya Shiera. Will you regret your innocence and stupidity? In this world, Heiju rarely communicates with people, and the person who communicates the most is Emiya Shiera. Mocking Emiya Shiera. This thought has been in Heiju's mind. Heiju has always regarded Emiya Shiera as his pawn, but was betrayed and abandoned by Emiya Shiera on the eve of the plan to achieve great progress. This feeling is a bit uncomfortable. Heiju has seen the crystal coffin collected by the Thousand Hands clan more than once. The last time was 2 years ago. Heiju sneaked into the secret room of Chihao Tobirama, proudly mocking Emiya Shiera's innocence and stupidity in front of the crystal coffin collected by the Chihao clan. Now, the Umiyashi was really resurrected. I really have this opportunity to laugh at him. It is even an opportunity to reactivate this piece, which is the only piece that allows your plan to succeed. However, Heiju dared not be greedy for a moment of speed at this time, and he needed to think carefully about his choice. Because it has a new chess piece. Uchiha Madara. This is a brand new chess piece. This chess piece follows his plan step by step. Although Uchiha Madara has just taken the first step and the prospects are not yet clear enough, he has already had a mature plan to use Uchiha Madara. As for the Asani Umiya, Emiya Shiwan is a mature typical example. I didn't need to do anything back then, and I didn't even do my guidance well. Shiera Emiya himself managed everything to destroy the ninja sect. Certainly. Exceptions to this era are not ruled out. I don't know what state the resurrected Shiera Emiya is in. In this era, there was no body of the six-path immortals for him to study, only the Chakra reincarnation of Asura and the Chakra reincarnation of Indra. Like. This is not a big problem either. What is really powerful in Emiya Shiera is not power. What Emiya Shiera is really powerful is his genius mind, which is the human experimental technology derived from his research on the advancement of human medicine. He once witnessed with his own eyes what a miracle Shiera created using the bodies of the six-path immortals. Heiju was a little unthinkable. The genius like Shiera, who has the theory provided by himself, wouldn't it solve the experimental problem of the birth of the reincarnation I? The only trouble is, after living for thousands of years, will Emiya Shiera still believe in himself? A monster who has lived for thousands of years will definitely not be simple and ordinary. Well, probably. Just make up your own reasons. For example, if you are the will of the God tree, this statement seems to be no less than Kagaya's will. To be honest, it doesn't seem to matter. Because Emiya Shiera knew about Kagaya's existence. Most people in that era knew Kagaya's existence, and people regarded Kagaya as the goddess of Omatsu who served the sacred tree. When you deceive Shiera Emiya, you deceive Shiera Emiya. Chakra is not a power that ordinary people can control. It must be put into the right hands so that it will not bring disaster to the world. Who is the right person? Of course, it is Atsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of Uma, believed in by humans. Only the goddess of Uma can determine the ownership of chakra. No. Have you told me all this? Heiju tried hard to think about the little things he had communicated with Emiya Shiera. He seemed to have really mentioned the idea of resurrecting Umaki's goddess Kagaya, because Umaki Shiera got strength from the remains of the divine tree and also believed in the divine tree and the goddess Kagaya who served the divine tree. Own. It seemed like I had said too much at the beginning. Heiju could only recall the secret he had not leaked to Emiya Shiera in his heart, as if only his true identity was left, and the means of how to resurrect Kagaya. Because the real resurrection of Kagaya must require someone to sacrifice to serve as a resurrection container, this secret cannot be leaked no matter what. Fine. I kept this secret myself. However, it was because I kept this secret and didn't even tell Emiya Shiera in every step, which led to the plan that was almost successful and failed in the wrong direction. But I have already revealed my thoughts on resurrecting Kagaya. Heiju wanted to sweat a little. This is not the reaction that a creature like it should have. I was too young and simple 1,000 years ago and actually exposed so many ideas in front of Shiera Emiya. Fortunately, Shiera Emiya also believed in the sacred tree and simply believed in himself. Really? At that time, I was ignorant and frivolous. Why was I so simple at that time? He actually revealed so many of his chess pieces directly. After a long time, Heiju has experienced a bit of an embarrassing situation in adulthood, and will feel embarrassed and regretful about his behavior when he was young. At this time, do you have any choices? No matter what Emiya Shiera thought. No matter how confused Emiya Shiera is about his identity. Own. It seems that everyone has to choose him. Heiju suddenly realized the dilemma he was facing. Since Shiera Emiya knows too many secrets, he can only choose Shiera Emiya as his pawn. If the resurrected Emiya Shiera leaked the secrets of the ancient times and even revealed his existence, the piece Uchiha Madara probably won't be used. Unless hidden yourself forever. However, Shiera Emiya will definitely leak the secrets of the ancient times to this era, and he doesn't know when to hide. It will be the end. Actually, Shiera Emiya is okay. After all, Shiera Emiya is quite powerful. When he was lonely and thought that his mother's plan would never be sunny, Emiyashi illuminated Heiju's life that he thought would be dark forever in a state of emergence. etc. Maybe it's my illusion. Let's go and see Shiera Emiya's crystal coffin. Heiju's figure quietly sneaked into the underground and quietly headed to the secret room of Chihao Tobirama's collection because it happened to know the location. Soon, Heiju rushed to the secret room. When Heiju saw the broken crystals in the secret room, even the time for the broken crystals should have not been cleaned up soon, and the cracks of the broken crystals were brand new and untainted. Half of the corpse in the crystal coffin. Naturally, it disappeared without a trace. Heiju immediately concluded that the Emiya Shiera he saw was truly resurrected, and even knew that the other party's resurrection must be related to Tobira Senju. That guy Senju Tobirama. He really used half of the corpse to resurrect Shiera Emiya. That guy wanted to use Emiya Shiera to treat the seriously injured Hashirama. Kurojo thought of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Chihu Hashirama, and thought of Chihu Hashirama's serious injury and coma. He had already guessed the purpose of Chihu Tobirama. That guy. I'm really looking for the right person. In this battle, Shinju Hashirama was seriously injured. If anyone in the entire ninja world can save Shinju Hashirama in 1,000 years of history. In addition to the 6 paths of immortals, it is probably only Shiera Emiya. No. It seems something is wrong. After Emiya Shiera is helping to rescue Shinju Hashirama, Kuriko subconsciously paid attention to the situation of Emiya Shiera, and he remembered that he had eavesdropped on the communication between Emiya Shiera and Tobirama Senju. Heiju suddenly had an idea that made him very frightened, and this idea continued to extend in his mind. Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Asura Chakra. Senju Hashirama calmed down the war, pacified the warring states period that lasted for thousands of years, and at least recreated a ninja world that looked very peaceful on the surface. This guy Emiya Shiera. It must be felt that Shinju Hashirama is the reincarnation of the chakra who carries Asura. He is willing to help treat Shinju Hashirama. No. Shiera Emiya, this idiot. I won't believe Asura's stupid words at this time, right? This thought that made it extremely frightened, and it could not stay at all. Its figure quickly sneaked under the ground. At this moment, Heiju was a little anxious. If Shiera Emiya still believed in the idiot Asura, how many secrets would he reveal to ninjas of this era? I must find him as soon as possible. I must know what he thinks as soon as possible. If Shiera Emiya had not had time to reveal the secret, he had to find a way to convince him to return to their original plan. As for killing Shiera Emiya's secret, this kind of thought flashed through Heiju's mind. Heiju suspected that even if he had the chance to secretly frame Emiya Shiera and provoked Emiya Shiera to fight with ninjas of this era. Speaking of which, how much power does the resurrected Shiera Emiya have? Although Shiera Emiya's state looks like he doesn't have a samsara eye, his own power is also quite powerful. In addition, during his design of the conspiracy, he revealed his secret without any knowledge and unscrupulously. End. Heiju really didn't want to. Compared to the troublesome new chess piece Uchihama, Amiya Shiera, a chess piece that was almost successful, is very useful. This is the easiest way. After seeing Shiera Amiya resurrected, no matter how many thoughts arise in Heiju's mind, his thoughts will be passive or proactively left with only one thought. Convince Amiya Shiera, stand on its side. Wei Yuan, a big account who is about to graduate from the full level, knows many dungeon strategies and may destroy the game at any time. Uchihamadara, a newly created novice quotation, has not even made any equipment for novices. This is the option of Heiju. Chapter 12. Please, Shiera Emiya, stop being deceived. Silent night. A cool breeze blew in from the window. Shiera Emiya did not feel any coldness, because the body of the filthy land made his perception no different from the dead, although he still closed the window like a living person. Maybe. Only in this way can we realize that we are alive. This house was arranged by Senjo Tobima. Although Emiya Shiera does not need a room to rest, he needs a quiet environment. His words to Tobira Senjo are that he needs to watch the medical ninjutsu of this era. It's natural. There is a dark area around this house. This Anbi ninja is not here. He is responsible for monitoring Shiera Emiya, but here he is responsible for protecting and waiting for the requests made by Shiera Emiya to Konoha. In fact, Tomomi Senjo thinks that he can control Emiya Shiera's body with just one thought, but he needs to maintain respect for Emiya Shiera. I hope Emiya Shiera will not think that the art of reincarnation in the filthy land is a control over him. Don't stay up late at night, take a break early. When Emiya Shiera closed the window, she said to the Anbi ninja hidden under the windowsill, "Just send me a map of the ninja tomorrow morning." Anbi ninja hesitated for a while. However, thinking of the order Senjo Tobirama gave to him, the Anbi ninja retreated instantly and wanted to go to the Naruto to report to Shiera Emiya's request. Emiya Shiera's mood calmed down. I clearly only left a way for it. Emiya Shiera bored and raised the wick, muttering casually in her heart, "Why haven't my allies come to see me yet? Black Jew. Why haven't you come to find me?" If Heiju's mind has been tempered for thousands of years, it will definitely understand that its former ally is its only choice. It's not. Heiju is still as simple as he cheated more than 1,000 years ago, right? The candlelight shines. A dark shadow appeared on the wall. A dark creature quietly emerged from the ground. Just when Wei Gongshiwen was a little worried that Heiju's mind had not improved for so many years, Heiju's figure appeared behind him quietly. Long time no see. Lord Vihara. A gloomy voice appeared in Emiya Shiera's ears. Lord Wei Yuan. This is a particularly close and respectful title. Generally, This title is only used by slugs raised by Shiera Emiya, but Heiju thinks they are very close and occasionally uses this title. Although Heiju always thought that Emiya was his chess piece in his heart, he only dared to think so in his heart, but he did not dare to expose these things in person. After all, there is a huge gap in strength between them. Heiju could only deceive and use Shiera Emiya. They were once a colleague of their cooperation and were not a superior and subordinate relationship. The name of Lord Vihara was just a kind of intimate and respectful title. This voice. Emiya Shiera stiffened his body in disbelief. He seemed to be unable to believe the sound he heard, so that his fingers fiddling with the wick suddenly stopped. "It's me." Heiju's voice was a little erratic, and its figure sneaked into the ground again. "If you still remember me, a person who had a common dream, was eventually betrayed by Lord Weiwen. Feel sorry." A hint of guilt appeared on Shiera Emiya's face. When Wei Yuan couldn't help but lower his head to express his apology, he saw Heiju crawling out from the underground in front of him and truly stood in front of him. "I didn't expect it, did you? Lord Wei Yuan?" Heiju looked at Emiya Shiera, who was a little ashamed and shocked on his face. His mood gradually stopped being nervous and showed a satisfied smile. "I didn't expect that after I lived through this long period of lonely life, I would have the opportunity to meet Lord Ihara more than 1,000 years ago." "Indeed." Shiera Emiya stared at Heiju standing in front of him. Heiju is different from 1,000 years ago. Heiju's body shape is taller than that of that era, and it looks more like an adult. "You have grown taller too, Heiju." A gentle smile suddenly appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, just like when he praised Heiju and Slug countless times many years ago. The smile on Heiju's face froze on his face. Hearing the praise from Shiera Emiya, Heiju wanted to question Shiera Emiya's attitude, but for a moment he was a little confused. "This guy. Why is it still so kind?" Heiju was already ready to turn his most vicious words into the hardest fist and slammed Emiya Shiera. As a result, the fist touched the cotton before it could take action. However, before Heiju could hurt Emiya Shiera's kind heart, Emiya Shiera seemed to have been injured on his own initiative, and a hint of sadness appeared on his face in the filthy body. His hand began to fiddle with the wick on the table again, and he poked his fingers out and ignored the flames and shaking the candle shadow. "It's so good. It's been more than 1,000 years. I actually have the chance to meet my former companions. The ninja sect of this era. No, now they claim to be ninjas." Emiya Shiera seemed to have a little joy in her mouth, but her face was indescribable sadness, which made Heiju feel that he was suppressing sadness and pain. "Heiju. The ninjas of this era are really geniuses. I can actually use the corpse specimens I left for later generations to resurrect me, the dead man more than 1,000 years ago. Mr. Weiwen is angry, right?" Heiju sneered and followed Emiya Shiera without hesitation to mock the ninja world more than 1,000 years later. "This is the worst era. Yet. Emiya Shiera raised her head and said with some self-deprecating words, "The ninjas of this era told me that this is the best time they have in 1,000 years. Good. For the descendants of the despicable. This is the best time in 1,000 years." Heiju's face became gloomy, mocking the ancestors of ninjas in this era, those despicable people who got chakra. They used the power of chakra to fight for profit and launched one war after another, creating a war era that lasted for thousands of years. Even though I have spread the story of Lord Ihara for the past 1,000 years, letting the ninjas know that there was a great ideal in ancient times. The power of chakra is used to save the painful world, but the ninjas still use the power of chakra to fight endlessly. It's natural. Heiju concealed the matter of provoking a war without hiding it. Master Wei Iwan. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Heiju's mouth. It felt like the atmosphere had arrived. At this moment, he decided to ask the questions he wanted to ask for over 1,000 years. I saw the fight between the ninjas. I heard the ninjas that had been chaotic for thousands of years. Heiju looked at Wei Yuan's face becoming more and more ugly, which made his mood gradually feel a little refreshed. He decided to give his own fatal blow. Now, Lord Vihara. Do you regret that you believed Azura's stupid words? Shiera Emiya was silent during the questioning of Heiju. This silence was speechless in Heiju's eyes. His smile became happier and happier, and he even wanted to say a few more words and continue to work hard. Maybe. Shiera Emiya suddenly spoke. Everything is unknown. Emiya Shiera's voice was a little ethereal, as if she could not find a target. She talked about the past. I remember Azura and I promised that he would calm the fight brought by Chakra, he would protect the weak from being bullied by the strong, he would make Chakra a force to save the world's pain, and even his life and death will not stop. Originally, I already thought this world was absurd. But today I met the person who carries the reincarnation of Azura Chakra. This generation of Azura Chakra is called Hashirama Senju, who happens to be a descendant of Azura. I still vaguely remember the surname Qian Shao, which was one of the surnames I gave to Azura when I first met him and helped him take for his descendants. 1,000 hands means that people unite and gather together to extend their hands. The power of 1,000 hands can calm down all future disasters that bring pain to the world. Amiya Shiera mentioned the story of Hashirama Senju that he had heard, and seemed to appreciate Hashirama Senju very much. I heard about Hashirama Senju. Many people were united around him, quelling the war that lasted for thousands of years, and ending the chaotic warring states period. The gloomy smile on Heiju's face froze on his face. No. Are you still believing in Azura? Why are you still so simple and stupid? No. I've been fooled once. Why do you still believe in Azura and his descendants? No. Don't be fooled by them. They are all lying to you. Can you be fooled by me honestly? Is there any problem with the title of the protagonist? Generally, it is Emiya or Ihara, and there are only these two names for the protagonist. If you think it's a bit messy, I'll modify it to a title later. No. Why do I still see someone calling him a local dog? Chapter 13. Sorry, Heiju, your expectations have failed. It's so bad. Heiju's mood was a little unstoppable and melancholy. Because Shiera Emiya believed in Asura in ancient times, it would be fine, but why did he recognize Shimura Senju in this era? Yes. Senju Hashirama did pacify the warring states period. But a new war will surely break out after Senju Hashirama's death. Master Wei Iwan. You are the smartest person in the ninja world ever. Even if I have been following the footsteps you left for a long 1,000 years, I can't see the outline that looks like you. Kurojo's voice was hoarse and gloomy, and he sighed quietly. You should understand that the peace brought to this era by Shinmara Senju is only temporary. As long as there are ninjas in this world. As long as the ninja still has greed in his heart. As long as there is no power above the ninja's head that can suppress their greed, a power that can suppress every ninja's restrained greed. The battle between ninjas will never subside. Asura's chakra has been reincarnated for many times, but has it been useless? When Shimura Senju dies, the ninjas in this world will start a new war for their interests, and repeat again and again. From the day they are born, they will start to endure painful and tragic fate. Master Wei Iwan. Have you forgotten your belief? Be patient with the unbearable pain of the world and strive to save the world who cannot escape the pain. Do you have to watch the world keep circulating in the painful life? Heiju thought about how hard he worked to spread the story of Emiya Shiera in the ninja world, and questioned Emiya Shiera like a miserable, Mr. Emiya once wanted to make the medical ninjas of later generations implement their will. Did you forget it? But Emiya Shiera frowned, and she thought about how she should defend herself while Heiju's persuasion and questioning, and subconsciously found a person who took the blame. Asura once mentioned to me. Asura is an arrogant idiot. Heiju quickly stopped Shi Yuan from recalling Asura's words and continued to persuade. If Lord Wei Yuan did not believe his words at the beginning, but chose to kill Asura to completely destroy the ninja sect and take back all the chakras emitted by the 6 paths of immortals, there would not be a war in this world that lasted for thousands of years. The person who brought war to this world. All of them are descendants of the despicable people of the 6-path immortals and ninja sect. Shi Yumiya was a little silent. Heiju has lived for more than 1,000 years and has grown a lot. Just looking at Heiju's righteous attitude, Shiera Emiya was a little dazed. Looking at Heiju, it seemed that he was the party of justice. It's really outrageous. Why did the situation become like this? Ha ha ha. Why don't you answer me? When Heiju saw Shiera Emiya remain silent, a gloomy smile appeared on its face again, as if he thought that this would stimulate Shiera Emiya to awaken again, because Lord Emiya realized that he was still heading on the wrong path. Shiera Emiya was still silent. Heiju suddenly felt a little uneasy. Are you talking too much? Will what I said force Shiera Emiya too tightly? Black Jew. Emiya Shiera slowly lowered her head, as if she had completely lost her faith in her life, and her voice was filled with infinite loss and depression. It's impossible to succeed. Heiju immediately wanted to refute. Listen to me. Amiya Shiera interrupted Heiju's idea of speaking, and his voice calmly and seriously explained his past. I got the power of the 6 paths of immortals, and immediately wanted to take back the chakra emitted by the 6 paths of immortals. But I studied the corpses of the 6 paths of immortals. But no research has been done to completely recover chakra. Shiera Emiya's voice was still calm, but he was a little discouraged. No matter whether it is the wood escape that the remains of the divine tree favored me and gave me, or the ability of the 6 paths of immortals crane I, it is impossible to completely take back the chakra from the disciples of the ninja sect, so I had to kill them without even discerning their good and evil when destroying ninja sect. Heiju's expression became a little weird. Because this is all its fault. It's all because it didn't teach Emiya Shiera the correct way in advance. After all, the chakra that was retracted from the 6 paths of immortals was part of the resurrection of Itsutsuki Kagaya, and it did not think that Emiya Shiera could reach this point. Heiju immediately wanted to explain. Listen to me quietly. Amiya Shiera interrupted Heiju's words again, and his voice still had a calm heart like death. Do you still remember the goddess Itsutsuki Kagaya who we believe in? Heiju nodded quickly. After all, the goddess Itsutsuki Kagaya is its mother, and her birth is to resurrect the mother who was sealed by the disobedient son of the 6 path immortals. I think the goddess of Mao should be able to reclaim the chakra. Amiya Shiera's voice was calm and continued to fabricate his thoughts. Back then, I heard from the disciples of ninja sect that I don't know the truth or the false. The goddess of Mao is the mother of the 6 path immortals, that is, the grandmother of the 2 guys Azura and Indrana. To be honest, although I'm a little worried, but I can only pin my hopes on the goddess of Mao. I can only hope that the goddess of Mao, who we believe in, can distribute and reclaim chakra in accordance with the principle of justice, so that chakra can become a force to relieve the pain of the world, rather than the force that unscrupulously bullies the weak. So when I got the power of the 6 paths immortals to go to ninja sect, there was actually another important purpose, which was to ask the news about the resurrection of the goddess of Mao from Azura. But when I was fighting Azura, I was convinced by that guy and gave up asking about the resurrection of the goddess of Mao. What happened later? You should know everything, too. Heiju was a little at a loss. Because it didn't expect that Shiera Emiya wanted to do so much. To be honest, Emiya Shiera is already excellent enough. Heiju's heart was even touched. Heiju never expected that Shiera Emiya made so much effort to resurrect Kagaya, and even really wanted Kagaya to rule the world. He also wanted to find out the news of resurrecting Kagaya from Azura's mouth. Emiya Shiera. This guy is really too strong. If Shiera Emiya knew the correct steps to resurrect Kaguya, they might be able to resurrect Kaguya in ancient times. Actually, Heiju was a little excited. Heiju, listen to me. Emiya Shiera interrupted Heiju for the third time and continued to fabricate the idea of resurrection after this era. Now, I'm resurrected in this era. I also know that this world has experienced the painful Millennium Warring States period. I understand that I was so hot at the beginning that I believed that Azura made a promise to me, let go of the people of Ninja Sect, and gave up the hope that the most likely change the world. But what's the use of this if I think about it again? Emiya Shiera's voice was completely depressed, as if he no longer had any expectations for the future. The six-path immortals have long died, Azura and Indra have also been dead for thousands of years. Only their family in this world knows how to resurrect the goddess of Mao. This era has no history even. The ninjas of this era regard the six paths of immortals who were given to Chakra as gods of creation, and regard the stories of ancient times as legends. Black Jew. Our road is broken. We have no way to take back the Chakra from these ninjas in this era, and we cannot find any news about the resurrection of the goddess of Uma. I can't kill all ninjas in this era. In addition to continuing to believe in Azura's promise, I don't know what else I can do. After saying this, Shiera Emiya smiled bitterly. Heiju, I am just a lucky person who was favored by the sacred tree. I am not a person who can change the world in omnipotence. Feel sorry. Let your expectations be dashed. The ultimate trick to cheat you and save your life. Please give me some monthly tickets and continue to read them. Pi, a big guy's new book Dream for 10,000 Years, also known as Infinite Dreaming, starts with the full moon scimitar. Chapter 14. Heiju, I just cheat you casually. How do you explain your old truth? Actually, Black should never have emotions. Because Black Jew is the will created by Otsutsuki Kaguya to resurrect himself, it was born to allow Otsutsuki Kaguya to come back to this world. However, at this moment, Heiju's mood is a bit complicated. Heiju was a little sad and a little happy. If the word great sorrow and joy is used to illustrate Heiju's emotional changes at this time, it would even seem a bit too light. Although Heiju knew that he had been deceiving Emiya Shiera, he was still touched by Emiya Shiera, and even if Emiya Shiera failed, he was still apologizing to his companion. Maybe. Is this the feeling of being regarded as a companion? Although Heiju has always regarded Emiya Shiera as his pawn and has been deceived by the other party, he knows that Emiya Shiera must have truly regarded himself as his companion. This road to resurrecting Otsutsuki Kaguya is too lonely and long, so that Heiju can't find a fellow traveler, and his deception is only exchanged for the sincere Shiera Emiya. Emiya Shiera, an ancient man who once believed in the sacred tree and the goddess Kaguya of Uki in ancient times, seemed so precious in this era when he forgot the sacred tree and Kaguya. Very precious. Like a spark. In this long and cold night of thousands of years, this is the only fire that has made Heiju feel warm, and the momentary sway of the flame will also touch its heart. What a great genius! But at this moment, I became so decadent because I lost the hope of resurrection Kagaya. This decadence. It really shouldn't have appeared on him. In ancient times, Shiera Umiya seemed to be as powerful as omnipotent. With the body of a mortal, he could be comparable to the gods. This genius had almost changed the world and destroyed everything left by the 6 paths of immortals with his own strength. Result. This genius who should have been proud of. But at this time, he was in a state of dismay. Even if he is in a state of dismay, he still has to apologize to his companion Heiju. Because he thought he could not resurrect Kagaya, he thought he could not change the world, and he thought he had failed Heiju's expectations. If his mother Kagaya knew about Emiya Shiera's experience, the sentimental mother might have shed tears for this innocent and pure person. Certainly. Heiju was also very happy. Because the most desperate thing that makes Emiya Shiera happens to be a trivial matter for it, it can easily solve these problems encountered by Emiya Shiera. Don't despair about these small problems. A strange smile appeared on Heiju's face, and he comforted Emiya Shiera in a hoarse voice, telling him that he could solve these problems. Actually, the answer you want to find. I've always been by your side. When I finished saying this, Heiju's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No. What nonsense are I talking about? What are you doing here? I should be here to let the resurrected Shiera Emiya keep the secret in this era. Why did I leak more secrets to Shiera Emiya? Although Emiya Shiera is indeed trustworthy, his identity should always be the best. The important secret is revealed when you are excited. Shiera Umiya did not give Heiju a chance to react at all. Hearing this, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Heiju with shock on his face, looking at his companion who had been more than 1,000 years ago in disbelief. Heiju, are you? Heiju didn't have time to think too much. It can't even think of who it should pretend to be. Heiju cursed his leak in his heart, while comforting that the Ushimashi could be trusted, and revealed his true identity in this entanglement. Good. I am the will of Kagaya, the goddess of Omatsu. After Heiju revealed his true identity, his mood completely became as sad as the Emiya Shiera just now. It can only choose to trust Shiera Emiya. Just as Shiera Umiya was desperate and could only trust Azura. Even if I regret it, it's too late. Heiju could only comfort himself in his heart. He had already leaked too many secrets to Shiera Emiya, and even exposed his thoughts of resurrecting Kagaya. My true identity. Maybe the Gumiyoshi could guess it one day. Perhaps Shimiya Emiya was limited by human thinking and could not guess it. However, the idea of revealing his desire to resurrect Kagaya in Emiya Shiera is not much different from his true identity. It doesn't matter if you say it. The Emiya can be trusted. Shiera Emiya must be trustworthy. While regretting his impulse, Heiju continued to comfort himself. Shiera Emiya was too sincere, and there was really no need to hide his identity anymore. No, this. Emiya Shiera looked at Heiju, who revealed his identity in disbelief, as if he had seen something that could never happen in this world. No. What are you doing? I just want to cheat your trust. Why did you explain your true feelings? Heiju has lived in this world for more than 1,000 years and has lived to be a dog. Why does it still seem like he has not made much progress like he was more than 1,000 years ago? Is this too easy to cheat? Shiera Emiya remembered that when he was in ancient times, he shouted that he wanted to destroy the ninja sect, but Heiju later clamored to destroy the ninja sect, which made the ninja sect really destroyed it once in the end. I just wanted to use Heiju's intention to retaliate against the Six Paths Immortals, and shouted slogans to gain Heiju's trust. As a result, Heiju was really led to believe. He lied that he believed in the sacred tree and used the matter of the goddess of Uma to lure Heiju. As a result, Heiju also expressed his idea of resurrecting Kaguya, and said that chakras should have belonged to Kaguya. Now, I made up a few words of my heart. Heiju revealed its true identity again. This has been more than 1,000 years. Why is this guy Heiju still so easy to be deceived? While Emiya Shiera was a little slandering Heiju, she was a little doubtful whether she had cheated out too many secrets from Heiju, so she now cheated out Heiju's last legacy. Heiju is too sincere. I was a little embarrassed. Emiya Shiera even couldn't imagine what Heiju would look like in the future when he knew his true face. In the future. Maybe you may be in a bad mood. Now. Heiju is still taking the initiative to apologize. I'm so sorry. Kuro was absolutely ignorant of the thoughts in Emiya Shiera's mind, and even explained to him the fact that he had concealed his identity. I have always concealed my true identity. Yes. Heiju must also explain clearly. Heiju even needs to make up a story. After all, it is impossible to tell the complete truth that Otsutsuki Kaguya and the Six Path Sages turn against each other. It can only find ways to make up some stories that are beneficial to Otsutsuki Kaguya, because Emiya is a very kind and good person. No, wait. Shiera Umiya was a little unable to bear Heiju's apology. Emiya Shiera was worried that he would accept Heiju's apology at this time, and it seemed that he was a little too much, which might lead to some excessive and strange changes in Heiju's mentality in the future. However, Emiya Shiera realized another problem. In ancient times, I was always sincere in others, and I would definitely not be able to forgive Heiju who hid his true identity from me immediately, even if Heiju's identity is the will of the goddess of Mao whom he believes in. Forgive Heiju directly. Directly accept Heiju's identity. This seems to easily arouse Heiju's suspicion. It seems that I should be confused and struggling for a while. At least he showed off his slightest as if he could not bear the impact of Heiju's true identity, waiting for Heiju to work hard to ask himself to forgive it. Only this. Only when Heiju trusts himself more. Because people will believe what they have tried hard to get, and will not choose to believe what others have sent it directly. It is really difficult to communicate with people. Sometimes it is not easy to handle interpersonal relationships well. Wait first. Emiya Shiera waved her hand at Heiju weakly, as if her heart was hit by a huge impact. Heiju. A wounded, depressed look appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, as if she could not accept the past the companions deceive themselves and conceal such a shocking identity from themselves. I'm a little unexpected. Anyway, let me think alone. Acting. A little act. In ancient times, Kuroja was almost exposed in front of Uehara. He revealed his thoughts on resurrecting Kagaya. Please give me a monthly ticket. Looking for reading. Please bookmark it. Chapter 15 The story about Kagaya, black out of print. At this time, how could I let Shiera Emiya think quietly? How could he not know what to do if he has been working for thousands of years? When a person is exposed to unacceptable information impact, it is very easy for a person to think about random things, or even think of a conspiracy to destroy the world. At that time, no matter what proof information this person receives in the future, this conspiracy to destroy the world may be lingering in his mind. Heiju is very clear about it. I really have a conspiracy to destroy the world. Especially since Emiya was born in ancient times, he knew a lot of things himself. If he let him think about it, he might guess the truth about Otsutsuki Kagaya's disappearance. It must take this opportunity to instill his thoughts into Shiera Emiya, let Shiera Emiya accept his identity calmly, completely accept the so-called truth he told him, and let Shiera Emiya be completely brainwashed by the truth he instilled in. Listen to me. Heiju felt that what he said was a little familiar. It's indeed a bit familiar. Because Shiera Emiya seems to have just said this. Heiju felt that this was really a cycle of fate, and he had to follow Shiera Emiya and tell a story that he had made up and processed a little. In our era, you must have heard stories about the sacred tree. In ancient times, the sacred tree appeared in this world and became a belief in humans. Kagaya, who came with the sacred tree, also became the goddess of Omatsu of human belief. But what you don't know is, humans of that era were also fighting endlessly. Kuroja tried his best to activate his brain and tried to make his mother more positive images. The suffering humans in that era prayed to Kagaya for quelling the war. Kagaya heard their prayers and used the power of the divine tree to calm the war in that era. However, this is not the end. Even if Kagaya has the power of a god. Even if Kagaya's power is as powerful as your wisdom in human body research, she finally encountered a powerless dilemma. Heiju did not waste his time. He also learned some skills to communicate with humans, such as pulling Emiya Shiera while making up stories, so that it could arouse Emiya Shiera's empathy. Can you? Emiya Shiera frowned and thought. Good. There are too many humans in the world. Kuroja didn't wait for Shiera Emiya to give the answer, and quickly made up the story again. Kagaya hopes to disperse her power, that is, the chakra in her body, to find some people with noble character like you, and let them help relieve the pain together. Emiya Shiera shook her head and refused to accept Heiju's flattery. I don't have such noble character. I am a lucky person who has been lucky enough to get the power of the wreckage of the sacred tree. I just don't want to let this power down, so I just want to save the pained world like Goddess of Uma. Don't be humble. Heiju refused to let Shi Yuan refuse and continued to praise. I have been in this world for thousands of years and have never seen a shadow of you again. In this world, there are too few people like you. Heiju sighed and continued to tell the story along the topic. However, Kagaya knew that the influence of chakra was too strong. She believed that chakra's power could not be given to the world casually, so as to avoid being used by the world to do evil. Absolutely. Humans with noble character are always rare. So Kagaya's plan has not been very smooth. But this is not a big deal for Kagaya. Because Kagaya has a long lifespan, she can live endless years in this world, and she has enough time to find someone who can entrust chakra. We should be cautious indeed. Emiya nodded, looking very much in favor of Kagaya in the story of Heiju. If chakra is distributed at will. Yes. Heiju sighed faintly and continued to make up the story seriously, but Kagaya's two sons don't think so. Two sons. Emiya Shiera seemed to have heard a brand new version. Good. Heiju's voice became gloomy. In addition to the sixpathy immortal at Satsuki-hei we know, Kagaya also has a son at Satsuki-ha village. Because Kagaya's two sons have chakra in their bodies since their birth, they do not think chakra is a precious power. They think that their mother should take the initiative to distribute chakra to the world. People, then guide the world to decide their destiny. Heiju is very obscure. Heiju did not say too many bad things about the six-path immortals. Because the six-path immortals and Emiya Shiera were in the same era. However, Heiju knew that the words he said were enough to arouse Shiera Emiya's dissatisfaction with the six-path immortals. This. Emiya Shiera's brows frowned again, as if she was a little dissatisfied with the actions proposed by Kagaya's two sons. It's a bit naive to rashly distribute the power that is enough to hurt the world. Yes. Heiju nodded in agreement and said quietly, now we have also seen the result of chakra being distributed to the world. This naive idea. Of course I encountered Kagaya's rejection. Kagaya is stronger than anyone in the world, and lives longer than anyone in the world. Her outstanding knowledge and broad vision are enough to make her foresee the results we see today earlier than her two sons. The Goddess of Mao? Excellent knowledge and broad vision? Is this guy Heiju serious? Wei Miyashi was a little suspicious that Heiju had too many private goods. However, Shiera Emiya would definitely not destroy the situation at this time, and even showed that she was very eager for Kagaya, the goddess of Uma. No wonder people in our era never wanted to forget the sacred tree and the goddess of Uma who served the sacred tree. Heiju felt a little embarrassed to speak, so he could only tell the story. It is a pity that the innocent son cannot understand his mother's greatness. Kagaya, who has always been believed in by the world, rarely communicates with others, and does not understand how to make his two sons obedient. Especially her excessive pampering for her two sons has made her less majesty of her mother. The innocent son thought they knew better than their mothers how to save the world in pain, and used the power given to them by their mothers to start a war against their mothers. That catastrophe that almost destroyed the world. Emiya Shiera's face suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. In ancient times, people experienced a great disaster. Until Emiya Shiera traveled to this world, they still heard people's fear of the great disaster that destroyed the world. Good. It was a war that almost destroyed the world. Heiju nodded and threw the black pot on the head of the Atsutsuki Heiai brothers. The two grown brothers have used the power in their bodies for the first time. They never realized how terrifying the power of chakra was when they really exploded. They could kill countless humans with just one blow. That was a real disaster. This is also the reason why Kagaya doesn't want the power of chakra to spread. When humans get chakra, they will definitely use the power of chakra to compete for interests, which will only cause more pain to the world. Kagaya didn't want to use her power to defeat her son, but she saw that the world was almost destroyed by battle, and saw that those who believed in her died in the aftermath of the battle. This is a painful thing for Kagaya. Those who were destroyed, those innocent people who died in the aftermath of the battle, and those who opposed her were her two favorite sons. The goddess of Mao is soft-hearted after all. As a mother, she finally chose to give in to the war. Heiju's voice paused. He looked at Shiera Emiya, who was obsessed with the story, nodded with satisfaction before continuing to tell the ending of the story. Finally, the war is over. Kaya, who was originally stronger, was sealed by his son. When Heiju said this, he helped the 6 Dao immortal brothers find an excuse and took the opportunity to take the blame. Because their brothers have limited lifespan, they are worried that their mother will reclaim the chakra emitted after their death. From now, the goddess of Mao disappeared. I'm asking for monthly tickets on Monday. In the animation version, Heiju often calls Kagaya's name. When Kuroja tells stories to Naruto and Sasuke, he often calls Kagaya's name directly. Basically, Kuroja and Kagaya communicate with each other. He calls Kagaya the mother. Chapter 16. You dare to call Wei Yuan? I have to say, Heiju is a bit good at telling stories. In the story told by Heiju, Kaguya transforms into a goddess of Omatsu who pities the world and becomes a victim of harm to those close friends. Even though her fate is so tragic, the great Kaguya still chooses the overall situation for the sake of the lives of the world. This story really tells the image of the goddess Ume whom humans want to believe in, especially those like Shiera Emiya who have always believed in the sacred tree and Kaguya. Yumiya was a little confused. Is this the ninja world? Is this a serious ninja world? If the storyteller is not Heiju, Shiera Emiya would almost want to believe this tragic story, because logically speaking, there are only a little flaw left. Because this flaw is Heiju. In ancient times, Heiju always wanted to take revenge on the Six Paths Immortals. Kurojo is Kaguya's will in this world, a mother who is kind and loving her son very much, and even takes the initiative to give in to the conflict that destroys the world. The will that remains has always wanted to take revenge your own son? Obviously. Hei never knows human emotions very well. As a kind-hearted person, Shiera Emiya must take the initiative to help Heiju make up for this flaw, and by the way, he relieved his guilt towards Heiju a lot. It's really a god that makes people respect. I can't even imagine. Emiya Shiera sighed for a long time, showing some sympathy intentionally or unintentionally. Such a great god is clearly on the right path, but she is betrayed and sealed by her beloved child. How much pain is suppressed in her heart? Heiju's face suddenly froze. It didn't expect. My story works so well. Emiya Shiera's respect for Kaguya is getting higher and higher. This guy. I even thought of the pain when Kaguya was sealed. Although Kaguya was not only in pain when she was sealed by the Six-Path Immortal Brothers, she actually had anger at her two sons betrayed her. However, Shiera Emiya's words immediately made a new idea appear in Heiju's mind, and it immediately found the source for its appearance. Yes. This pain is unbearable. Even the goddess of Mao cannot bear it. This pain is also the origin of my birth in this world. Heiju's voice slowly became gloomy and he took the initiative to take the blame. That great mother was unwilling to hate her son before she was sealed. Kaguya stripped her pain from her body, and since then I was born in this world. So I've been hiding it. Heiju made up his own affairs as if he was a little inferior. Because I was the painful will I dare not tell my true identity. Emiya Shiera looked at Heiju in a daze. Heiju. Shiera Umiya seemed to have felt compassion. This man seemed to have completely accepted Heiju's identity at this moment, forgave Heiju's deceptions on him, and even felt a little sympathetic to Heiju's life. You are the will of the goddess Mao. This should be something to be proud of. Emiya Shiera comforted Heiju and was even a little sad. The gods are always saving the suffering of the world, and someone should always save the suffering of the gods. Emiya Shiera gently soothes Heiju's heart, as the painful will left by the goddess of Uma. you are also speaking out for her experience. Master Wei Yuan. Heiju was a little moved. Starting from today, Emiya Shiera is the chess piece he really controls perfectly. No. You can't have this idea at this time. It should be said. Emiya Shiera is his companion who truly resurrected Kagaya together. Although Kuroja felt that one day after Emiya Shiera resurrected Kagaya, he would really see Kagaya's true face, and he might become furious directly. But in order to prevent Emiya Shiera from being too angry, Kuro never intends to let Shiera Emiya see Kagaya's resurrection. Because Emiya Shiera was the sacrificial container for the resurrection of Kagaya, after all, only Emiya Shiera was the chess piece that Heihachi trusted the most. As for what Uchiha Madara, Heiju has completely forgotten this useless chess piece. Heiju's heart was imagining that his future plan was successful. One day when he pierced Shiera's heart, he should use Yanjiang Cherishi? Or should it be? What about showing a sad expression? No. It's both. While you can express your unyielding grief, you can express your deceptions you have worked hard to plan over the years. This state. It seems a little schizophrenia. Although Kuroja felt a little sorry for Shiera Emiya's trust, he also believed that he was Kagaya's will, and all his purpose was to resurrect Kagaya. At that time. At worst, I can say a few more words. Praise Emiya Shiera. Tell me how much I like him. How happy I was when I really used this piece. Before dying. In any case, we must let Shiera Emiya know the truth. This is worthy of their friendship over the years. Heiju secretly made up his plan for the future in his heart. He even felt a little guilty when he thought about it. His attitude towards Shiera Emiya subconsciously became enthusiastic. Vihara. Hearing the name of Heiju, Shiera Emiya's mood was a little subtle. This guy Heiju. I thought I was Kagaya's will. I thought my status had improved. Isn't even willing to shout a voice from Lord Wei Yuan? The name Wei Yuan. Only real friends can shout it. They are the kind of friends who can truly entrust each other to their funerals. The name Wei Yuan was called by the slug when he was convenient for communication. The little fool of slug insisted on adding a respectful title to the adults later. This guy Heiju. It's okay to just call Lord Wei Yuan. Now I even refused to add a respectful title later. Do you really think that it is Kagaya's will to look down on yourself proudly? Although I am a broad-minded person and do not intend to care about these trivial matters with Heiju, Heiju's behavior is really a bit arrogant. Once you gain power. Not even in power. Heiju has already put on the air of the will of the gods. Although I am a generous person and don't care about a small title, Heiju's attitude is really too much. Did this guy forget the serious business? Now it still needs to ask for help. Vihara. Heiju likes this close name very much. Heiju believed that he and Shiera Emiya were closer. He believed that Shiera Emiya had completely accepted his identity and even forgave him for hiding his identity. The time is here. It's time to talk about the serious business. It's not easy to resurrect Kaguya. At the beginning, my mother was sealed thousands of years ago. It was easy to resurrect her at that time, but my mother's chakra had gradually dissipated over the past 1,000 years. Heiju paused when he said this and made up another sentence. Now my mother only leaves her thoughts and is still protecting the world she once loved deeply. It's so great. Amiya Shiera couldn't help but sigh, and then she seemed to suddenly realize something, frowned, and seemed a little uneasy. If Kaguya only had the remaining thoughts, this is a realm of gods that I had never been exposed to before. I might take a long time to try to find out if I could find it out, but I was a little worried that I might not be able to do it. Heiju smiled. Heiju didn't care about Emiya Shiera's powerlessness. Heiju was very satisfied with Shiera Emiya's attitude, and he even felt a little happy, because Shiera Emiya's words made the familiar feeling back. It is worthy of being Shiera Emiya. It is worthy of being my favorite chess piece. When encountering a problem, Shiera Emiya subconsciously looks for solutions to the problem. But what? This time, Shiera Emiya must not be able to do it. Because Kaguya's way of resurrection must be unimaginable to Emiya Shiera. I think, When Yumiya originally planned to continue chatting and see what tricks this guy Heiju could come up with to deceive him, he felt someone approaching him quickly. Heiju's perception ability is also very powerful. He also noticed that someone was approaching quickly, and was interrupted when he was having a happy chat with Shiera Emiya. Someone is here. Etc. Heiju sensed the visitor in surprise, as if he couldn't believe the other party's identity. How could he come here? I'm here to ask everyone to continue reading and monthly tickets. On Monday, I would like to follow the monthly tickets and make the new book list. I have to ask for it tomorrow Tuesday, because it is important to test the waters and follow the data. I will try my best to write a good point. Please everyone else. Chapter 17 Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. This is a visitor that Heiju could not imagine. Compared with Shiera Emiya, Uchiha Madara was the chess piece that Kuriko planned to give up. He did not expect that this chess piece would find it here at this time. This seems to. It's a bit unreasonable. Because Uchiha Madara could not know herself or Shiera Emiya, why did he come here at this time? In theory, Uchiha Madara shouldn't have come here. Actually, to say, Uchiha Madara has reasons that he must find. Because when Uchiha Madara secretly went to Konoha Hospital to visit Hashimura Senju, he secretly heard a conversation in Konoha Hospital. The couple's relationship was very harmonious. This couple. Some of the meaning of respecting each other. After all, it is impossible for Senju Hashirama to hide the waking of his wife. Senju Tobirama also respected his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito. As soon as Senju Hashirama woke up, he immediately ordered someone to notify Uzumaki Mito, who was guarding the Kuoba Goyama, so that Uzumaki Mito no longer had to worry about his elder brother's condition. Uzumaki Mito knew her husband's condition, and according to her speculation, she should wake up later. She was afraid that Chihu Hashirama, who woke up early, would have an accident, so she hurried to Konoha Hospital to find out her husband's condition and then go back to guard Joei. At this time, no problem either. Uzumaki Mito has always respected and understood her husband, Hashirama Senju. She knew that her husband, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, had the friendship of her brothers. When Uzumaki Mito came to Konoha Hospital, he noticed that Chihu Hashirama was suffering from his own pain in killing Uchiha Madara, hoping to persuade her husband to relax. Actually, before Uchiha Madara wants to destroy Konoha, Uzumaki Mito has always had a bad impression of Uchiha Madara. As the wife of Hashirama Senju, Uzumaki Mito never hated her husband's friend Uchiha Madara, and he always respected his husband's friend. He has always known the deep friendship between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. It's natural. The couple talked about Uchiha Madara. Chihu Hashirama has a straightforward temperament and does not hide her own thoughts. This man faces. He talked about his decision to be born in the battle between life and death with Uchiha Madara, and told his wife about his determination to kill Uchiha Madara in order to protect Konoha. That moment, I know I have to kill Madara. I must sacrifice everything to protect Konoha. Even if you are your friends, even your brothers, even your children, this is a determination to protect the village. Compared with the will of protecting Konoha, the friendship between Madara and I is no longer important, and he will never understand my determination to protect the village. Uchiha Madara's face was cold when she eavesdropped outside the room. Uzumaki Mito, who was listening in the room, frowned. Because she has been in charge of guarding the 9 tails brought back by Chihu Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito's chakra is consumed so much that she is a little tired. In addition to this, my husband has been seriously injured and unconscious. All of these made Uzumaki Mito feel a little unhappy. However, even so, Mito, who has always been tough in his character, still struggled to think about whether his husband's ideas were appropriate. Do you sacrifice everything to protect the village? Uzumaki Mito's face was a little uneasy. She knew that her husband had regretted his friendship with Uchiha Madara countless times during the time when Uchiha Madara left Konoha. That's exactly that. Uzumaki Mito was a little worried about his condition. In order to protect the village, can everything be abandoned? Whether it is the friends of Shimura Senju, Shimura Senju's brothers, Shimura Senju's children, these people are the ones that Shimura Senju was desperately trying to protect. In order to protect Uchiha Madara, Chiho Hashirama and her younger brother Chiho Tomomi had countless disputes. Because of the friendship they formed as a child, they never wanted to kill Uchiha Madara in the Warring States period. To protect Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama almost committed suicide in front of Uchiha Madara. Now, in order to protect Konoha, in order to protect this village, my husband chose to sacrifice the people he had tried his best to protect. However, wasn't the purpose of everyone building the village of Konoha together to better protect these people from suffering from the war? Senju Hashirama's thoughts. It made Uzumaki Mito feel something was wrong. However, the recent chakra of Uzumaki Mito was too much consumed, and she was tired and could not tell the right or wrong in her words for a while. Halamara. Uzumaki Mito frowned and thought about it. She thought of a terrible question: if you do whatever you want to protect the village, then how can you deal with this price when one day is so painful that we can't accept it? Senju Hashirama just hesitated for a moment. However, Chiho Hashirama remembered that he killed his best friend Uchiha Madara with his own hands in order to protect Konoha. This was a more painful choice than sacrificing his own life. Is it a painful price? Senju Hashimaro lowered her head and gave the answer in pain and resoluteness: if it is to protect Konoha, there is no price that cannot be accepted, right? Uzumaki Mito suddenly realized the horror. This idea. It seems a bit too scary. If one day the will of Shimura Senju will be passed on, what will happen to Konoha in the future that Shimura Senju will not be able to see? The cost of human imagination. The first idea is your own life. Some people sacrificed their lives for the so-called protection of Konoha. This kind of person will definitely become a hero that Konoha respects. Then what? The cost will continue to increase. Because there is really a more painful price in the world than sacrificing one's own life. Companions who depend on life and death. Someone killed his friends for the so-called guardian of Konoha. This kind of person seems to be sure to protect the village, but after he kills his friend, can he wash away the blood of his friends that has been stained on his hands? Well, this won't happen. Under normal circumstances, this will not happen. The reason why Chiho Hashirama killed his friend Uchiha Madara was entirely because Uchiha Madara controlled the Kuwabara to destroy Konoha and kill the people in the village. Uchiha Madara's cruel behavior was unforgivable to Uzumaki Mito. What's the price? For example, family members who spend time together day and night. Someone killed his family for the so-called guardian of Konoha. Well, this is impossible. Konoha's future cannot be so bad. Even in the Warring States period, the purpose of ninjas fighting was to protect their relatives in addition to interests, and no one could hurt their relatives. Uzumaki Mito's moral view is still very simple, and her imagination soon came to an abrupt end, thinking that she might have thought a little too much recently. It must be that I'm thinking too much. Uzumaki Mito sighed and stopped mentioning this topic. It must be too hard. Senjo Hashirama saw the tiredness on his wife's face and asked softly about Kyuuba. I'm worried about Kyuuba. He made trouble and brought it back to the village. Is it still obedient? Fine. Uzumaki Mito remembered the big fox who likes to make noise. Uzumaki Mito knew that Konoha could not seal the Nine Tails in the back mountain of the village forever, because Nine Tails' power was too strong, and they would sooner or later solve this troublesome problem. If you insist on sealing the Nine Tails, it is not safe to seal it all the time on the back mountain of Konoha. It is possible that it will break free from the seal every day. Uzumaki Mito supports his husband and is willing to sacrifice himself for his husband's ideal. The only safe way is to seal the Nine Tails in my body as soon as possible, and use the unique chakra of our Uzumaki clan to completely seal it. That's the case. The Nine Tails may become more irritable, right? If there is any mistake in the seal, Joey will cause trouble in the village. After saying this, Chihu Hashirama said with some guilt, in this case, you who have the Nine Tails in your body may be regarded as an unsafe factor by the people in the village. Uzumaki Mito's voice lowered a little. Try not to show up in the village. Feel sorry. It's okay. The couple in the ward seemed to be still harmonious and beautiful. Uchiha Madara outside the ward was single for a long time, and he felt that the conversation between Chihu Hashimara and Uzumaki Mito was a bit boring and had already planned to leave here secretly. However, one sentence attracted Uchiha Madara's attention. Speaking of it, it's really strange that the doctor I found in Tamura. The other party's identity is so mysterious that I even want to hide it, but the other party's medical skills are really clever, which makes me not have to worry too much. Uchiha Madara quietly left. This is really a coincidence. Now Uchiha Madara believes that he also needs a doctor to help him perform a flesh and blood transplant surgery on Hashirama Senju. Just so. This is also a two birds with one stone. If this mysterious doctor who knew about Hashira Senju's condition disappeared, it would definitely cause panic in Konoha, because Hashira Senju's condition is Konoha's top secret. This kind of top secret. It will inevitably involve Tomomi Senju's energy. As long as you can't find this mysterious doctor in one day, this doctor will be the sharp blade hanging in the air, because he may leak in the ninja world that Shinju Hashirama's lifespan is only 10 years. It is impossible for Chihao Tobira to be in a state of mind to study the corpse he left in that secret room. He must mobilize Konoha Ninja to search for the whereabouts of the doctor, and then concentrate on dealing with Konoha's internal problems within 10 years. As for the doctor's arrest, the old friend of Chihu Hashirama has only 10 years left. Uchiha Madara stood outside Amiyashiera's house, looking at the candle shadow swaying by the window, and a mocking sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Snort. Halamara. Compared with the goals I want, our friendship is not that important. Halamara. I have made up my mind. I killed you to achieve my goal. Jiraiya is 50 years old, and Tsunade is 50 to 51 years old. According to the original plot of Konoha 60 years, Tsunade was born by Hashirama Senju's daughter or son about 10 years after Konoha was established. Uzumaki Mito must have married Hashirama Senju in the Warring States period, so Tsunade's granddaughter. Chapter 18 Susanoo, the Boiling Konoha. Uchiha Madara. This is an uninvited guest. Emiya Shiera knew some information about Uchiha Madara. However, Shiera Emiya could not show it in front of Heiju. He even looked at Heiju in surprise, hoping that Heiju could help provide information about the uninvited guests. Heiju. Do you know him? Heiju didn't know how to answer. After all, Uchiha Madara was a new piece it found to resurrect Kaguya, and even prepared a complete plan for Uchiha Madara to fall into its trap. However, after it met Shiera Emiya, it planned to throw away Uchiha Madara, the piece immediately. Certainly. This kind of thing is definitely not something that can be said. No. Heiju nodded. However, Kuroja didn't have time to communicate so much with Emiya Shiera before Uchihama came, so he could only ask a key question. Vihara. You got the power of the 6 paths. Heiju looked at Shiera Emiya. Looking at Shiera Emiya's ordinary eyes, is the reincarnation eyes you transplanted back then still in this world? The eye of reincarnation. It has always been the most critical issue. The reincarnation eye is the starting point for Heiju to resurrect Kaguya. Those reincarnation eyes. I remember letting the slugs destroy. Shiera Emiya rubbed his eyebrows, as if he had encountered a problem that made him extremely troubled. Because I wanted to make my body into a medical specimen for future generations, I was worried that those rinpoches would be obtained by future generations and would use the power inside to endanger the ninja realm. After returning to the wet bone forest, I took those rinpoches and retransplanted my eyes. Heiju was suddenly silent. Actually, it also guessed this. The eyes of the 6 path immortals will be destroyed. Heiju is also worried that the 6 path immortals' eyes will cause trouble. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Heiju waved his hand quickly and took the initiative to comfort Shiera Emiya. Although the birth of the reincarnation eye is very troublesome, it is not impossible to solve. And the person who comes is a suitable person. A person who can truly awaken from the samsara eye. Heiju could sense that Uchiha Madara was getting closer and closer, and his figure quietly lurked. He had only time to remind him, Ihara, don't reveal our secrets, don't hurt him, first find out his purpose. Emiya Shiera's eyes twitched. This is a challenge. Because he is a good person who is not good at deceiving and concealing in front of Heiju, he cannot lie to Uchiha Madara without any scruples. Can't communicate. Because this will reduce Heiju's trust. Even if it makes Uchiha Madara, an uninvited guest, fall into crisis, you cannot deceive Uchiha Madara without any scruples. If you are too unfamiliar with lying, Uchiha Madara will feel something wrong, and if you are too proficient in lying, Heiju will think something wrong. End. This guy Uchiha Madara is obviously not a good guy. Due to the limitations of the reincarnation body of the filthy land, Shiera Emiya himself cannot use the power of the eternal maniatoscope Sharingan and the reincarnation Ange. It is quite difficult to fight if he encounters Uchiha Madara coming to cause trouble. At this time, Uchiha Madara is likely to be in trouble when he comes here. Maybe it's fine. Uchiha Madara just wants to kill herself. Unless Uchiha Madara observes nothing and uses Sharingan's illusion to him with arrogant arrogance. Squeak. The window was quietly pushed open. Emiya Shiera subconsciously looked back. A scarlet eye appeared in front of him. This scarlet eye was like a full moon, reflecting into Shiera Emiya's pupils, and 3 painted black magma embellished it, which looked particularly strange. Snort. Absorbed in the Sharingan illusion. There was a cold mockery on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. This arrogant man stood by the window with his fingers and directly used his Sharingan illusion to control Gumiya Shiera. This is the easiest way to fight. This is the most effective way to fight. This is the safest way to fight. Uchiha Madara didn't want to cause any movement. He wanted to kidnap Emiya Shiera silently. Because he has the strength to do this. Uchiha Madara has the highest level of eternal maniatoscope Sharingan. Even if his eyes blinded one eye in order to use Izanaki, the illusion performed by relying on the other eye was enough to easily control the tailed beast. Except Hashirama. Uchiha Madara looked contemptuous and was very confident in his illusion. No one in this world can escape this level of illusion. Emiya Shiera instantly fell into the Sharingan illusion. However, the confrontation of illusions often lies in spiritual energy. When Uchiha Madara's spiritual will appeared in the spirit of Shiera Emiya and wanted to implant a mark of illusion control in the other party's mind, he vaguely realized something that seemed to be something wrong. Because Uchiha Madara saw a calf. Under normal circumstances, when the Uchiha clan uses illusions, it often turns into a terrifying figure or eye like an incomparable god in the other party's spiritual will. That kind of spiritual energy, as majestic as a god, is innate to the Uchiha clan, so that it can completely crush the other party's spiritual will, making people's brains only have the power of fear and be directly controlled by their Sharingan. But as the strongest person in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara sensed that the illusion he had used was in trouble. Uchiha Madara in the spiritual realm raised his head, and he looked up along the calf and saw a majestic figure several times higher than him. The other party's mental energy was stronger. This person's body. What a powerful soul! The Scarlet Sherinon was filled with shock. Good evening. In the spiritual realm, accompanied by the thunderous sound of Shiera Emiya, his palm stretched out from the void and pressed lightly on Uchihama's spiritual energy shoulder, shattering his will in an instant. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara covered his eyes in pain. What a joke! In this world, except for Hashirama Senju, how could anyone else be able to resist his illusion, and even easily crack his illusion? The collapse of the spiritual realm. The backlash that makes the illusion fail is stronger than ever. Before Uchiha Madara could react, Emiya Shiera's figure had already bullied her, and a paint-black curse mark appeared at his fingertips and pointed at his arm. Do you have a curse seal? Uchiha Madara hurriedly dodged. It's too late. There is not much chakra in my body. Emiya Shiera's finger pointed at Uchiha Madara's arm. The painted black curse seal quickly emerged on Uchiha Madara's arm. Just a mantra. Uchiha Madara forced himself to suppress the mental pain that made him feel like he was having a split headache. He wanted to raise his fingers to untie the curse seal, but in a moment he realized that the curse seal's energy was extraordinary. This is natural energy. Uchiha Madara is not ignorant of natural energy, because Chihu Hashirama has shown off more than once the immortal mode he used natural energy to cultivate. This guy. Who is the sacred place? Where did Senju Tobirama find the doctor from? Uchiha Madara could not imagine that there was such a powerful person in the ninja world. He could only vaguely remember the Senju Tobirama once called the other party the Supreme Lord Emiya. It's sloppy. My actions were too hasty. I originally thought that the honorable title of Lord Emiya was to respect the status of this doctor, but I didn't expect that it might be the power of respecting the other party. Not good. My own plan. Uchiha Madara is very aware of his weakness. Due to the battle with Hashima Senju, he did use Izanagi to escape death, but the chakra in his body was almost exhausted, and his pupil power was far from recovering. At most, this pupil power released a third-stage Susanoo. This time, I am really careless. The most important thing is, my plan to quietly abduct the other party has failed. Anything happens again will definitely cause Konoha to be vigilant. No, I will be vigilant by Konoha, and there may even be big trouble. This is the worst. I originally wanted to hide my fake death. As a result, I was exposed because I underestimated the other party too much. Uchiha Madara didn't care about his pain and jumped up. He knew that he could not stay here anymore. Do you want to escape? Emiya Shiera raised his finger. With the control of Emiya Shiera, painted black curse seals appeared on Uchiha Madara's body, and the natural energy curse seals made him unable to use chakra at all. Even there is no action at all. Unless you use Susanoo. Once you use Susanoo, the fact that you pretend to die will definitely be exposed. However, if you continue to fight like this, you may lose, and it is only a matter of time before you fall here. Uchiha Madara is very aware of the terrifying recovery ability of Hashirama Senju. He knows that once the other party hears his news, he will definitely come over, and his recovery ability will definitely recover faster than himself. In addition to the despicable villain like Chihao Tobirama, and the power used by Konoha's other ninja tribes. This guy. Uchiha Madara's teeth were clenched tightly, and he clenched his fist with anger on his face. The little pupil power that he had recovered just now suddenly came out, and his emotions greatly affected the power of the Sharingan. Only Susanoo who relies on his pupil strength. Only by directly breaking the seal of the body by the curse seal. Boom! The tall blue Susanoo appeared with a loud bang. Even though this tall Susanoo was not wearing armor, he only had a complete human form, and there were even some on his head that were not filled. But this Susanoo is so familiar with it. Too many people have seen this blue Susanoo. The entire Konoha was boiling in an instant. That's is Susanoo from Uchiha Madara. 6,000 words updated today. Please give me a monthly ticket. Celebrating the success of Philatelic Collection, Pi is promoted to Changshen chapter. Then let them show their loyalty. Traveling to a catastrophic world filled with chaotic order and various strange objects, Chiu Tu found that he had actually slept with the love of a big man. Since it has been discovered, let it go. Strengthen strength, cultivate power, and explore beauty. Beautiful and powerful subordinates, step by step to the peak of this world. Disaster abilities and strange objects include orchid stones that can erase their impressions in others' minds, mirrors that can freely adjust their appearance and copy other people's appearance and voices, heads of strange beasts that can summon the storm after kissing, piggy bank that can store emotions, flip pots that can increase favorability, etc. Chapter 19 Seeing you, I remembered the first Sharingan technique to confront me. Konoha is a little noisy. Susanoo, who is dozens of meters tall, looks so eye-catching. So even Konoha ninjas can't even ignore its existence. In the Warring States period that most people in Konoha village have experienced, too many people have seen this familiar Susanoo on the battlefield. How is that possible? How could Uchiha Madara Susanoo appear? Uchiha Madara killed by the first generation of Naruto is still alive. Uchiha Madara is here again. The entire Konoha ninjas were shouting loudly, and most of them had a little horror on their faces. Although they don't know why Uchiha Madara is still alive, they also know how powerful Uchiha Madara's Susanoo has. The Warring States period. According to legend, once the Uchiha clan is an enemy side on the battlefield, someone will undoubtedly die when he sees Uchiha Madara Susanoo appear. Active battlefield, the blue terrifying martial god above. This is people's impression of Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Certainly. This kind of words must be a bit exaggerated. Many ninjas in Konoha village have seen Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, and even they survived, which does not mean that they dare to relax. Because they know their survivor bias. They knew that more people died under the power of Susanoo. At this moment, people recalled the fear of being slaughtered by Susanoo's power. Especially the Susanoo that appears in Konoha village is just the ordinary state when Uchiha Madara used Susanoo, and it is even far from the limit of that terrifying man. Even so, it is not a force that ordinary ninjas can fight against. Go and tell Lord Naruto. This is the first thought in the minds of most people in Konoha ninja. Go and report to Tobirama. This is the idea of the few rational NB ninjas who are Konoha ninjas. In fact, there is no need to notify this at all. Inside the Naruto, Senjo Tobirama knows Uchiha Madara's threat more than anyone else. When he was handling affairs on behalf of his elder brother in the Naruto studio, he heard the noise, and saw Uchiha Madara Susanoo by the window, and even saw Susanoo's state. It's indeed a spot. That bastard is not dead yet. Senjo Tobirama recognized him at a glance and gritted his teeth in the direction where Susanoo appeared. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Madara, who should have been killed by his elder brother, did not die, but Chihao Tobirama rushed over to deal with it immediately. He wanted to pass by immediately, but was restricted by the painted black curse seal on his arm. Not good. This power has not been completely controlled by him, and he cannot use chakra at will. He actually ignored his responsibility for protecting Konoha and made such a big mistake. Just give him another day. As long as he gives him another day of free time, he can understand the power contained in the curse. He was too careless to covet the secret power of the ancient times. You must find Shiera Emiya. Only then can you untie this curse seal. Only by using the chakra in your body can you use it at will. However, Senjo Tobirama remembered the place where he had placed Emiya Shiera, and cold sweat broke out on his face, because that was the area where Konoha had placed distinguished guests from other places. Same. It is also the area where Uchiha Madara appears. What did this guy Uchiha Madara appear there for? Senjo Tobirama hurriedly led the Anbi ninjas to fly over while observing the broken state of Susanoo in the third stage of Uchiha Madara. I have seen Susanoo in this form, but he can't even maintain this form. It seems this evil bastard escaped death. After all, he almost exhausted his power in that battle. Maid is here again. Senjo Hashirama didn't have time to think too much. There wasn't even time to say more to Uzumaki Mito. The couple also rushed towards the direction where Uchiha Madara appeared. Chihu Hashirama didn't care about his injuries, and Uzumaki Mito didn't care about his fatigue. The tall Susanoo. Uchiha Madara stood in his head with gritted teeth. His eyes swept over Konoha slightly and saw countless figures running towards him. These ants-like ninjas. At this moment, it is also a threat to his escape. Certainly. The most difficult one. There is no doubt that he is the mysterious person in front of him. Uchiha Madara saw Emi standing below through the damage of Susanoo's head, which made him extremely angry at his exposure today. Is Susanoo? I didn't expect that I could still see this amazing power in this era. Emi looked up at Uchiha Madara Susanoo, and asked sincerely and humbly, although I have never liked fighting, will Susanoo, who is only in the third stage, underestimate your opponent too much? Uchiha Madara's eyes tightened slightly. This guy. He actually knows Susanoo so well. Even the threat from Susanoo in the third stage is not caring. However, Uchiha Madara no longer thought so much. He burst into a hurry. The purpose of Susanoo was to understand the curse seal in his body. His real purpose was to escape with the help of Susanoo's power. You guy. Who is it? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, estimating the time when Chiho Hashirama arrived. He just wanted to know who the person in front of him who suffered a great loss. There is no doubt. The other party is an overly terrifying strong man. At least Uchiha Madara has never seen anyone who can easily crack his illusion like the man in front of him. He even relies on his powerful spiritual power to instantly crush him. Even if he uses illusion in his heyday, he cannot be the opponent of the other party. Especially. This guy's identity is so mysterious. Even Chiho Hashirama didn't know his identity. As a person who competed in the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara never thought that there were strong men outside him and Chiho Hashirama in this world. I always thought that Hashima was the only one who could compete with me. I really didn't expect that there were people like you in such a small ninja world. Uchiha Madara is only left a Sharingan stared at Emi, observing his situation vigilantly, and continued to question in a deep voice, a person as powerful as you should not be an unknown person. This sentence. I seem to sound familiar. Emi brow frowned and thought for a second, then suddenly raised her head and said, it reminds me of the first Sharingan ninja that lost to me. Uchiha Madara suddenly became curious. Has anyone in their clan ever fought with this person? Indra. Emi looked up at Uchiha Madara and introduced Indra's identity. If there is any record in your clan, Indra is the ancestor of your Sharingan clan. When I defeated him. Emi told the truth very frankly, and did not deceive Uchiha Madara at this point. He happened to say the same thing to you. This is the real truth. When Emi assassinated Indra for the first time, Indra said in disbelief that there were people like Emi in the ninja world, and it was just like at this moment that people as powerful as Emi should not be unknown. This kind of thing. Of course Uchiha Madara doesn't believe it. What a joke! Are you guys fooling me? Uchiha Madara's face was full of anger. He clenched his fist and wanted to control Susanoo and smashed him down at Shiera Amiri. This bastard! He actually dared to use such words to trick him. Although Uchiha Madara didn't know what his ancestor was, he knew that he could never believe such stupid words. I am Shiera Amiri. Amiya Shiera shook her head, as if she didn't care about Uchiha Madara's rage, and calmly raised her fingers and sighed, I never like to lie. Click. A huge stone arm suddenly appeared on the ground. Shitoyu's arm clenched his fist and forced himself to touch Susanoo's fist. What? Uchiha Madara suddenly felt a stormy shock in his heart. He was not surprised that his attack was easily stopped. He was just surprised that the name he heard. The name Shiera Emiya. I have heard it too many times. A new day. Chapter 20. Let's dance here as much as you want, Nine Tails. Emiya Shiera. The greatest medical ninja in the ninja world. In fact, Uchiha Madara doesn't like to be a medical ninja. However, when Uchiha Madara met his friend Hashirama Senju when he was a child, he listened to the name from the friend Hashirama Senju countless times, and scenes of past memories reappeared from the depths of his mind. Spot. Have you heard the story of Shiera Amiri? The story of Lord Emiya Shiera has been circulating in our clan. Hey! Have you heard his story since you were a child? Tolerate the pain that people cannot bear to the world and save the world who endure the pain. This is the way of the last odd that Lord Shiera Emiya leaves for this world. Spot. I saw it secretly today. Don't tell others. I have a crystal coffin left by Lord Shiera Emiya. Spot. Dad doesn't allow me to become a medical ninja. And my younger brother Banma is dead. It is impossible to learn medical skills to protect the people I want to protect. Medical ninjas cannot change this turbulent era. These memories drift away with the wind. Uchiha Madara was even about to forget these memories, and she was almost forgetting herself. Chihu Hashirama had already given up important things. Emiya Shiera. This is a saint from ancient times. Legend has it that the medical ninja with the most skillful Chinese medicine. Uchiha Madara understood why Konoha kept the identity of Emiya Shiera secret, because the Senju Tobirama who always liked to study despicable ninjutsu must have developed shameful forbidden techniques and resurrected Emiya Shiera, a saint from the ancient times. Indeed. Only Emiya Shiera. Only then can it be possible to heal that guy Hashirama. I see. A sudden realization flashed across Uchiha Madara's face. Since the other party is a ninja from ancient times, it is not surprising that he has some unique means, and it is not embarrassing to suffer a great loss in his hands. Moreover, it seems that he is not a loss to find out that the other party is the famous saint in ancient times. But it's time for me to leave Konoha. Spot. A figure wearing red plate armor fell down. You are still alive. Senjo Hashimama appeared in front of them almost fully armed. His eyes were staring at Uchiha Madara and Susanoo in front of him. His eyes were a little complicated. This close friend whom I killed with my own hands. He actually resurrection appeared in front of him again. In order to stop the Uchiha Madara from raging Susanoo, Chihu Hashirama didn't care that his injuries had not healed and rushed over. It's coming so fast. Hashirama. When Senjo Hashirama appears, Uchiha Madaragi's eyes were subconsciously attracted to the attention and looked down at the red plate armor figure that appeared below. Hi? You are. Chihu Hashirama subconsciously glanced at Emi beside him, and vaguely felt that the other person's side face looked familiar. Is it the doctor who treated him today? Still. Where have you seen good people? As the Hokage in the village. He had long remembered the ninjas and even children in every village. Not Konoha's person. It is not the enemy of the village either. It seems that he should be called a guest in the village, so why is he still a little dead silent? It looks a bit strange. Although Shinju Hashimara did not fully see what Shiera Emiya looked like at Konoha Hospital, he knew that the other party was an outsider found by Tomoemura, otherwise he would not have been arranged to live in a residence prepared by the village for distinguished guests from other places. I am. Emiya Shiera stepped forward and wanted to introduce herself. Go and take refuge. Leave it here to me. After Chihu Hashirama gave an indifferent command, he turned his eyes on Uchiha Madara again. He saw that Uchiha Madara had one of his eyes that was strangely grayish-white. That eye. It's still okay when fighting. Why has it turned into blind grayish-white now? By your eyes. Chihu Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara's eyes in surprise. Don't be curious. Just evade the price of being killed by you. Uchiha Madara's fists were clenched, his face suddenly became fierce and cold, his palms suddenly spread out and clenched again, trying his best to squeeze his pupil power. I originally planned to leave after saying a few words, but now it seems that it's a little troublesome. It's really troublesome. Senjo Hashirama is really a trouble that cannot be removed. Boom. The broken Susanoo is repairing it quickly. Susanoo, in the third form, stood on Konoha like a blue giant. Would escape. The palms of Senjo Hashirama suddenly closed. Vine roots rose up from the ground and wrapped around Susanoo's arm. It's this trick again. Uchiha Madara suddenly shook his palm with an upset face. A curved giant sword with blue light emerged from Susanoo's hand, and it waved its giant sword to cut off the vines. Like The battle between the two of them started again here. This is the aftermath of the previous life and death battle. The seriously injured Hashirama Senju and the resurrected Madara seem to want to start the war here again. Halamara. Uzumaki Mito looked at her husband with some concern. Now your injury must restrain your use of chakra, otherwise. No. Chihu Hashirama responded in a deep voice without caring about his body, you leave here first. Although I am a little glad that Madara is still alive, I must completely kill Madara here this time. Are you saying that you can kill me again? Uchiha Madara's voice echoed in the air. The moment he noticed Uzumaki Mito, a strange ferocity flashed across his face. Spot. I will never let you go. A hint of perseverance flashed across Chihu Hashirama's face. Even if you escape death. But I want to destroy everyone's village again. The palms of Shimama Senju's palms suddenly closed, and huge vines drilled out from the blank spaces around them like giant trees. These vines were constantly extending without exception. No matter what. I can't let Uchiha Madara leave anymore. Even at this time, he would spare his life to keep Uchiha Madara because he was a little worried that Uchiha Madara would want to destroy Konoha again when he made a comeback. Then I'll wait and see. Uchiha Madara stretched out his finger and cut a little blood. His palm was still slowly forming handprints, and his voice seemed to have become a little leisurely. This situation. There is a faint strangeness that makes people feel sucked. Senju Hashirama frowned and thought about the possible situation. He could sense that Uchiha Madara was as close to exhaustion as his own. Even Madara's pupil power could not add armor to his Susanoo. His recovery ability was stronger than him. Could he have other means? Besides, Konoha ninjas are coming continuously. Although Chihu Hashirama hopes that everyone will not get close, he knows that in the warring ninja fights in the warring states period, an inconspicuous help may also be of great help. For example, his younger brother Senju Tobirama. Chihu Hashirama didn't need their help. He just couldn't think of any possibility of Uchiha Madara turning the tables, so he even more doubted Uchiha Madara's methods. Halamara. In our fight, even a little mistake can be fatal. Even an inconspicuous help can kill the enemy. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and his palm finally formed a handprint, and he looked at Uzumaki Mito, who was standing not far behind Senju Hashirama with a sneer. What if it is the most vicious help in this world? Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito's minds tightened at the same time. Not good. The couple had guessed what? But I'm not interested in continuing another repeated battle. Uchiha Madara stood in Susanoo and showed a fierce smile at Ami Yashiera, who thought he was kind and kind. I have gained a lot today, and I still have many questions and may get answers. Come and visit if I have the chance. Spot. Chihu Hashirama Kazuya looked at Uchiha Madara's palm that had completed his handprints with some anxiety and fell, "You want to be spiritual? Nani I method and psychic technique?" Uchiha Madara's voice and eyes were as cold as she was. His palm slapped heavily on his Susanoo, and a surging wave of smoke swept over. This wave of air is so surging. Many Konoha ninjas who arrived were overturned to the ground on the road. The entire Konoha's building was shrouded in the smoke that was wrapped in the air wave this time. "Stay here and dance." Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara's fierce voice echoed in the smoke. Uchiha Madara's figure disappeared in front of everyone under the cover of smoke, leaving only a giant with 9 tails at the scene, the most ferocious tailed beast in the world. After I finished writing it, I felt familiar with it. This. Like. First generation and fourth generation. Chapter 21, New Mission Commission, Quell the Nine-Tail Rebellion. 9 Tails. The most ferocious tailed beast in the world. Among them, its vicious name often comes from its power. As the largest tailed beast in the ninja world, coupled with its powerful abilities, the 9 Tails have almost invincible power. Compared with Uchiha Madara, who just took advantage of the thick fog to leave Konoha, Jouei became Konoha's #1 threat, especially Jouei was brought back by Chihu Hashimara. Uchiha Madara used the power of the Sharingan to control the 9 Tails to attack Konoha, which triggered a life and death battle between him and Shinju Hashimara, and used the power of the 9 Tails to severely damage Shinju Hashimara. After the battle, Shinju Hashirama brought Kyuuba back to Konoha and temporarily sealed it on the back mountain of Konoha. Uzumaki Mito stayed there to guard it. There shouldn't be any accident. However, when Uzumaki Mito appeared here, Jouei naturally had an accident and was passed by Uchiha Madara, who wanted to take the opportunity to leave Konoha, becoming a tool to protect him from the entanglement of Chihu Hashimara. Now, this ferocious beast broke free from the shackles. No. It is still controlled. Because there are 3 painted black magma in its blue dread pupils, this is a sign of being controlled by Uchiha Madara again. Roar. Tails roared to the sky and vented their anger. This huge tailed beast instantly crushed a building, and 9 orange tails fluttered behind them. For it. These days have been a shame. Whether it was Uchiha Madara who forcibly used Sharingan to sign a psychic contract and participated in a war, or was either subdued by Senju Hashirama during the battle, or suppressed by Uzumaki Mito in the sealed cage on the back mountain. Various experiences. All of this is shame for it. This anger was tempted by the Sharingan again and magnified. When the 9 tails roared to the sky, its eyes immediately fell and saw the Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito standing in front of it. A man surrendered it by his strength. A person relies on seals to suppress it. This couple deserves to die, and it wants to tear them apart. Marama actually signed a psychic contract with Jouei. Senjo Hashirama didn't care much about the threat of the nine tails. Although the nine tails are terrifying beasts that most ninjas cannot defeat, for him, they are a tailed beast that needs to be subdued by a little bit of hands and feet. He is confident that he can subdue the nine tails. Even so, Shinju Hashirama had to face the threat of Jutai to Konoha directly. He didn't care about chasing Uchiha Madara anymore and had to deal with the trouble of Jutai first. Let me do it. Uzumaki Mito hurriedly took a step forward. For Uzumaki Mito, the nine tails are not an unsolvable trouble. Although Uzumaki Mito's body is a little weak and tired, she thinks she is more suitable for solving the nine tails than the Senjo Hashirama, and her husband's injury is more important than handling the nine tails. It happened to be at this moment. A Vajraruyi stick fell from the sky. This Vajraruyi stick split out dozens of shadow clones, forming a huge fence and wall, separating the tyrannical Jiwei and Chihu Hashirama. Suzuki controlled the Vajraruyi stick and temporarily stopped the nine tails, jumping in front of the Senjo Hashirama and his wife. Sir Naruto, Sir Mito. As an escort ninja, Suzuki Sarutobi felt a little trashed. His speed was a little slower and hurried over with his escort. This scene is a bit weird. Shiera Amiya stood behind the couple, and felt that this scene was a bit strange, and there seemed to be too many strange elements. Jutai was controlled by Uchiha to cause trouble. The Naruto hero who came to deal with the nine tails. This Naruto is also surrounded by his wife. This wife is also a member of the Uzumaki clan and is good at sealing techniques for dealing with tailed beasts. However, her body is a little weak for some reason and is not in her heyday. Just so. There is also a ninja named Sarutobi who tried to stop the nine tails from causing trouble. If Shimiya Emiya thinks it is strange, it's okay to be weird. Perhaps his ninja system also noticed some two strange elements and refreshed a commissioned task at this time. SS level commission, quell the nine-tail rebellion of Konoha. No. The taste is wrong. No. This time is not right. Does the nine-tail rebellion at this time need me to calm down? Just a single person, Shinju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito, can make the Kyuubi be honest. No. This is not the point at all. Emiya Shiera realized that he seemed to have caught something. This nine-tail rebellion has never happened in my previous life memory. Because of his treatment of Chihu Hashimara, Uchiha Madara, he took the initiative to expose Uchiha Madara's existence, forcing Uchiha Madara to come out and take the opportunity to leave Konoha. This nine-tail rebellion. It can even be said that it was triggered by yourself. Amiya Shiera's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she understood a certain mechanism of triggering certain task delegations, as if she had found the triggering mechanism of certain task delegations. Even though my power is so strong that I lack the perfect resurrection, I still have no confidence. It just so happens that there are still some very magical techniques in this era, and perhaps some possibilities for my chakra to have more improvement. Who would dislike his own power? Who would dislike his strength to become stronger? End. This task is not troublesome. Speaking of which, it seems that I have had some dealings with the tailed beasts. The only problem is that Jiwei is not very sober and may not recognize his old friend. Certainly. Even if you are awake, it must have been forgotten long ago. Because that happened more than 1,000 years ago. Unfinished Ninja Commission, 3/3. Let me deal with it. Shiera Emiya received the commission to quell the Nine-Tail Rebellion, raised her feet and walked up to everyone, and whispered, "Patience, don't use chakra at will, as this will cause you to be ill. You can leave it to me for the time being." Your Excellency. Senjo Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito turned around at the same time. A surprise appeared on Suzuki's face, and he said with some concern, "You are Konoha's guest, how dare you take risks?" But they didn't have time to communicate. Ninetails unscrupulously vented the chakra in their bodies. When this chakra broke out completely, it overwhelmed everything like a gust of wind. The head-tail beast had almost irresistible anger and fierceness in its eyes. Roar! Jiwei waved his claws and grabbed them. In an instant, a row of fences made of Vajraruyi rods were smashed into smoke by it. Although Sarutobi Suzuki's Vajraruyi stick is hard, there is only one real body after all, and the others are just the clone of the Vajraruyi stick. Amiya Shiera suddenly jumped up, kicked Jutai's claws away, and his body took advantage of the opportunity to jump into the air. A faint chakra light appeared on his feet. Next moment, a huge force hit Jiwei's back neck heavily. Boom! This huge creature was hit on the ground by this kick. For Shiera Emiya, there are not many chakras he can use most, but it is barely enough to use them to perform strange power physical skills. The Konoha ninjas were all shocked by this blow. No one has ever seen this strongest beast in the ninja world actually be knocked down with one blow. Roar! However, this attack once again aroused the stronger ferocity of the Nine Tails. He roared and got up and grabbed Shiera Emiya, but was kicked in the chest by Shiera Emiya again and fell out. This is the strange power of our clan. Chihao Hashirama looked at the strange power exerted by the other party in surprise. Maybe the strange power was not developed by our clan. Senjo Tobirama's voice appeared in their ears. When he heard what his elder brother said, he subconsciously helped Amirishi Shiera defend himself. Strange power. Mainly chakra control. Through subtle chakra control ability, the chakra in the body can be accurately controlled in one part of the body and is concentrated. Generally speaking, medical ninjas often have this extremely subtle chakra control ability in the ninja world. This kind of strange power. In fact, it is more like the specialty of medical ninjas. This Amiya Shiera, who used his strange power, happened to be the first medical ninja in the entire ninja world. According to the origin of Shiera Emiya and their ancestors of the Thousand Hand Clan, perhaps the other party invented the skills to leave them with the Thousand Hand Clan. After all, the surnames of their clan all come from Shiera Emiya. Due to too many factors. My first reaction was that the Nine-Tail Rebellion broke out. Chapter 22 Nine Lama, it seems that you have not been doing well over the years. In fact, Senjo Tobirama came a little late. Senjo Tobirama originally wanted to come as soon as possible, but he noticed that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was extremely weak, and saw his elder brother appear here, and he was in his heart. I immediately made it clear what I should do. Beware of Uchiha Madara escaping Konoha. In order to block the possibility of Uchiha Madara escape, Chihao Tobirama spent some time to arrange the Umbu ninjas in the village to rush to various areas to cut off the retreat route in advance. After all this was arranged by Senjo Tamura, he rushed here, hoping that Shiera Emiya to untie his curse. As long as you recover, you will quickly go to chase and kill Uchiha Madara, who is in a weak state. This is the best chance to kill Uchiha Madara again. Result: it seems that I am a step late. This place was actually Shiera Emiya to help stop the Nine Tails from raging. However, when Senjo Tobirama stood here, he realized that this might be the most beneficial choice for Konoha, because Konoha is not particularly powerful now. His elder brother, Chihu Hashimara, has not yet recovered completely. His elder sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito has been suppressing the Nine Tails and is a little weak. His first speed ninja was temporarily blocked by the curse energy. It would be perfect if Shiera Emiya was willing to help. Suzuki. Senjo Tobirama looked at the battle between Kyuuba and Amiria Shiera, and no longer worried about dealing with Kyuuba's problem, and shouted, "You should immediately take people to assist several squads in the Umbu to search for the whereabouts of that guy Madara. After we deal with Kyuuba's trouble, we will rush over." Yes. Sarutobi Suzuki quickly agreed. Tobirama. That's right, this person looks so familiar. Chihu Hashirama looked at Emiya Shiera, who was fighting fiercely with the Nine Tails. His eyes noticed Emiya Shiera's side face and asked in a low voice, "Although his condition is a bit strange, I always feel like I have seen him when I was a child. Isn't it really my illusion?" Senjo Tobirama fell silent. "Brother, why are you embarrassed to ask such a question?" "Brother, have you forgotten your childhood when you were a child who always lie secretly in front of Emiya Shiera's crystal coffin and was deeply educated by your father?" "Brother." Senjo Tobirama hopes to skip the matter about Emiya Shiera, and it is rare to take the initiative to mention the man he hates the most. "What's going on with that guy Madara?" "That guy? How did you escape death? Or is this a conspiracy?" Chihao Tobirama suspected that after Uchiha Madara had pretended to die, he had been observing Konoha secretly. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not have found this place. Senjo Tobirama even guessed why Uchiha Madara came to the place where Emiya Shiera lives. He also guessed that Uchiha Madara must have had a conflict with Emiya Shiera. Maybe Uchiha Madara just wants to kill or take Emiya Shiera away. At that time, Konoha will definitely be in big trouble. After all, only Shiera Emiya is aware of his elder brother's condition, and even the hope of curing his elder brother is only dependent on Shiera Emiya. News about the elder brother must not be revealed, otherwise other ninja villages that are eyeing each other will definitely have some small actions. Once Uchiha Madara really does this, an unprecedented war may break out in the future, involving all ninjas. This time it was Senju Hashirama's turn to remain silent. Chihu Hashirama was silent for a while before looking at Jouei again. Let's solve the Jouei first. After the Jouei's affairs are over today, I want to leave the village for a while, to track down Madara's whereabouts and find out what he wants to do. If he still wants to hurt Konoha, I will kill him at all costs. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle between Shiera Emiya and Kyuuba is approaching its end. Roar! The roar of Nine Tails was shrill. It even has no chance to release the tailed beast Jade. Silence a little. Emiya Shiera's body suddenly fell to the ground. His left hand raised, and his palm raised his 5 fingers toward the Jutai who was close to him. Target escape. Countless mud and stones surged out from the ground. These mud and stones quickly gathered and wrapped Jouei's body. Roar! Jutai broke free from the bondage with force. This fierce-tailed beast waved its claws and tried to grab Shiera Emiya. However, Shiera Emiya ignored the sharp claws that might come at Jouei at any time. His 5 fingers were still tightly clasped, and the soil and stones on the ground were still pouring out continuously. A painted black spell seal emerged from under Shiera Emiya's feet like a barrier. The spell seal energy wrapped around the soil and stones like swimming water, making the gushing soil and stones mixed with strange black. Die! Jutai's claws were grabbed hard. Just one blow. You can tear Emiya Shiera into pieces by yourself. However, the 9-tailed claws could not be swung down after all. The soil and stones on the ground turned into a hill, trapping its body completely in it, and painted black curse seals appeared on the hill. This curse seal turned into an unbreakable seal, completely restraining the 9-tails' actions, making its body unable to move again. Jouei's head was exposed outside, and he grinned at Emiya Shiera. One of its sharp claws was only 1 foot away from Emiya Shiera's head. It's really a familiar feeling. Shiera Emiya looked at the vicious 9-tails, and a trace of nostalgia flashed across her face. It feels like she was when she was a child, and she was always a little bit behind at critical moments. Too strong! Chihu Hashirama exclaimed indifferently. Even though in terms of his strength, this sentence does not seem like praise, but more like a bit of mockery. Indeed. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but exclaim. Although this sentence is sarcastic in her ability. No need to seal. You can release such a powerful earth escape ninjutsu. When Chihao Tobirama took the initiative to praise him, he could still talk about the other party's strength. Even when he used the earth escape ninjutsu, he still had the energy to incorporate the sealed curse energy into it. Ninjas of ancient times. It's a bit too powerful. Just a medical ninja has such powerful power. Even the other party used it under the limitations of the state of reincarnation in the filthy land. But it's not over yet. Amiyashiera walked step by step to the Jiwei. Amiyashiera raised his fingers and raised his head pointing to Jiwei, directly untie the Sharinon illusion on Jiwei's body, regaining its eyes clear. Untie. Roar. However, the Nine Tails, who were freed from the control of the Sharinon, were still angry. It seemed to be manipulated by its own emotions, roaring hard to struggle out of the seal. Nine Tails. Whenever it encounters humans, they only want to kill someone angrily. Because the chakra in its body is already a collection of hatred and pain. Talk. A sound pointed out that it was now in Jutail's ear. The sound of the snap of fingers was a little abrupt, but it immediately aroused the alertness of Jutai. The most vicious-tailed beast in the world instantly recovered from its anger, and the memories from ancient times gradually revived in its mind. Nine Lama, are you awake? Amiyashiera's voice fell to Jiwei's ears and was familiar. This sense of familiarity also made Jiwei feel sleepy, just like when he was so sleepy in ancient times. He was forced to get up from his sleep and pulled a cart to rush to the road by a human being when he was so sleepy that he was forced to get out of his sleep. Let me sleep again. Jutai habitually wants to make a noise. Next moment, Jutai suddenly reacted. This time is not the ancient times at all. In my memory, how could the human who had long died appear more than 1,000 years later? Even the old man from the six paths cannot live forever. That small and fragile human has long been dead. Amiyashiera. Jutai's pupils turned, and its eyes finally aimed at the focus. Jiwei looked at the figure standing in front of him. It saw the familiar face clearly, saw the small and fragile human in the past, and made its mind tremble. It's you. How could you appear in this era? Do you really remember me? A look of surprise appeared on Amiyashiera's face. I'm almost forgetting that we are old friends. SS-level mission commission, suffer the nine-tailed rebellion of Konoha. The commission has been completed. The nine-tailed chakra, SS-level chakra, and the tailed beast jade are currently limited to the state of reincarnation in the filthy land. This is a power that has never been obtained in ancient times. Or in ancient times, it was easy to get, but there was no reward that I chose to get. Amiyashiera almost became the first nine-tailed turtle, Julio, in the ninja world, but he chose to give up for some reason. Have you forgotten, you bastard? Jiwei's eyes suddenly became fierce. The head-tail beast seemed to have been touched by a reverse scale, staring at Shiera Emiya in front of him. It seemed that as long as the other party said a wrong word, it immediately jumped out of the seal and teared the person in front of him. You have learned to curse. Emiya Shiera looked at Jiwei in surprise. You, guy. Jiwei looked at Shiera Emiya with a ferocious face. Do you guy think I dare not kill you? Chakra has become fierce. The emotions affected by chakra have also become extreme. In the eyes of everyone's disbelief, Shiera Emiya stretched out his palm and symbolically scratched Jotail's chin. It seems that you have not been doing well for the past 1,000 years. Please read and ask for monthly tickets. The reading seems to be related to the coefficients of the new book list. There seems to be no horse in the ninja world, and the only ox cart that the great nobles ride during the Chunin exam. Chapter 23 The Story of Kyuuba and Amirishi Shiera. Emiya Shiera and Juda did not spend long time together. In ancient times, when Emiya Shiera was staying in a small village to treat diseases and save people during her journey, she stumbled to see the young nine-tailed boy who was quite curious about humans but did not dare to get close to them. At that time, the young nine-tailed ones are very cute. Although the Jiwei in childhood is also very big, she looks a little cute and occasionally makes a little bit of emotion like a child. In childhood, Jiwei was very curious about the respected Shiera Emiya, and liked to follow Shiera Emiya secretly, foolishly thinking that she could hide her huge body. Emiya Shiera didn't plan to do anything to the young Jiwei, but just wanted to chat with Jiwei as she pleased. I am on the journey of curing diseases and saving people. Result: the young Jiwei wanted to follow him. He even insisted on helping him pull a cart like a little fool. At that time, the young Jiwei was very happy, because it knows that it will no longer feel lonely. In childhood, Kyuyo, Emiya Shiera, and slugs were also very happy to travel. We walked through many villages and saw many scenery. They saved many patients along the way. Even if the nine tails were very large in childhood, because many humans were afraid of the nine tails once wanted to make Emiya Shiera his own human, Kuriki, and were willing to take the initiative to seal himself in Emiya Shiera's body, which could also enhance Emiya Shiera's chakra. But Emiya Shiera chose to refuse. It's a pity. This short friendship ended soon. Emiya Shiera did not hide his desire to destroy the ninja sect against the Six-Path Immortals. In the end, after struggling seriously for a while, Nine Tails tried to persuade Emiya Shiera that he could not give up. He chose to leave him secretly late at night. After all, it was created by the Six-Path Immortals. It chose to follow Shiera Emiya and believed what the Six-Path Immortals said. One day, these tailed beasts will meet companions who can establish bonds. Although the young Jiwei liked the trip with Emiya Shiera very much, it still didn't want to be used by Emiya Shiera to deal with the Six Paths of Immortals. At the beginning, Jiwei was very sad when he left. Later, Jutai eavesdropped on the conflict between Shiera Emiya and Ninja Sect, and also learned about Shiera Emiya's death after failing to attack Shiera Emiya's attack on the Ninja Sect, which made it sad for a long time. Later, Kuwaba thought that he could make friends with Emiya Shiera and thought that he could make friends with other humans, but he realized that humans were not as beautiful as it imagined. The Nine-Tails' abilities are very special. As the most powerful of the nine-tailed beasts in the ninja world, its head is also very smart and has the ability to perceive the good and evil of most humans. Unfortunately, the gap between people is too big. While humans are afraid of its existence, they also try to use its power, and even want to deceive or even get its chakra through force. These humans still want to get its chakra? Even his only friend Shimiya has never gotten it. These experiences made the Nine-Tails, who could perceive good and evil, particularly angry at this, and easily killed the humans who tried to use their power to establish rule. The Nine-Tails grew up slowly. More and more people are being killed. Even it has become increasingly hostile to humans. It has never met a friend again in this world. At last, human word of mouth. The most ferocious tailed beast in the world was born. Nine Llama. Shiera Emiya looked at the Nine-Tails, who looked particularly vicious when they grew up in front of him, and shook his head with regret. It looks like it's not as cute as a child. You. Joey bared his teeth with anger on his face and wanted to bite him. This is its first friend in life. Perhaps this friend will be the only friend. It is precisely because of the emergence of Shiera Emiya that he had the idea of getting along with humans, but this idea brought about a tragic result. When the Nine-Tails really start to conflict with humans and kill humans unscrupulously, their bodies will inevitably be affected by emotions, and their bodies will gradually appear with chakra of negative emotions such as anger, pain, and hatred. Never mind. Emiya Shiera, let me go first. Joei's eyes looked at the Senjo Hashimara standing behind Emiya Shiera, and looked back at Emiya Shiera in front of him. I'm going to kill them. Nine Llama. Fighting only brings pain and hatred. Emiya Shiera Kazuno said something to him again and reminded him again, this is what you told me before you left me. You. Jutai almost choked with anger. No matter what, Joei never expected that after more than 1,000 years, he would be stabbed by the boomerang he had thrown out when he was young and ignorant. At that time. Why am I so naive? A group of Konoha ninjas looked at this scene in surprise, with a slight surprise in their eyes. They never thought that the nine-tailed beast could get along so well with humans. At least, the Nine-Tails are really kinder than before. It can even communicate with Emiya Shiera on an equal basis. Compared with the kindness of the Nine-Tails. The most shocking thing is Emiya Shiera's identity. Emiya Shiera. I just, probably heard it right. Chihao Hashirama remembered the ninja he admired most when he was a child, and realized why he always looked familiar with Emiya Shiera's side face. Because when he was a child, he always liked to secretly look at half of the corpse in the crystal coffin. This is also why he feels familiar when he sees the front face, and he feels very familiar when he sees the side face, and even thinks that they have seen each other. Is it true, Lord Emiya? Chihu Hashirama realized the problem and suddenly remembered that his younger brother once mentioned a technique that he had ordered to be banned. Wait, Tobirama, I remember that I had already asked you to seal the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. This brother. It's okay to ignore his orders. The sacred crystal coffin relics passed down from generation to generation by the Thousand Hands clan must have been destroyed, disturbing the peace of the deceased Shiera, the deceased, and sacrificing the life of a living person. Brother. This is a helpless solution. Senju Tobima was holding his arm. He knew that his elder brother would definitely object, but he also had a way to deal with his elder brother. Now you should not pay attention to Mr. Emiya, but we should pay attention to that guy Madara. Old Master Emiya. Senju Tobirama is a smart person. He saw the friendly relationship between Emiya Shiera and Kyuuba and took the initiative to propose, let us handle the next thing. Konoha will find a way to protect Kyuuba to prevent it from being controlled by Madara using Sharingan. This is a realistic question. Senju Tobirama said it well, if Judo wants to stop being controlled by Madara, we may take some troublesome means to limit its freedom. Marama has escaped. It will take quite a while for brother to track Madara. We have all seen that Madara and Kyuuba have signed a psychic contract. He can find Kyuuba at any time, and his Sharingan can also control Kyuuba to cause chaos in the ninja world at any time. We must make a choice as soon as possible. In fact, Tobirama Senju didn't care about Emiya Shiera's opinion at all. He could have announced that Konoha would decide the fate of the Nine Tails, but he needed to use Emiya Shiera's original treatment of his elder brother to be willing to speak more tactfully. This is an unsolved multiple-choice question. Let Umiishi choose whether to protect the Nine Tails by their Konoha, or choose to continue to be controlled by Uchiha Madara in the future. These words come out. Even Shiera Emiya could not find any fault. Shiera Emiya looked at the Nine Tails behind him and asked it to decide its destiny. What about your thoughts? Nine Lama. I want to kill them. Jiwei squeezed out a killing intention from his teeth. Next time if that bastard Madara dares to psychic me again, I will kill that bastard Madara with my own hands. Shiera Emiya helped his forehead. No. Why are you still blowing? How can I feel embarrassed to be controlled by someone at a glance? How do you want to protect the Nine Tails? Emiya Shiera looked at Senju Tobima next to her. Old Master Emiya. Uzumaki Mito stood up on her own initiative, her arm was raised with a false impression, and she said the truth softly. Koi originally planned to seal the Nine Tails in my body and make me become the Nine Tails' Shuriki. In fact, strictly speaking, this is not a protection, but just to avoid. Snort. Joey snorted in dissatisfaction, not very satisfied with Uzumaki Mito. It remembered a certain idea of his past. The last person who wanted to become Tsubakari was Emiya Shiera. Okay. I want to be the Jotala Jiraki. Emiya Shiera rubbed his brows, thinking that there was something wrong with the fox's memory, and said regretfully, "It's a pity that I'm dead, and it's impossible to become the nine-tailed Guru Riki. I don't have this idea anymore, nor do I have this ability." 9 Lama. Emiya Shiera looked up at Kyuaba. His attitude was never honest. You should look for your true companion and a friend who can truly accompany you. The young Joey is quite cute. Unfortunately, it was spoiled by Liudeo in its childhood and could not betray the 6 Deo immortals. Chapter 24 Konoha, why do you think you are worthy of the different eyes of Shiera Emiya? Konoha Back Mountain. Joey chose Uzumaki Mito in a low mood. After all, it really doesn't want to be used by that guy Uchiha Madara. At least Uzumaki Mito seems to respect Amiri Shiera very much. I won't say anything else. As long as Uzumaki Mito is willing to respect Emiya Shiera, it at least means that this woman doesn't look that bad either. Uzumaki Mito became the first nine-tailed tyrant, Jiraki. Uzumaki Mito will seal the 9 tails in her body to prevent 9 tails from being psychic by Uchiha Madara and also to prevent 9 tails from killing and harming one side in the ninja world. She will also work hard to resolve 9 tails' negative energy. Snort. 9 tails didn't have much resentment. Because it also knows that this is the best choice at present. The woman Uzumaki Mito treated it very gently, and she didn't want to control and use its power like Uchiha Madara. Also right. This woman's husband is Hashirama Senju. This bastard, Chihu Hashirama, is not as powerful as that. Pity. 9 tails are still a little regretful. 9 tails stood proudly in the seal barrier, and chakra continued to merge into Uzumaki Mito's body, but its eyes were arrogantly looking at Emiya Shiera next to it. Emiya Shiera. You guy will regret it. When you see the power that the 9-tailed Tsukijiri really explodes, you will definitely regret that you refused to agree to beat Tsukijiri more than 1,000 years ago. Chihu Hashirama looked at Emiya Shiera curiously and asked in surprise, I didn't say it at the beginning. Does your excellency Emiya want to be the 9-tailed Tsukiri? What does this mean? Asshole. Joey glanced at Shimura Senju with some anger. Halamara. Uzumaki Mito quickly distracted and called her husband. Brother. Senju Tobimaru frowned and quickly pulled his elder brother to the side, hoping that his elder brother would not speak anymore and affect the result of the seal. Senju Tobirama looked at his elder brother and wanted to ask Shiera Emiya, and quickly told his elder brother the real answer in a low voice. It's already this time? Don't you understand the meaning of the 9 tails? The 9-tailed beast must have a bit of shame in the dark history. It must have wanted to take the initiative to be sealed in the body by Emiya Shiwen, but it was rejected by Emiya Shiwen. This legendary saint. Even the tailed beast is willing to take the initiative to become his companion. It is even the most vicious and powerful nine-tailed tails in this world. Emiya Shiera watched as the figure of Jiwei gradually disappeared into the seal barrier, turning into an orange rainbow light and blending into the body of Mito Vortex. There are too many secrets in Emiya Shiera. Many of the secrets of Renji Yulai cannot be hidden from the tailed beast. Even in this era, the concepts of Nine Tails and his concepts will sooner or later be different. It is indeed impossible to understand the idea of Shiera Emiya. These tailed beasts created by the Six-Path Immortals are born with deep bonds with the Six-Path Immortals. In ancient times, Jutai has left. The departure of Jutai is originally a choice. Emiya Shiera missed slugs in her heart. Perhaps only the slugs I raised since childhood would unconditionally support any decisions of their own decisions. Nine Tails. I will always love the Six Paths Immortals more. Shiera Emiya would not regret it because he knew that the old friend of Jiwei was created by the Six-Path Immortals after all, and the deep bond between the two was something he could never reach under his true face. The breeze blew towards me. A golden light suddenly appeared on Uzumaki Mito's body. The red-haired woman of this vortex clan seemed to be covered in gold, and her hair and even her clothes were covered with golden chakra. Two golden ribbon-like fox ear horns appeared on the head of Uzumaki Mito, and 6 painted black magma appeared on the collar of the golden clothes. This golden chakra is so abundant. This made Uzumaki Mito feel exhausted. As the first nine-tailed Tsukiriki, the chakra on Uzumaki Mito looks particularly eye-catching, and even her momentum is rising. She is getting gifts from Nine Tails. Nine-tailed chakra mode. Only human Zulai can truly burst out the power of the tailed beast. Uzumaki Mito, Tsukiriki, could clearly feel the terrifying increase in his physical strength under the nine-tail chakra. This is... A hint of surprise appeared on Chihu Hashirama's face, looking at the leaked chakra on his wife in disbelief. This chakra is about to catch up with me. Can you actually use Julama's chakra directly? Emiya Shiera looked at the golden light on Uzumaki Mito and praised softly, "It is willing to let you use chakra, it seems that you are getting along well with Q-Lama." The Nine Tails are really easy to get along with. Uzumaki Mito's eyebrows and eyes droop slightly. The Nine Tails are actually very arrogant. However, Uzumaki Mito could only help Kyuuba speak nice things. Because Jiwei is Shiera Emiya's friend, she really dared not completely imprison and seal the Jiwei. Fortunately, Jiwei did not reject contact with her. The only thing that bothers you is... Jiwei shouted in the sealed space inside her body, asking her to use this chakra to kill her husband, Hashirama, and then challenge Emiya and so on. But... this is not the end point of the human Kongli and the tailed beast. Uzumaki Mito could clearly feel that it was not completely smooth when using the nine-tail chakra, and she and Nine-Tail did not truly have full trust. This simple and rough nine-tail chakra mode is just a chakra of nine-tail for the sake of Emiya Shiera's face, and he is reluctant to let her use its chakra. Renkulai. This road has just begun. She still has a long way to go in the future. Compared to her being able to use the nine-tail chakra, Uzumaki Mito is more concerned about another issue. She has a discovery that makes her uneasy. Uzumaki Mito comes from the Uzumaki clan and has a huge chakra. She has always had strong perception ability and can even perceive the good and evil of human beings. The nine-tailed chakra mode can also perceive human good and evil. This dual ability combined makes her perception ability stronger. It is precisely because of this. Uzumaki Mito was a little uneasy. Everyone present can distinguish between good and evil and hostility. However, the chakra in Uzumaki Mito's body had already recovered with the help of the nine tails. Combined with the nine tails chakra mode, he still could not sense any emotions from Emiya Shiera. He could only feel a little kindness occasionally when Emiya Shiera talked about nine tails. Uzumaki Mito's brows frowned slightly. What would this ancient medical ninja think of them, those of the later generations? Why can't he feel his kindness and malice? You seem to be investigating me. Emiya Shiera exposes the truth in one sentence, and asks with some curiosity, is there anything wrong with me? As a ninja with the same high vigilance and perception ability, Emiya Shiera pays more attention to this aspect of practice than anyone else. Because he knew the troubles in the ninja world. In ancient times, Shiera Emiya was worried that he had been under the surveillance of Heiju. Uzumaki Mito was silent for a while. This woman thought of Emiya Shiera's reputation, and thought of Emiya Shiera's help to become the nine-tailed Tsukiri, and also admitted her bizarre idea. Our Vortex clan has strong perception ability. I can sense the good and evil of human beings, and the nine-tailed chakra can also sense the good and evil of human beings. But we can't detect. Uzumaki Mito frowned, staring at Emiya Shiera in front of her, revealing her hidden worries between her lips and teeth. There is emotions in the body of Emiya. In the air. The atmosphere became a little weird. Only Jiwei had been with Shiera Emiya in ancient times. Jiwei has been able to sense the good and evil of human beings since he was a child, and it was also surprised that it could not feel the emotions of Emiya Shiera. At that time, nine tails are still simple and ignorant. Therefore, Jutai took the initiative to ask this question. In childhood, Kyuaba got an answer from Emiya Shiera, an answer that made it a little unhappy. At this time, Joey realized that his own person, Jori Riki, had also asked this stupid question, and couldn't help but mock him mockingly. Hello. You woman is thinking too much, right? In ancient times, Shiera Emiya was on the road to curing diseases and saving people every day. He saved more patients in his life than you have ever seen. There is no difference between patients in his eyes. For us, Uchiha Madara is a bastard who must be executed. You guys with high status, the civilians who never want to take them seriously are also a group of worthless waste. But for Shiera Emiya, no matter whether he meets seriously injured Uchiha Madara or meets an ordinary person seriously ill on the roadside, he will choose to save people because he is a doctor who treats and saves people. Even the old man of the 6 paths who you humans worship as gods is no different from an ordinary human in his eyes. Who do you think you are? You woman. Why do you think you guys are worthy of Emiya Shiera's different eyes on you? I'm a little too greedy. Please read monthly tickets. Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Naruto's 9-tailed chakra mode. This is what can all perceive the good and evil of human beings that are against me. Xiong Phosphorus's Kagura's heart. This ability can determine whether the other party is lying. There is also the 9-tailed chakra mode in which Naruto Uzumaki and 9-tailed understand each other and can entrust each other. Chapter 25 I hate this era. Isn't it the fault of your era? Uzumaki Mito's heart was shocked. How harsh the answer from Jiwei inside her. However, this answer is so true. Why does a saint who doesn't care about the 6 paths of immortals want to get the other party's kindness? Old Master Emiya. After listening to the explanation of Jiwei, Uzumaki Mito realized his arrogance and felt ashamed to come forward to explain. I'm really sorry. My question is a bit too abrupt. Uzumaki Mito felt a little sorry for his abruptness. Even because of Kuwaba's explanation to her, she felt even more guilty and regretted that she subconsciously asked the question. The result is now. Jiwei gave an answer that makes people feel inferior. This made Uzumaki Mito feel a little bit like he and the people of this era can't raise their heads in front of Shiera Emiya. Mito's perception must be wrong. Chihu Hashirama quickly stopped his wife. He also had some filters for his childhood role models and explained loudly, "It must be the first time I used the chakra of the 9 tails. No error." Emiya Shiera smiled generously. He seemed to have no idea that Uzumaki Mito could know the answer from Kuwabai's mouth, and waved his hand indifferently. The question you want to ask is also a bit familiar. I remember someone asked me a long time ago. Uzumaki Mito felt a little embarrassed. Because this question was indeed asked by Jiwei, she even knew the answer and was thinking about how to smooth things over. However, what Uzumaki Mito absolutely couldn't imagine is this question and answer. It is one of the reasons why Emiya Shiera and Kuwaba first came into contact. Because the 9-tailed chakra mode can sense the hostility of good and evil in human beings, Emiya Shiera sensed this possible hidden danger to avoid future troubles in advance. However, Shiera Emiya did not expect it. This question that should have been delayed for decades was asked about him at this moment. Perhaps this was also the result of the friendship between him and Jiwei. Your attitude is not abrupt. I even think your attitude is too warm. Emiya Shiera comforted Uzumaki Mito's emotions, and his voice gradually became cold. I don't know how your perception ability is. Maybe you should feel that I am not only kind to you, but may even feel a little disgusted. Everyone present was shocked at the same time. I don't hate you for destroying my body and breaking the crystal coffin I left for later medical ninjas, nor do I hate you for disturbing the peace of my soul. I'm even somewhat grateful that I'm back to this world. Amiyashiera said his thoughts very frankly, and his arms were slightly stretched out, looking at his hands. It would be even better if I didn't discover this forbidden technique used to return to the world from the underworld during the battle, which was to sacrifice the life of a living person. Tobirama. Senjo Hashirama looked at his younger brother again. This is my fault. Senjo Tobima didn't care about his mistakes and explained indifferently, there is a clear gap between the ninjas in our era and the era where the Lord Emiya is. We will treat the enemy very harshly and don't care how to use their lives. This kind of thing. Is it worth making a fuss? This is the difference in concepts between the two eras. Maybe. Maybe I'm just a little too sensitive. Amiyashiera seemed to believe the words of Tobirama Senju, and said calmly, however, someone used living people as sacrifices to create a ban technique, which means that the other party itself does not respect life, but only treats human life as a tool and consumable. There was a little uneasiness on Senjo Tobima's face. No. This crime. Isn't it a bit too big? I'm a little sorry. Actually, I hate this era a little. As a medical ninja, saving a person's life is a difficult thing. But for the ninjas of your time, killing is like breathing, and killing is a normal state for you that I cannot understand or agree with. Amiyashiera looked at the somewhat ashamed Chihao Hashima and Uzumaki Mito, and then looked at Chihao Tobima with an ugly face, and said what he wanted to express most today. If you think I have no kindness to you and may even feel a little disgusted with your behavior, please don't be surprised. After saying that, Shiera Emiya bowed her head slightly to Uzumaki Mito to apologize, hoping that the other party could forgive her honesty. From then on, I believe no one will doubt him anymore. The only future is that when the truth is revealed in the future, in addition to Heiju, there may be some people in a bad mood. Vortex Mito quickly stepped back. After all, she knew that this was not Amiyashiera's mistake. This is not Your Excellency Emiya's problem. Chihu Hashirama sighed, and his face felt a little ashamed. It's the mistake of our era, and we are the people who should feel ashamed of this most. Even if that. Senjo Tobimaru frowned. He still didn't make any excuses after all, but just sighed, now is the best time in 1,000 years. Snort. Just listen to him. Anyway, he always cares about the patients and the weak. Jiwei lay in the sealed space of Uzumaki Mito. Relying on the fact that Amiyashiera could not hear it, she mocked Amiyashiera indifferently, what should we do or what should we do? That guy's naive nature. There are many people in this world who deserve to die. This guy Amiyashiera always likes to hold on to the stupid idea of respecting life. It's so naive and stupid. He saved many people who shouldn't have saved in ancient times, but it was the slug that secretly followed and killed the group of bad guys. But Uzumaki Mito frowned and couldn't help but defend Emiya Shiera in the sealed space. Respecting life is not the mistake of your excellency Emiya. Snort. He is too kind and ruthless. Joe grinned and showed a malicious smile. I just wanted him to be Jijiriki, just hope that this guy can learn to kill. You must know. A good person like him. It will definitely be used by bad people. After Kyuaba finished speaking, he immediately took the example of Chihao Tobimara. Now his soul cannot rest in the underworld. Isn't it just that Konoha's people have used it? Uzumaki Mito felt even more ashamed. Totomama. Unlock the reincarnation of the filthy land of the Lord Uchimura. The voice of Chihu Hashima was calmed down a little. People in our era should no longer disturb the peace of the soul of Lord Emiya. Let his soul appear in our era be a kind of defilement for his soul. Generally speaking, the calmer the Senjo Hashirama, the more firm his attitude is. Halamara. Uzumaki Mito looked at her husband with some concern. Brother. Senjo Tobirama wanted to persuade his elder brother to calm down, and quickly took the initiative to find a reason. Now the situation inside the village is still unstable, and other ninja villages have been eyeing the fire country where we Konoha are. Chihu Hashirama's attitude was particularly firm and his face became particularly cold. If I could not change the ninja world before I died, it was my mistake. There is also the threat of Madara. Senjo Tobirama reported Uchiha Madara's threat. I will solve the trouble of Madara before I die. Senjo Hashirama's determination was extremely firm. Shi Yumiya was a little silent. Own. It seems like you've been exerting too much force. Good. As Chihao Tobima slowly put his hands together to form seals, he glanced at Shiera Umiya and said inadvertently, even if the eldest brother's life dies one day, Madara will destroy Konoha, and the ninja world will fall back into the Warring States era, and I will also fight for my own life. No need to do this. Emiya Shiera quickly stopped Senjo Tobima. Fortunately, Senjo Tobirama took the initiative to hand over a step. Even though Senjo Tobirama did not hand over a stairs, Shiera Emiya himself planned to persuade him, but someone still lowered the stairs more smoothly. Perhaps it is because people who like to play with methods have a good understanding. Emiya Shiera felt that he and Tobirama Senjo were still quite in line with each other, and his eyes drooped slightly. Koha's first Naruto, I learned your story from your brother's mouth. He said it a little bit, your life is tied to the peace of this era. Just. I want to stay for a while too. See if you still have the ability to change this era. Emiya Shiera reminded everyone present not to care about their malice towards them. I hope that when we get along, I may not care about my behavior. The ability to perceive good and evil is really too buggy. This must be solved. Chapter 26, the child Hizawa is an excellent ninja. The trouble was finally solved. This is an idea that emerged from the minds of Senjo Tobima and Amiri Shiera at the same time, although the troubles they solved were different. When Emiya Shiera persuaded him, Tobirama Senjo had already stopped his false action of unlocking the reincarnation of the filthy land. Because this person in power in Konoha had long anticipated the nature of Emiya Shiera, he knew that Emiya Shiera would definitely not be able to let the ninja world fall into war. Emiya Shiera is really easy to cheat. Senjo Tobirama knows how to use the other person's kindness. But you still need to be wary of it. Senjo Tobirama suspected that Emiya Shiera's kindness might be used by others because he was not convenient to restrict his movements and might meet people from other ninja villages. This kind of thing. You must be careful. After all, the Emiyashi had to stay in this era for a long time. Senjo Tobirama secretly thought in his heart that he might be able to arrange for Shiera Emiya to see the dark side of the world so that the other party would not be deceived so easily in the future. This is a new era that is more cruel than ancient times. Murder, deceiving. Ninjas have long been used to this kind of life. For example, Uchiha Madara may deceive and exploit Shiera Emiya. Otherwise, after he pretended to die, why would he hide at Shiera Emiya in the middle of the night? Speak. Senjo Tobimaru narrowed his eyes and took the initiative to provoke this topic, that Guy Madara used his fake death to escape when he was fighting with his elder brother, but secretly sneaked into the place where Lord Emiya lives. There must be some conspiracy. One of Madara's eyes was blind. Chihu Hashirama had a simple idea. He just expressed his point of view, this is the price he paid to escape death, maybe he wanted to heal his eyes. Is that true? Emiya Shiera frowned and expressed her confusion about Uchiha Madara's behavior. Then why does he want to use Sharingan's illusion to control me? Shouldn't he tell the doctor directly if he treats the disease? His Excellency Emiya's thoughts are so kind. Senjo Tobima started his own teaching and cursed Uchiha Madara, that Guy Madara is evil by nature and always thought that everyone in the ninja world should surrender to his force. He thought that using the power of illusion could control the Lord Emiya. But Your Excellency Emiya must be more careful. Senjo Tobirama hopes that Emiya Shiera will not be deceived. This time Madara's evil plan has not been successful, and he may not use other means to sneak into Konoha in the future, and use some lies to conceal and deceive you to help him heal the blind eye. The hearts of people in this era are not simple. Senjo Tobirama took advantage of the situation to teach Emiya Shiera, there are always some people in the world who use their carefully constructed and designed lies to deceive others in order to achieve their own goals. Shiera Emiya just frowned and said nothing. At this time, Emiya Shiera still seemed to be a little uncomfortable with the style of the ninjas of this era, and was also thinking about whether the Senjo Tobirama was hinting at him. Speaking of which, where has this guy Heiju gone? Can it still be busy at this time? In fact, Heiju is really busy. It was a little worried about Uchiha Madara's safety. There is hope of awakening a new pair of reincarnation eyes on Uchiha Madara. Before Emiyashi-era really created a new reincarnation eyes, it did not want to see the weak Uchihamamaru is left behind by Konoha's ninja. Outside Konoha village. Konoha village is still solving the trouble of Jiwei. The weak Uchiha Madara outside Konoha village is still avoiding the tracking of Konoha Umbu. He doesn't care about these Konoha ninjas, but just worried that they will be caught up by the Senjo Hashimara brothers. Snort. That insidious villain Tamura always thinks so thoughtful. Uchiha Madara looked vigilantly at the Umbu ninjas who were blocking his way. He knew that these people must have been sent out in advance before he left Konoha. That guy. I had long thought that I would escape from Konoha again. However, Uchiha Madara knew that he could not stay here. Even if he could escape the perception of these ninjas, he would not be able to escape the ninjas sent by Konoha to pursue him and search for his whereabouts. In Konoha village, there is also a special ninja clan. That is the Hinata clan with the limits of blood in the eyes. The ninjas of the Hinata clan can use their eyes to observe everything. It is appropriate for their eyes to search for enemies, and they will be exposed sooner or later. Get out! Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly appeared. 4 Anbi ninjas responsible for patrolling here hurriedly pulled out their ninja swords, shouting loudly while trying to block Uchiha Madara's way. Uchiha Madara is here. Don't try to escape from us. Snort. Uchiha Madara snorted contemptuously. It was just a moment. He solved the 4 Anbi ninjas. The moment when Uchiha Madara rushed up, the 4 of them joined forces to make an effective counterattack. They were directly defeated by Uchiha Madara. Not just about strength. It is even more of a gap of talent and experience, which is incomparable. But this is enough. Because another more troublesome ninja team discovered his traces. As the guard ninja that the first and second generation Naruto value the most, Sasuke Sarutobi personally led a team of pig deer butterflies to pounce towards Uchiha Madara. Stop him! Sasuke shouted loudly to his teammates to take action. His fingers formed handprints and urged quickly, as long as we stop him from leaving here, Lord Naruto and Lord Tobiro will get caught up immediately after solving the problem of the Kyuuba. Fire escape fire dragon flame bomb. Sarutobi Sasuke's mouth spurted a long flame in the direction of Uchiha Madara, and flew over like a crazy fire dragon. Is Sasuke? Uchiha Madara's eyebrows trembled, and the corners of his mouth actually laughed mockingly. He squinted his eyes and jumped away from the flying flames. Humph, I thought the ninja praised by Hashirama would be so outstanding, but I didn't expect that he was so stupid that he wanted to use the fire escape technique to deal with Uchiha. Shadow imitation technique. A man with a braided braid held his hands on the ground, and the shadow under his feet grew like a long line, and was linked to the shadow under Uchiha Madara's feet. His voice reminded his teammates nervously, "Your speed is best to be faster. The gap between me and him is too big, and the shadow cannot control him for too long. I'll add it. The technique of forbearance and mind turn around. A blond man raised his fingers, and his spirit suddenly entered Uchiha Madara's body, trying to control Uchiha Madara's body. Don't underestimate us too much. Spot. The technique of double transformation. A fat and strong figure appeared behind Uchiha Madara, and his body suddenly became as tall as a mountain, waving his huge fist and hitting Uchiha Madara. Once this punch hits, Uchiha Madara might turn into a ball of meat sauce. This combination of battles. No ninja dares to be careless. Plus Sarutobi Sasuke, the powerful ninja. However, Uchiha Madara instantly solved his crisis. Facing the blonde ninja who wanted to seize control of his body, Uchiha Madara instantly used illusion to control the other party. Under the control of Uchiha Madara's illusion, the blonde ninja directly used the mind turn technique to invade his spirit into the tail man who was controlling the shadow battle. The blonde ninja controls the tail man and uses shadow imitation to control the shadow of the fat and strong man behind Uchiha Madara. Boom! The fat and strong man's body rolled up involuntarily, smashing the blonde ninja and the man with the tail, and directly defeated the pig, deer, and butterfly combination. Even. The defeat was a bit too embarrassing. No. Even using embarrassment to describe it would be a bit too proud. Because Uchiha Madara just took a look. It should be said. Uchiha Madara didn't even really take a look. This terrifying man just took advantage of the spirit of the blonde ninja invading his body and solved the pig, deer, butterfly combination in a straightforward way. The time was so short that it was even counted in seconds. A few seconds. The only one left in the pursuit team was Sarutobi Sasuke. Chakra has also recovered a little. Uchiha Madara's eyes were still staring at Sasuke Sarutobi, who was beginning to sweat on his head. His fingers slowly formed a handprint. Ninjas like you seem to be unable to get rid of them easily. Just be more serious and let you see the real fire escape. Sarutobi Sasuke's eyes suddenly tightened. Half a minute later, the pig, deer, and butterfly combination rushed back to the battlefield. The target Uchiha Madara, tracked by this team, has left. They saw in fear that their captain Sarutobi Sasuke was burned to severely injured all over, as if he had completely fallen into a coma, and even his breathing became weak. We can't catch up with the spots again. The fat and strong man carried Sasuke Sarutobi, who was seriously injured and dying, and quickly returned in the direction of Konoha. The captain must be sent to the hospital first. The captain looks like something is not good. The blonde ninja has woken up from the illusion because he was seriously injured by being smashed, and asked his teammates nervously, "Do you want to tell the captain's family about this?" It's definitely impossible to hide it. The man with a braid rubbed his brows. I have met the captain's son. The child of Hizawa is an excellent ninja and will not be afraid of his father's misfortune. Hope. Someone in the village can save the captain. Please read the monthly ticket. The recommendation for testing the waters is over. I'm going to have the first round. The Nara clan seems to be working as a part-time Chinese medicine practitioner. The Sarutobi clan is good at fire escape. Sarutobi Suzuki's prototype is admired by Kishimoto. No matter how outstanding it is, he cannot beat Uchiha Madara. Hashirama and Madara have always been the kind that leads the gap. It is probably the kind of talented academic god crushing the talented academic master. The talented academic master is Tomomi Senju, and Sarutobi Suzuki is a hard-working academic master. Chapter 27. Did you get anesthetics during the operation? Konoha Hospital. Emiya Shiera is here. Now he is like a doctor. This is what Emiya Shiera must do in Konoha. She is a doctor who treats and saves patients in Konoha Hospital because he is a real medical ninja. No one in Konoha knew his face, and he did not intend to hide his identity. However, some people in Konoha Hospital thought he looked familiar. Because there are many medical ninjas in the Senju clan, most of them lie secretly in front of Emiya Shiera's crystal coffin when they were young, like Senju Hashirama. Let him pay attention to his diet. A green chakra in the fingertips of Emiya Shiera quietly disappeared, and she did not go to see the patient she had cured. She just ordered the assistant sent to tell his family to come to the ward to clean up, and you will be discharged from the hospital today. Chakra. It is indeed a magical power. Because chakra can heal the wound quickly. If you can use some superb medical skills and sufficient medical experience, even if difficult and complex surgery is required, the healing ability of chakra can minimize the risk. Master Emiya is so awesome. We don't dare to perform surgery on this patient. This is normal. He must maintain his vital signs during the operation, and it is easy to die because the patient's wound is too big and heals too much. The length of the operation is related to his life. In addition, the rapid healing ability of medical ninjutsu after the operation cannot heal the wound. Shiera Emiya reached out to hold the medical record, wrote and painted it for a while and handed it to the sent assistant. I just did too much surgery to be more proficient. You have also had some effect on the conservative treatment plan for him, at least I have saved his life. This is... The assistant was a little curious. This is a drug that may be used during treatment. Shiera Emiya said his method without caring about it and said casually, I have seen more patients and know a little more. In order to relieve the pain, the last patient like this has eaten herbs near his house. When I met other patients, I used this herb very effective and did not cause other diseases of the patient. By the way, after Emiya Shiera finished speaking, she suddenly spoke, after finding this herb, don't use it on the patient first. I'll talk about it later after I'm studying it. The situation may be different. This is knowledge from ancient times. At least 1,000 years later, the human body will also evolve, and Emiya Shiera is not able to determine the efficacy of the medicine. Outside the operating room, Wei Miyashi had just pushed open the door. Old Master Emiya. Senjo Hashirama knelt in front of Emiya Shiera. The first generation Hokage knelt in front of Shiera Emiya's door, kowtowed to him, begging Shiera Emiya to save his subordinate Suzuki. Please help me save my companion Suzuki. Chihao Hashirama didn't care about his Naruto face at all, and even couldn't help crying. As long as I can save Suzuki's life, I can do whatever I want. I see. Emiya Shiera looked at the corners of her eyes twitched. This person. Why do you seem to be here to cause trouble? And saving Suzuki sounded strange from his mouth. Although Emiya Shiera had known for a long time that Chihao Hashirama was talking about Suzuki, she still occasionally felt a little uncomfortable. The assistant behind Emiya Shiera covered his face. Many people in Konoha know this first-generation Naruto. Although he has strong power, he is always moved when he encounters things and crying and kneeling down. Sasui goes to track Madara. Chihao Hashimara explained to Emiya Shiera about Suzuki's injury. As a result, he was seriously injured by Madara's fire escape ninjutsu, and there is only one in the village. I can live for a few more hours. Emiya Shiera checked Suzuki's injuries. A hint of horror flashed across everyone's faces. It seems we have to save him first. It would be great if he could hold on for a few days. Emiya Shiera asked someone to carry Suzuki into the operating room and sighed, fortunately, the next patient who needs surgery can last for a few years. Everyone present had a little sweat on their foreheads. No. Is this really a serious medical ninja? It sounds like if Suzuki Sarutobi could hold on for a few more days, would they still have to queue up here? Click. The operating room door was closed. A group of guard ninjas quickly pulled their own Naruto down. Just as they could only wait for the results of the operation here in fear, a teenager wearing Konoha ninja's forehead guard rushed over, with a little uneasy and nervous look on his face. Monkey. Senjo Hashirama hurriedly called the boy to come to his side. This young man is Sarutobi Hinazan, the son of Sarutobi. He is only 14 or 15 years old this year and is very worried about his father's serious injury. Because Sarutobi Hinata's family psychic beast is a monkey, and his surname is Sarutobi, occasionally he jumps up and down like a little monkey, and his elders who are watching him grow up are nicknamed as Monkey. Sir Naruto, my father. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen was nervously trying to ask something. Monkey, don't be afraid. Chihao Hashirama rubbed his head comfortably and gently comforted his emotions. The person who treats your father now is the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world ever. Sun kill. Day kill. A group of young girls ran over from the end of the corridor. When they saw Chihao Hashirama, they hurriedly bowed and looked at their friends anxiously. Rizan, we heard about your father. The young man Sarutobi Hina nodded. When he saw the group of friends being nervous and anxious, his face slowly calmed down. Thank you, I really worry you. Lord Naruto just told me that my father will be cured soon. Right. A big smile appeared on Chihu Hashirama's face, and he raised his hand and said, I swear in the name of Naruto, he will be healed soon. Sir Naruto. A group of guard ninjas were so scared that they wanted to cover his mouth. No. You can't say such words randomly. At least when Sasuke came here, he was already seriously injured and dying. No one expected that the leader of the Sarutobi clan who was good at fire escape would be so severely injured by the fire escape ninjutsu. Certainly. If you think of his opponent, it is not easy to be sent to the hospital alive. Huh? Where is Danzo? A girl suddenly felt that there was one missing from them. Danzang seems to be still practicing hard in the training ground. A young man wearing glasses also noticed it and quickly explained, it should be that we all followed us when we knew the news. We had not had time to tell him about Hina's father's injury. Don't tell Danzang today. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen explained like a little adult in front of these panicked and worried friends, when my father's situation stabilizes, I will find another opportunity to tell Danzo so that Danzo will not worry about it today. A group of teenagers nodded quickly. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen has a high prestige among this group of companions. He usually teases everyone for fun, but he always looks very reliable when there is a tense atmosphere. Certainly. These little guys didn't expect anything. Rescue behavior at such critical moments often takes a long time, and they can only stay here patiently and wait for the operation to rescue Sarutobi Sasuke to end. In the operating room, Shiyu and Umiya performed the operation with a calm expression. For him, there was nothing special attention to this burn surgery that required epidermal treatment, because he had undergone a more difficult medical operation. For the assistant, this scene seemed a little scared. Amiya Shiera's left hand floated with a chakra scalpel, slowly cutting out the burned skin muscles of Sasuke Sarutobi in a minimally invasive way, and blood immediately spread out from the wound. Amiya Shiera's right hand floated with a green yang attribute chakra, quickly stopping the wound and allowing the muscle epidermal cell tissue to regenerate quickly. Don't be afraid. The patient is very strong. While Amiya Shiera was urging Chakra to treat Sasuke's wound, she could also pull out her mind to soothe the assistant next to her. Compared with the complex organ surgery inside the human body, this kind of surgery is already very simple. Luckily, he was instantly burned by the fire escape technique. The patient is very smart. There is no inhalation burn in his body. If the patient has an inhalation burn under a burn, the danger will be more than one level. I have saved someone before. The patient who survived the fire, when I met him, there were horrible burns in his respiratory tract and lung organs. What's the result? The assistant beside him looked at Amiya Shiera with a little fear and chatted while undergoing surgery. Amiya Shiera looked at his assistant in confusion, and said as if he was taken for granted, "At that time, my condition was stronger than now. I easily cut open the patient's throat and lungs and rescued the patient." This assistant was already a little dizzy when he heard it. It's worthy of being. Lord Emiya. Suzuki's consciousness was awake in the pain. He felt his body hurt severely and struggled to praise him. Are you awake? Shiera Emiya thought for a second, and suddenly asked a question that scared his assistant. By the way, do you remember that I gave him anesthetic before rescuing him? Danzang. My dog Zodiac. By the way, they should actually call Suzuki, but I try to avoid the situation where Suzuki may cause confusion in reading. Besides, after all, everyone knows it. I have always been a fan of Suzuki. Welcome to read the Suzuki extra chapter at the end of Start as a Worker from Naruto. Chapter 28, Sun Killing, You Will Regret It. In the evening, the door of the operating room slowly opened. Shiera Emiya walked out with some shame, and his assistant with fear on his face followed Shiera Emiya, so scared that he dared not speak. Judging from their expressions, it seems that there will be no good news, so the actions of Senjo Hashirama and others standing up are a bit heavy. Senior. The young Sarutobi Hizaki forced himself to stand up, looked at the strange medical ninja, and took the initiative to come forward to introduce his identity. I am Sarutobi Hizaki, the son of Suzuki Sarutobi, Sr. How is my father's situation? Emiya Shiera's eyebrows trembled. Senior. The young Sarutobi Hinaru looked at Shiera Emiya, and suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart, afraid of spitting out some bad news from the other party's mouth. Fine. Something happened in the middle of the operation. Shiera Emiya waved his hand at him, and said with some distractions on his face, but this time I'll survive. State the situation. The young man Sarutobi Hinashin's heart sank. What's the situation? Ninjas always encounter problems when they go on missions. Many ninjas may be disabled for life and may even be able to spend the rest of their lives on the sickbed. Could it be that my father will never come? Should you wait a moment? Shiera Emiya signaled him to wait here for a while, and said with the flow, now he is wearing his own clothes, and you will see him in a while. Thank you, Senior. The young Sarutobi Hinata could only thank Shiera Emiya first, and his face showed a little confusion, and he didn't quite understand the meaning of the words. Wear dress clothes. No. What does this mean? What does he mean to wear clothes inside? Isn't my father seriously injured and dying? Could it be that my father still has the strength to wear his own clothes at this time? Crash. The door of the operating room was pushed open directly. Sarutobi was shocked when he walked out because he didn't notice a group of little guys surrounding the operating room door, and even his son was here. Compared to Suzuki Sarutobi, who was frightened by these little guys, the people who were really shocked were actually a group of Konoha ninjas carrying Sarutobi to ask for help. Everyone present looked at Sarutobi Suzuki in disbelief. You're kidding. Can that situation be able to save it? No. Even if you can be saved, you shouldn't be cured to this point, right? This kind of medical skills. It's a bit too exaggerated. Even the Konoha ninjas who were sent to ask for help could not imagine that a patient who was severely injured by the fire escape ninjutsu and was on the verge of death had recovered his ability to move. How is it possible? There is no sign of injury at all. Sarutobi Suzuki didn't even have a bandage on his body, and there was no sign of burns at all. His skin was still as tender as a newborn, as if the thing he was sent by everyone in the morning for help was just an illusion for people. This situation. Isn't it really that everyone has fallen into the illusion? Even though Senjo Hashirama was very confident in Amiya Shiera's medical skills, he was shocked at this moment, and he even doubted his eyes. Senjo Hashirama rubbed his eyes hard. Although Chiho Hashima was very confident in Amiya Shiera's medical technology, he couldn't believe that it was so easy to cure Suzuki, who was seriously injured. During the Warring States period, when the Kyojo clan and the Uchiha clan confronted each other, Kyojo Hashirama often saw his clan members die tragically under the fire escape ninjutsu. This kind of injury is not difficult to heal. There was no slight satisfaction on Amiya Shiera's face. This operation is not complicated. The most complicated one is the surgical process. The Konoha medical ninja now they don't have the courage and experience to perform this kind of surgery, nor do they have enough chakra. If any medical ninja comes over, the chakra consumption in the body cannot be supported. Only Shiera Amiya, who has infinite chakra in the filthy body, can persist. He also happened to have undergone a more difficult internal organ surgery than this. I would like to thank you for your life-saving. Suzuki sincerely thanked Amiya Shiera on his face. Thank you, senior. The young Sarutobi Hinaru hurriedly followed his father to thank him again. You can't call me a senior. Suzuki quickly corrected his son and even seriously wanted to teach him the correct name. It would be too rude to just call him senior. Don't call him rudely, you must call him your excellency. Different names have different identities. Some people would call Amiyashi's original master, and think that it was respectable enough. Some people would call Amiyashi's original master, and think that this was respectable enough. In theory, Your Excellency in this era is generally used to impart a title of honor as a great name. However, in the ancient times where Shi Yuan, Amiya was located, there was probably not even daming. At that time, his reputation was already higher than that of Daming's ancestors. Don't worry about that much. Amiya Shiera shook her head, not caring about the mere name. For me, the name is just secondary. Hehe, what is that senior who has any nickname? The young Sarutobi Hiruzen felt completely relieved when he saw that his father was fine. The 145-year-old boy had a little lively temperament. While talking to Shiera Amiya, he deliberately stuck out his tongue and made a face at his healthy father. He thought this strange senior was quite easy to get along with. Sunkill. Sarutobi Sasuke hurriedly held down his son. Probably, yes. Amiya Shiera didn't care about the young man's presumptuousness, but actually answered his question. There should be many people in the world who secretly thought I was a stupid and innocent person. They should have given me some nicknames, but I'm unlikely to know. How is that possible? Sasuke quickly comforted Amiya Shiera, patted his son's head while proactively saying, "Who dares to disrespect you, we will definitely not let him go." Not just a life-saving grace. There is even kindness to the inheritance of medical skills in this era. Sasuke was lying on the operating table and heard Shiera Amiya teaching them Konoha's medical ninja, sharing his experience without hesitation. This is a truly respectable person. Good. Senjo Hashirama's face was also full of firmness. However, the first-generation Hokage was also very reckless, and immediately touched his chin and thought, "But we also want to give Your Excellency Emiya a nickname that is easy to catch up and reflects Your Excellency Emiya's characteristics." Hey, Lord Naruto! The two Umbus quickly stopped Senjo Hashirama. All right. Amiya Shiera seemed to be not concerned about these things, and specifically reminded Sasuke, "When rescuing you, I made some of your cell tissues accelerate division and regeneration during the operation, which may also make your body age faster. I'm lucky to survive." A sincere gratitude appeared on Sasuke's face, and he even chuckled and said, "It's okay, our clan looks old. I can survive. This is really a very lucky thing." Whether it is survived from Uchiha Madara, or he is seriously injured and dying by Uchiha Madara but is rescued by a big man like Shiera Amiri. This kind of experience. His life actually felt a bit magnificent. We will remember this kindness in our hearts. After Sasuke Sarutobi finished speaking, he thanked the first Naruto and his group seriously, and took the time to knock the young Sarutobi Hinako in the head. "Don't be rude to Your Excellency Umiya. I don't know his name yet. It seems that his surname is Emiya? Could it be the descendant of the legendary saint Emiya Shiera?" The young Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about the pain, he just looked at the strange medical ninja in his heart. This person. I have never seen it in the village. It happened to be sunset and sunset. A young man rushed in as he fell through the window in the hospital corridor with the sunset. His face was a little anxious because it was too late when he received the message. "Hey, son, kill." When the boy saw his friend Sarutobi Hinata, he shouted loudly, "I just heard that your father was seriously injured." However, before the boy finished speaking, he saw Sarutobi Sasuke, who was walking behind Sarutobi Hisan and a line of boys, who looked doting on his face without any strangeness. It looks like. It's not like he is seriously injured and dying. This picture is much different from the news the boy just got. The boy's face suddenly changed, and he felt like he had been deceived again. Sungkill. Is it really your prank again? Hey, Danzang, listen to me. The young Sarutobi Hinaru hurriedly stepped forward and wanted to call on his friend, hoping that he would not misunderstand. I actually want to lie to me. The boy ran out again with anger on his face, and the suppressed anger echoed in the corridor. Rizan, you will regret it. Please read and ask for monthly tickets. Finally I wrote about my favorite Lord Danzang. The young Sarutobi Hinata was very cheerful. Based on this, it is speculated that Sarutobi Hinazun when he was a teenager should be similar to Naruto, Jiraiya. Because when Senju Tomorama covered them with escape, when Sarutobi Hinazawa wanted to die calmly, he acted like Jiraiya's tone when he was young. Certainly. 55 years later. The old Sarutobi Hinasan became very steady. I think it is a bit strange to write about him at this point in time. It should be the kind of person who can be steady when encountering big things so that the people around him will be convinced, and they will be out of line when encountering small things. As for the last person to appear, I understand. His appearance is always a familiar style. He can be pure in blood. Chapter 29, Peeping from the Naruto. Bang! The gate of Konoha Hospital was closed heavily. Everyone present saw the boy running out. They looked at Sarutobi Suzuki, who had recovered from serious injury and dying, and then looked at Sarutobi Hinako who was scolded by the boy again, and then they understood the story behind the couple. A young man who had just learned that his friend's father was seriously injured and dying, hurried to the hospital to care for his good friend. As a result, the boy found out that his friend's father seemed to be not sick at all, so he would definitely be annoyed by his friend's pranks on him. Deceiving friends' feelings. This kind of thing sounds too bad. Danzang. Listen to my explanation. The young man Sarutobi Hizaki hurriedly chased him out and explained clearly that his father Sarutobi Suzuki was really seriously injured and was rescued by a strange medical ninja. Are you saying true? Young Tuanzang didn't believe his explanation. Of course it's true. As a person who has witnessed the birth of a miracle with his own eyes, Sarutobi Hinata was as lively and curious as a monkey, and said his guess in detail. The identity of that medical ninja is very mysterious. Everyone calls him Lord Emiya. He has a very high status and a very skilled medical skills. He is likely to have an ancestral relationship with the greatest medical ninja. The young Sarutobi Hinako touched his chin and thought while talking, but he was really a little strange. He didn't look happy even though he saved the patient. He looked like a coffin face. What does this have to do with us? The young man Duanzang still frowned. Compared with the cheerful little friends, the young man Duanzang has a much colder temperament. He rarely smiles on his face. If his identity is mysterious, it is likely to be an important secret in the village, and it is not something that we should go to inquire about. At this time, the young Tuanzang seemed to have the concept of level. Young Tuanzang will be a little awe of the power of Konoha's senior management, because young Tuanzang believes that he will become a senior management in the future and will strictly prohibit the people below from touching the secrets of his superiors. But the young Sarutobi Hizaki was still a little curious about Emiya Shiera. If it's really a secret, it is definitely impossible for them to see it casually, right? However, neither the first Naruto Shizuma or his father Sasuke did not stop his shinin from contacting the other party. The young Sarutobi Hizan was discussing with his friends, and also noticed two figures coming out of Konoha Hospital, which made him even more strange. At sunset, the work at Konoha Hospital is almost over. In Sarutobi Hinako's vision, he saw the first Naruto Chijima, who had the highest prestige and status of Konoha, walking side by side with the medical ninja. Even Chiho Hashirama treated the other party very respectfully, as if the first Naruto was accompanying some big shot. Those are the new generation of little guys in our village. While attracting Emiya Shiera to visit Konoha, Chihutsu casually introduced the group of teenagers. Tobirama founded the ninja school in the village, and those little guys were the first batch of students. The monkey that Lord Emiya just saw is the best among these little guys. This is not a false statement. Because Sarutobi Hirazen's talent is indeed excellent. The young Sarutobi Hizaki has long mastered the unique psychic beast ape demon of the Sarutobi clan. He even had extracted 5 attribute chakra at this age, and was also learning 5 attribute ninjutsu from Chihou Tobirama. In addition to this, the young Sarutobi Hinasen's temperament is also very likable. At least, the elders who grew up watching Sarutobi Hinata discovered that there was another advantage in this young man that was more precious than his talent. Leadership. This is something that cannot be ignored no matter what. Although the young Sarutobi Hiruzen usually looks naughty and unrestrained, he is very calm when encountering serious things, and can even suppress his panic in his heart. His expression changes without any fear. For example, his father was seriously injured today. The ninjas present all saw the young Sarutobi Hinata coming to the hospital alone, and they were full of worry and uneasiness, and were very nervous about their father's condition. Of course, while his companions also came with uneasy expressions, the young man could still hold on and take the initiative to stand up to calm his companions' emotions. The little guy next to the monkey is called Shimura Danzo. Chihou Hashirama had already seen the friendship between the young Sarutobi Hinako and the young Danzo, and a little nostalgic expression appeared on his face. I heard that Monkey and Danzo were unwilling to give in when they were in the ninja school. Now that they are growing up, they are also companions who recognize each other. It looks like they have a good relationship. Wei Gong Shiwen nodded in an unknown expression. If nothing unexpected happens. Chihou Hashirama admired the young Sarutobi Hinajan and his group very much, and sighed, Koha's future will fall on the shoulders of these little guys. Is that true? Shi Yumiya seemed to be interested in these young men when he heard this, and sighed, humans always want to entrust their will to the hope of the future. Even the 6 paths of immortals are no exception, let alone ordinary people like us. The assistant next to him quietly recorded the words and deeds of Shiera Amiri. Because he was sent by Tomomi Senju to assist Emiya Shiera, mainly to secretly collect some information revealed by Emiya Shiera at will. For this era, Emiya Shiera has too many treasures. Senju Tobirama dared not miss any opportunity, and even asked his assistant to keep everything about the other party secretly. Inside the Naruto. The work of Senju Tobirama is a bit busy. Since Uchiha Madara escaped from the pursuit without being killed, Senju Tobira had to send more people to continue to press and monitor the Uchiha clan to avoid any situation inside Konoha at this time. In addition to this, Senju Tobirama has to prepare for another major event. With his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, only 10 years of life left, he decided to use the stories of Asura and ninja sect mentioned by Shiera Emiya to split up the major ninja tribes in Konoha village and reshape their sense of identity with Konoha. Now it is not far from the Warring States period, and the villagers of Konoha are still more willing to believe in the patriarchs of their respective clans. They must be liberated from the ideological confinement of their clans and choose to believe and jointly protect Konoha's home. Only this is the only way. Konoha, who has reached today's prestige and strength by Senju Hashirama, can only continue to survive when Senju Hashirama dies. It looks like only the Thousand Hands clan takes the lead in doing this. Senju Tobirama is very familiar with Konoha's situation. The most powerful Senju clan in the village must set an example in order to make other ninja clans agree with his approach. First, disband the Thousand Hands clan. The tribes of the Thousand Hand tribe must even be allowed to leave the already divided resident, and each household should live in various areas of the village as much as possible. Only the Thousand Hands clan takes the lead in acting. Only other ninja tribes would believe that the Thousand Hand tribe did not want to annex them. At this time, the next plan can begin. Senju Tobirama can use this as a reason to slowly guide the ninjas of the major ninjas to disperse. From then on, everyone abandoned the prejudice of the ninja surname and integrated into Konoha together. As long as this plan is successful, everyone will only recognize their identity as Konoha ninja in the future. They will no longer be ninjas of any ninja. They will only act in the name of Konoha in the future. Children who grew up in the village will only continue to recognize Konoha. But the Uchiha clan cannot be separated. Their clan must be gathered to facilitate surveillance and avoid the existence of the asshole like Uchiha Madara in this clan again. The Hinaga clan is also more troublesome. In order to protect the eyes from being out of the way, their clan has been keeping a cage-like control mark on the forehead of the dividing ninja. Even if the ninjas of the Hyaga clan are required to separate from each other, the clan leader of the Hyaga clan has the ability to control the dividing ninjas. This kind of tradition, it cannot be changed for a while. And protecting your eyes from falling outside is also very beneficial to Konoha. If the Hinaga tribe is willing to respect Konoha's senior management in the future, maybe they can only wait for changes in the internal division to resist the sect family to find an opportunity to intervene. As for other ninjas, there are basically no special situations. Senju Tobirama was very familiar with the situation of Konoha's various ninja tribes. He immediately decided to end his plan and planned to find an opportunity to discuss this decision with his elder brother. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door outside the door. The assistant next to Shiera Emiya sent today's information. Master Tobirama. This is information about Your Excellency Emiya. Most of them are about medical surgery skills and experience, as well as some treatments for diseases, but he said that after finding the herbs, he must verify them first. I see. After reading it, Tomomi Senju nodded with satisfaction with the gain. It seems that Lord Emiya has treated many patients in the hospital today. Yes. What a pity. Senju Tobirama was also a little regretful that this information did not involve anything that could be used to enhance the strength of the ninja, and his eyes slowly stopped at the last place. Only Konoha. It is the future that you deserve to entrust. For Konoha, it's not impossible to use some means. Please read and ask for monthly tickets. There is a Kishimoto-san who is from Class 7. The design mentioned that Haruno Sakura may have planned to design it as a descendant of Thousand Hands, and even clan emblems appeared on the wall behind her, but she gave up because of her popularity. Chapter 30. Uchiha Madara suddenly enlightened. How many patients are there in Konoha Hospital? Senju Tobirama hit the table intentionally or unintentionally. There are dozens of severe cases in the hospital. The assistant hidden by Shiera Emiya's side was impressed by Shiera Emiya's medical skills in just one day, and couldn't help but sigh. With the medical skills of Your Excellency Emiya, these patients can be quickly freed from the pain of the disease. If this happens... Senju Tobimaru narrowed his eyes and seemed to be talking to himself. If there were no patients in the hospital in our village, with his temperament, he would not have been able to stay in Konoha all the time. He would probably have cured diseases and saved people like in ancient times. And he must also want to see this era. The sound of Chihao Tobirama's fingers hitting the table was a little trembling. He thought about the situation in the ninja world and the troubles facing Konoha, if he leaves Konoha. Mr. Tobirama means... The assistant didn't quite understand what Chihao Tomomi meant, so he tried to persuade him. If Tomomi wants to imprison Lord Gumiya, I don't recommend. Where did you think of? Senju Tobirama waved his hand and signaled the subordinate to relax, and said coldly, Koi cannot do such a thing. I am just thinking about the safety of Lord Emiya. Not everyone in the ninja world will respect him as much as our village. For example, Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama's palm supported his chin, revealing an extremely dangerous look. He was thinking about a plan that could completely utilize Shiera Emiya. Tomorrow morning. Let the monkeys and the others gather in the training ground. Senju Tobimaru ordered and said in a deep voice, From tomorrow, I will conduct special training on them, and I will select the right candidates from their special training results to perform a special task. Besides, let the Anbi ninjas gather. I also want to select a group of suitable candidates. Senju Tobirama was extremely serious when he thought about the plan for Emiya Shiera, and even feared that there would be some mistakes. I have to find time to meet my elder brother. if nothing unexpected happens. When Emiya Shiera left Konoha, that guy Uchiha Madara will definitely choose to take action. Senju Tobirama thought he knew Uchiha Madara quite well. He believed that Uchiha Madara would definitely want to use Emiya Shiera's medical skills to treat the Sharingan who was blind to escape death. That's the eyes of his younger brother Uchiha Izuna. Chihao Tobirama recalled the man he killed in the past, and his eyes were cold and thought, there are only those eyes left in this world with traces of Uchiha Izuna, and the power of the Uchiha clan also depends on their Sharingan. Informed and reasonable. Uchiha Madara must find ways to make that eye clear. There is no doubt that once Emiya Shiera leaves Konoha, it is the best chance that Madara can meet, and it is also the best chance that we can kill Madara again. In fact, Senju Tobirama's guess is indeed good. This man knows Uchiha Madara's thinking quite well. The only thing that made Chihao Tobirama make a mistake in guessing was that Uchiha Madara didn't want to treat her blind eyes. Because Uchiha Madara did not think that Shiera Emiya's medical skills could cure his blindness, Uchiha just wanted to see Shiera Emiya to ask some ancient secrets. The Country of Fire. An underground stronghold of the Uchiha clan. After leaving the Konoha ninjas to hunt, Uchiha Madara stayed for a short rest in this stronghold, because only he, the past patriarch, knew about this stronghold. Since he did not get a medical ninja, Uchiha Madara could only try to transplant Hashirama's flesh and blood on his wounds by himself. He wanted to use this to get the power of Hashirama's Senju. Luckily, this sloppy transplant was successful. During this process, it was a little dangerous. Senju Hashirama's flesh and blood grew rapidly on his body. Fortunately, it was quickly controlled by the chakra in his body. Successful. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes with satisfaction. The man clearly felt the chakra emerging from his body. His chakra and body recovery ability were greatly improved after transplanting Hashirama's cells. Let me see. Uchiha Madara's fingers cut his arm. After blood flowed out of the wound on Uchiha Madara's arm, he quickly recovered under the stimulation of chakra in his body. This kind of self-healing ability, it is unique to Shinju Hashirama. Now he has also obtained this terrifying self-healing ability. What Uchiha Madara most unexpected was that a vine grew on his arm, which was the only one of the wooden escape blood limits that belonged to Shimura Kishao. The chest is a little strange. Uchiha Madara stood in front of a smooth glass. Uchiha Madara saw a white face growing on his chest. The face shape of this face looks a bit like his friend Kishaoji. Between. This is the price you pay for getting the power of Shinmara Senju. If you transplant Hashimura's cells, you will leave traces on your body forever. But it's so different from what I really want to get. Uchiha Madara casually put on a piece of clothing, covering his chest with his face frowning. His eyebrows were a little dissatisfied. Based on the information of the stone tablet left by our Uchiha clan in ancient times, the interaction between the forces of the positive and the negative should be the power of the forest. The gap is too big. Although my strength has been greatly improved. For Uchiha Madara, this increase in strength is completely incomparable to the price he paid. He paid the price of blindness of an eternal maniatoscope Sharingan. That was the eyes his younger brother Uchiha Izuna entrusted to him. Did you guess wrong? The power of everything. What exactly is the power of everything? Uchiha Madara fell into his own thinking again. He thought that his understanding was unlikely to be wrong, so he reached out to touch his eyes. After I got the power of Hashirama, I could feel that the pupil power consumed by using the kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique was also reduced. But this kind of improvement is not a qualitative change. There are still some messages on the stone tablet of our clan, which I transplanted and never read even though I had never read. If my guess is not wrong, the final content should be that after we have obtained the power of the whole world, we will use the power of the whole world to save the world. Snort. But it's not that trouble now. Uchiha Madara remembered the man who exposed the secret of fake death, and the medical ninja of the ancient times, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I remember correctly, that guy Hashirama once told me the story about Emiya Shiera when he was a child. He was the first medical ninja in the ninja world. Maybe he knows something. It seems that we have to find a way to find an opportunity to meet that man from ancient times, and maybe we can get the message hidden from the stone tablet from him. Uchiha Madara's mind is very lively. No longer completely sticking to the content of the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Since Shiera Emiya, a figure from the ancient times, appeared in this era, just find an opportunity to ask directly, maybe your confusion can be solved. Maybe. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and grabbed a short knife, intending to lurk near Konoha to look for an opportunity to meet Shiera Emiya again. That man knows how to activate the power of all things, and maybe he will gain even greater results. The underground of this stronghold. Heiju's figure quietly lurked in the darkness. Compared with Uchiha Madara's confidence, Kurojo's idea is more complicated. He originally thought that Uchiha Madara could quickly open the reincarnation eye from the eternal maniatoscope Sharingan after obtaining the chakra of Hashirama Senju, but the situation seemed to be not as imagined. I have to go and meet Uehara. We must find a way to help Ihara and Uchiha Madara meet again. Heiju's figure hid underground and followed Uchiha Madara toward Konoha's direction. It was also thinking seriously, only Uchiha can find out where the problem is, so that Uchiha Madara can truly awaken the reincarnation eye. But let's teach Wei Yuan to learn to deceive. Uchiha Madara is unruly. He has seen the stone tablet left by the 6 immortals. He must find a way to avoid being caught by him and Wei Yuan after meeting him, and then he could detect the scam on the stone tablet from Wei Yuan. It's really a headache. How can I let Wei Yuan learn to lie? How can we let Wei Yuan accept it? Sometimes hiding and deceiving others is not a bad thing. I'm asking for monthly tickets on Monday. Today is still nearly 6,000 words. Because we will continue to climb the new book list on Monday. It will definitely be updated when it is released. After it is released, it will basically be tens of thousands of dollars a day. Chapter 31 Heiju, Will You Lie? In Konoha village. Emiya Shiera doesn't care about anyone's spying. Emiya Shiera had long expected Senju Tomoma's secret spying. With Senju Tomoma's character, it would not be possible for Senju Tomoma to miss any opportunity to make Konoha strong. However, thousands of years ago, Emiya Shiera put himself in a very clever position, making anyone believe that his existence is truly harmless, and forced Tomoema Senju to find a way to gain his favor through some roundabout ways. Anyone will only believe in one thing. Emiya Shiera wants to make this world have a better future. Even if Heiju always wants to subvert the ninja world, he doesn't worry that Emiya Shiera will want to hurt it, he just wants to worry that Emiya Shiera will ignore it. Same. This is also the most difficult part of Heiju. Kuroja really hopes that Emiya Shiera can learn a little badly, no longer hold the so-called noble morality, and devote himself to the dark cause of resurrection Kagaya with it. Unfortunately, when Heiju came to Konoha quietly, he saw that Shiera Emiya was summarizing and reviewing his medical records of treating and saving patients at Konoha Hospital, which made it even more troublesome. Those ordinary people die. Why should Shiera Emiya wasting his energy to save them? Are you back? When Emiya Shiera saw Heiju appear on his own initiative, the pen in his hand was not stopped, and he greeted him, Heiju, wait a moment, I will finish these first. Heiju could only wait helplessly. It was not until he saw Shiera Emiya that he spoke out and persuaded, Vihara, what we need to do is a greater cause. This is not a conflict. Shiera Emiya carefully rolled up the scroll and explained seriously, anyway, these small things will not waste my time, and I will continue to do it in the future. Speaking of it, how is that person named Uchiha Madara? Emiya Shiera had known for a long time that Heiju would definitely talk about Uchiha Madara, so she simply pointed it out. I heard some news about him in Konoha's village. This person's reputation in the village is a bit bad, and many people are afraid of him. Uchiha Madara is like his ancestor Indra. Heiju immediately took over the topic and introduced their future chess pieces. Uchiha Madara has always believed that power can bring domination and stability. Such people who like powerful means are naturally not very popular in the eyes of the weak, and often attract fear. By the way, after Heiju introduced Uchiha Madara, he continued, now Uchiha Madara wants to see you because he wants to get some news from you. What news? How can we awaken the reincarnation eye? When Heiju said this, his voice became a little gloomy, a stone tablet left by the six-path immortals for the descendants of his eldest son Indra. While cursing the six-path immortals in his heart, Heiju also used the name of the six-path immortals to continue to deceive Shiera Emiya. The six-path immortals predicted that the path of the ninja sect may not be completely correct. He guided the descendants of Indra on the stone tablet that could awaken the reincarnation eye. It should be that the descendants of Indra could use their power to reconstruct the ninja order after the order of the ninja sect collapsed. Certainly. There was a little more hatred in Heiju's words, and he almost gritted his teeth and said, in the end, he left a way to revive his mother Kaguya at the end of the stone tablet. Maybe the six path immortals believe that the paths of Asura and Indra cannot make the world peaceful and ninja, the world still needs the existence of the goddess Kaguya of Ura. Certainly. This is a lie of Heiju. The stone tablets left by the six path immortals have never been for the purpose of resurrecting Kaguya, but instead let the Uchiha tribe, the descendants of Indra who advocated power, be careful of Kaguya's resurrection. That bastard! I want to completely block the possibility of Kaguya's resurrection. In order to resurrect Kaguya, he had to use the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and Kurojo had to use his ability to modify the content on the stone tablet. Because the content on the stone tablet was modified, Heiju had to find a way to deceive Emiya Shiera at this time. Is that true? Wei Miyahara nodded thoughtfully. Wei-gu Shiera seemed to have full trust in Heiju's words. He would definitely not help the six-path immortals speak, but just side with the flow. What's this? A child grew up and crossed time before he finally understood his mother's greatness. When he spread the chakra and made the world become dilapidated and unable to clean up the mess, he remembered his omnipotent mother he had relied on since childhood. Heiju felt a little sad inside. If his mother Kaguya heard Shiera Emiya's words, if the last message of the stone tablet left by the six paths of immortals was the resurrection of Kaguya, perhaps his fragile mother Kaguya would forgive the son who disobeyed him. Well, this guy, Shiera Emiya. Even the warmest words can pierce people's hearts. Forget it. Emiya Shiera casually aroused Heiju's emotions, and no longer confused about the six-path immortals and Kaguya Atsutsuki. Since six-path immortals stayed to resurrect the goddess of Mao, it seems that we don't have to go through a lot of trouble. But Uchiha Madara doesn't know all this. Heiju finally talked about the serious matter, and its voice gradually became serious, as if he was afraid that Shiera Emiya would find a flaw, because the six-path immortals hide the news of Kaguya's resurrection on the stone tablet. I have some guesses that he might be. The six-path immortals really understand their children. Emiya Shiera interrupted Heiju's words, as if he was addicted to the lies made up by Heiju, and sighed quietly. I have seen Indra and Uchiha Madara. They have arrogance that ordinary people cannot reach. Shiera Emiya sighed and took the initiative to help Heiju patch. If these proud children really knew that they needed their ancestors to clean up the situation, unless they really reached the end of the world's destruction, they would never want to do this. Heiju is so lying to others. I also need to help myself, the deceived person, help me replenish. Emiya Shiera had already figured out the purpose of Heiju's arrival in his heart. He must have wanted to deceive and conceal Kaguya's resurrection in front of Uchiha Madara. No. This child's means. Don't teach yourself to deceive Uchiha Madara, right? Emiya Shiera sighed and said softly, if we want Uchiha Madara to help resurrect the goddess of Uchiha, we must conceal the truth in front of him. good. Heiju nodded in surprise and quickly persuaded Shiera Emiya not to have any moral cleanliness. Emiya, sometimes hiding the truth and lying kind-hearted lies to those in need is not a bad thing. It's so strange. Emiya Shiera's expression was a little melancholy, as if she was a little confused about this era. The ninjas of this era are also teaching me to deceive and conceal, as if in this era full of lies, being honest is also a sin. Heiju felt a little guilty. This is the ridiculousness of the world. Heiju quickly comforted Emiya Shiera and carefully guided Emiya Shiera into the abyss of evil. Emiya, this has never been your fault. Everything we do is to get the world on track. The moment when Kaguya is truly resurrected. In this world, you no longer have to hide yourself. At that time, you never have to touch lies and deception again. Heiju gradually lost his burden in his heart and continued to deceive Shiera Emiya. You can be your truest self again, you can truly change this ridiculous world. I see. Shiera Emiya looked at Heiju and couldn't help but sigh, as if nodding helplessly. Please read and ask for monthly tickets. Chapter 32. You don't want Kaguya to be disappointed. Shiera Emiya finally agreed to learn to cheat. Heiju breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that as long as Emiya Shiera began to deceive and conceal others, he would definitely send more lies to cover up the lies in the future. Really? Marvelous. Heiju was a little looking forward to what it would look like when Emiya Shiera deceived and concealed, just like looking forward to seeing a beautiful thing falling into the mud and covered in mud. This feeling. It's so pleasant. Vihara. Heiju simply did not be vague and immediately leaked all Uchiha Madara's information, hoping that Uchihara could prepare early. Now, Uchiha Madara is eager to see you. Because Uchiha Madara tried to awaken the reincarnation eye based on the stone tablet left by the 6 Paths of Immortals, the stone tablet mentioned that the interaction between the forces of the positive and the negative can bring about everything. The stone tablet refers to Indra and Asura's chakra. Uchiha Madara didn't know that the world of Mori is the reincarnation eye. He tried to merge himself with the chakra of Chihu Hashirama. However, the process of awakening the power of Moria has failed, so he wanted to ask you some secrets from ancient times. I see. Emiya Shiwan nodded and reorganized the scroll at hand. The patient at Konoha Hospital is about to finish processing, so I'll go see him. All right. Heiju felt a little helpless again. Because it knew that it could not change Emiya Shiera in such a thing. By the way, Heiju. Shiera Emiya found that Heiju seemed to have forgotten something important again, so he could only remind him again. Where did the 6 Paths Immortal mention the method of resurrecting the goddess of Mao? It's infinite month reading. Heiju gritted his teeth and could not hide it from such things. It needed to continue to make up more lies around its own lies. The last message in the stone tablet left by the 6 Paths of Immortals is the power of infinite moon reading, which is the ultimate illusion that can cover the world. When the light of the infinite moon reading covers the earth, humans can immerse themselves in the dream world they desire most. and the dream world can satisfy all human desires. Is that true? Amiya Shiera's brow seemed a little entangled. In other words, infinite moon reading will allow humans to indulge in eternal dreams, but the existence of the dream world can make people leave the pain of reality and satisfy their greed for desires. That's the case. Humanity may be destroyed by the infinite moon reading, but they can also get real peace in the last moments of their lives. Pity. After all, Shiera Emiya shook his head. He could not make a choice in front of Heiju that was not in line with his nature. This is not the future we want. Good. Heiju nodded, and couldn't help but be glad that he did not use Infinite Tsukiku to lure Amemiya Shiera, but just sighed softly. Infinite Tsukiku's real purpose is to awaken Kagaya. This is the truth that the six-path immortals have never told their descendants. When humans fall asleep, Kagaya's shadow will appear silently. When human chakra gathers together, the ancestor of chakra can come back to this world. When humans wake up from their sleep, the world will also enter eternal peace in Kagaya's protection. Good. Amiya Shiera finally nodded with satisfaction. This is what we want. Only under the protection of the goddess of Omaru, can the world usher in eternal peace. Heiju found that it was not easy for him to deceive a good person like Amiya Shiera, because he had to find ways to tell lies that satisfy Amiya Shiera. But for Madara, maybe he will be more love in the infinite moon reading. Heiju sighed and had to remind Amiya Shiera not to reveal flaws. Compared to you, you are more willing to spend more energy to make humans live a real peace, and make humans enter the dream of infinite moon reading easier. For humans like Uchiha Madara who have experienced the hardships of war, infinite lunar reading is the most desired method. Humans often cannot accept the hardships of creating a better future, and would rather calmly indulge in beautiful dreams. I see. Amiya Shiera seemed to understand what Heiju meant, and nodded. So we have to use infinite moon reading to deceive Uchiha Madara. Amiya Shiera's face was a little calm, as if he was a little discouraged and had to accept the reality that the future would deceive others. When I see Uchiha Madara, I will tell him what he wants and guide him to join our plan. Heiju is very satisfied with his achievements. At this time, Heiju immediately expressed all his thoughts. We need Madara to awaken the Kangkong Eye. Only when the Kangkong Eye appears can the plan be opened. I named this plan the Eye of the Moon. According to the stone tablets of the six-path immortals, it's quite troublesome to use infinite monthly reading. Heiju simply revealed the plan of infinite Uedo to Amiya Shiera. Only by using the power of the reincarnation eye, use the body of the divine tree to collect the tailed beasts of the world to resurrect the divine tree, and then include the divine tree in your body. When you truly get the power of the divine tree, when you get close to the moon, you will open the moon's eye that uses infinite moon reading. At that moment, you can use infinite moon reading to calm the humans in the whole world and awaken the goddess of Mao who has always hidden and guarded the world. Sounds. Amiya Shiera frowned and expressed her curiosity. This plan only requires the power of the samurai eye, and it doesn't seem to require me. I just need to help Uchiha Madara awaken the samurai eye. Heiju was choked by Shiera Amiya. good. This plan does not require Shiera Emiya. However, when Heiju saw Emiya Shiera resurrected, he always remembered Emiya Shiera's terrifying execution ability in ancient times. He did not believe in Uchihama's abilities and was more willing to believe Emiya Shiera in his heart. After all, Uchiha Madara couldn't even defeat Shinju Hashirama. Does Uchiha Madara have the chance to collect tailed beasts when she was alive in Chihu Hashirama? Shiera Emiya defeated Asura and ninja sect with his own hands. According to Heiju's own thoughts, its original intention was to use Uchiha Madara to awaken the Sakura Erika, and directly control Uchiha Madara's body, allowing Uchiha Madara to use the Sakura Erika Eri. This kind of thing. Nothing to do. As long as Emiya Shiera is truly resurrected and gets the power of the reincarnation eye, no matter how troublesome its moon eye plan is, Emiya Shiera will definitely be able to do it. End. If Emiya Shiera is absent, I am really sorry for the effort I spent when I deceived him. Heiju really didn't want to miss the moment when Emiya Shiera realized that she was deceived and realized the truth, how disappointed and regretful it would appear. That kind of pleasure. It always makes Heiju a little intoxicated. Vihara. You are the most suitable candidate for Moon Eye. Heiju felt more and more excited when he thought of this, and repeatedly persuaded, only you in this world are the most qualified to witness the changes in the world with your own eyes. Kuroja desperately hoped that Shiera Emiya agreed, no matter whether it is Uchiha Madara or anyone else, it is impossible for you to master the UI plan. Only you. It's the person Kaguya wants to see the most. Vihara. Heiju's mouth smiled grimly, and a strange meaning appeared in its words. You don't want to be unhappy when the goddess Uchiha whom you believe in is resurrected, right? Shiera Emiya fell silent. This guy Heiju. I clearly wanted to treat myself as a sacrifice for Kaguya's resurrection, but at this time I still said as if I could really see Kaguya. All right. Emiya Shiera sighed faintly and could only choose to agree, I am just worried that I am not doing well enough. If Lord Kaguya is not satisfied when he is resurrected, I hope that we will not regret our decision at that time. How could it be? Black Jew's face became excited again, and its figure quietly sneaked into the ground. Then I'll go back and stare at Uchiha Madara again, and Madara is looking for an opportunity to see you near Konoha. I'm looking for a monthly ticket. I must ask for a review on Tuesday. By the way, I want to make the new book list, please give me double the monthly ticket. It will be updated in the future. Chapter 33 The Victory of the Young Tuanzang. Your Excellency Emiya will leave Konoha. Konoha's senior management has determined that this incident must have happened. However, no one could find a reason to let the other party stay in Konoha. Before leaving Konoha, Shiera Emiya was concentrating on her mission. He stayed at Konoha Hospital for treatment and left some valuable medical experience for the village, which made the assistant who had been monitoring him feel a little ashamed. Certainly. This kind of emotion must not appear in Senju Tobirama. Before the lifespan of Senju Hashirama was resolved, Senju Tobirama knew that he was responsible for Konoha, and he would only choose a plan that was beneficial to Konoha. Training Ground Number 3 in Konoha Village. 2 teenagers stood on this training ground. It was the teenagers Sarutobi Hinaru and the teenager Shimura Danzo who stood out in the short-term special training of Tobira Senju, who became their last opponents just like when they were in their ninja school. Danzang. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his friend and spoke sincerely, "We will stop in this battle, I don't want to hurt you. Do you think you will win?" The young man Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, his face full of humiliation and annoyance. "Hisan, don't underestimate others too much. I won't lose to you this time. The outcome of this battle is unknown. Is this bastard going to issue a declaration of victory? In the past, I did lose more than win. However, this time it was different. For the final result of this special training, the young Tuanzang paid more sweat than in the past, and he also mastered more techniques." As Senju Tobirama issued the order to fight, the young Danzo immediately rushed up and quickly pulled out his ninja knife and slashed it. "I'm still so anxious." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, pulled out 2 shurikens from his ninja bag and sprinkled them out. The angle of the shurikens flying out was a bit tricky. 2 shurikens flew towards Danzo, one left and one right. However, the young Duanzo waved his ninja sword and suddenly knocked away one of the shurikens, quickly spread the hilt, blocking the other shuriken. Young Danzo had long been used to seeing how excellent shuriken throwing technique of Sarutobi Hinata was. He knew very well how accomplished Sarutobi Hinata had in shuriken throwing technique. In Sarutobi Hinata's hands, even the throwing of tiles and stones was so sharpened. No one has to admit. Sarutobi Hinazawa is a true top student. Although everyone thinks that Sarutobi Hinazan is a sloppy person, he must also admit that he has excellent grades and has laid a solid foundation in the ninja. Whether it is the most basic chakra refining technique, the most basic physical technique, the most basic shuriken throwing technique, the most basic 3-body technique, and the most basic ninjutsu, this young man can practice it with relish, and he never even dislikes the power of these basic combat skills. Ding! A crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. Sarutobi Hina's fingers hooked a kuna, and waved kuna to block the ninja sword from the young Danzo sect, and his condition suddenly became serious. The young man Danzang stared at Sarutobi Hinata's face. The ninja knife in his hand quickly slashed out 3 swords, but was stopped by the endless kowtow. You have also practiced swordsmanship. The young man Duanzang looked at his companion hatefully. It's just some basic swordsmanship. Sarutobi Hinasar did not boast about himself. His short kunai was in his hands and could also be used to fight with a sharp sword. Obviously, this is a kind of humility. Because even the sword technique that young Danzo was proud of could not defeat Sarutobi Hinashen, he was also unable to hold back his face, and a hint of dissatisfaction suddenly arose in his heart. The young man Duanzang attacked a few quick steps, forcing Sarutobi Hinata to retreat, and opened his mouth and spit out a sharp wind escape ninjutsu at Sarutobi Hinata. Wind escape, vacuum wave. This wind escape ninjutsu was released extremely insidiously. Even Sarutobi Hizaki had already expected it, so he quickly raised his head to avoid it, and his hair was cut off by a sharp and slender aura like a sickle. This is too dangerous. The boy wearing glasses standing beside Tobima Senja was a little scared and watched their friends fight anxiously. We are companions. The monkey can definitely avoid it. Senja Tobirama didn't agree with this, and even felt a little fussed. The battle between ninjas is never a gentle house play. It's a battle where one mistake will lead to death. Certainly. Senja Tobirama has confidence in his heart. If the two teenagers in the field make real fire, and even there is a danger of harming their lives, he is confident that he can stop the battle from continuing. After all, he is known as the #1 speedy ninja world. But what? Senja Tobirama also realized something in his heart. The fighting style of the young man Tuanzang is indeed a bit extreme. He actually uses the insidious fighting methods of treating the enemy in battle with his companions. If it weren't for me here, if the opponent on the field was not the excellent Sarutobi Hinazan, he would probably be severely injured by a sinister wind escape ninjutsu from Shimura Danzo. Wind escape ninjutsu. It is indeed the technique that young Tuanzang is best at. Wind escape shuriken. A diamond-shaped shuriken appeared between the young man Duanzang's fingers. He opened his mouth and spit out the chakra on the shuriken, and bounced out the shuriken with a sharp whirlwind. Tulu bai. A solid stone wall blocked the shuriken. Cut. The boy Duanzang showed a little disdain on his face. He grabbed his ninja knife and rushed up at high speed, jumped over the stone wall and slashed towards Sarutobi Hinashen, who was hiding behind the wall. Click, a piece of wood was cut open with one knife. Stand-in official technique. The young man Duanzang recognized at a glance that this wood was the prop for the ninja to use the most basic stand-up technique. His eyes quickly searched for the opponent's traces. When is it? Bang! His wrist was kicked. The ninja knife in his hand came out unexpectedly. However, the young man Duanzang's body quickly retreated and pressed against the wall. He had already seen his opponent's figure, raised his hand and grabbed his opponent's ankle, blocked a series of kicks, and threw his opponent's body out with his hand. It's really unexpected, Danzo. Sarutobi Hinata turned over and fell to the ground, not discouraged, and even praised his friend with a smile. Your reaction is much faster than before. I didn't waste the results of special training. The young man responded coldly, and took out a kunai from his pocket. His chakra was not sufficient. He had to take this opportunity to force close combat, and he also had to take this opportunity to use his ultimate move to lay the final victory and defeat. Wind Escape Vacuum Sword. The young man Duanzang opened his mouth and spit out a ball of wind escape, falling into the kunai, gathering into an illusory wind sword, and he raised his sword and killed it again. Hey, this is cheating. The young man Sarutobi Hinaru looked at the long sword transformed from the wind escape technique in a little surprised. He could only pull out a kiwa from his hand and jumped on him. The two teenagers started a new round of confrontation. This confrontation is unprecedentedly intense compared to the past, because their strength has increased extremely high in this special training specially prepared for them by Tobirama. However, the final result of this battle seems to be no different from the ninja battles in the past. As the best new generation of ninjas recognized by Konoha's senior management, Sarutobi Hiruzen defeated Danzo's last fantasy with his superb physical skills and sword skills. At the end of this battle, the chakra in the young Sarutobi Hinashin's body still had a lot of fertility, and his fist stopped in front of the young Danzo. It's over, Danzang. Sarutobi Hiruzen is mostly merciful to his companions, but he just uses ninjutsu to defend Danzo's attack. In order to prevent the battle from getting out of control and hurting his friends, he insists on using physical skills to decide the outcome. Sunkill. The young man Duanzang raised his fingers, looked at his opponent, and smiled contemptuously. Do you really think you won? Next moment, an accident happened suddenly. A black pattern appeared on Sarutobi Hinashin's arm, and this pattern appeared all over his body, tying his ability to move. The seal of the curse of self-karma. When using the gaps in battle to touch the enemy, the spell seal planted on the enemy. When this spell seal is truly completed, the caster can trigger this spell seal at any time, immediately limiting all enemy actions. The voice of Chihao Tobima appeared in their ears. After introducing the curse technique used by the young man Danzo with expressionless face, he personally announced the victory or defeat of the battle. Monkey, you lost. You underestimate the enemy in this battle. You two come with me, I'll explain your next task. This task is likely to change the future of the entire Konoha and even the ninja world. There are many kinds of mantra seals. Among them, Orochimaru uses natural energy and even soul fragments. The mantra seal of Shimura Danzo is a type of chakra sealing technique, but it is also called a seal, such as the seal of the root of tongue disaster, the seal of the self-karma curse, etc. Chapter 34 Danzo, you can solve the problem of Emiya Shiera. Naruto. Sarutobi Hinashin was the first to come out. The boy had a very unusual excitement on his face. Because Chihao Tobirama told him a secret about seeing the mysterious medical ninja at Konoha Hospital, he gave him an extremely special task. I thought my guess was already shocked. Sarutobi Hinako clenched his fist and smashed it at the palm of his other hand. The excitement on his face was a little uncontrollable, and he was really shocked by the secret he learned. That person turned out to be the legendary medical ninja Emiya himself. During this period, This young man has always been curious about the other person's identity. Even when he asked his father Sasuke at home, his father firmly refused to reveal the other party's identity, and solemnly warned his son not to be curious and not to allow him to investigate this secret privately. It would be enough to maintain the highest respect for that man. For a young man, the more mysterious he is, the more curious he is. He can only secretly guess that the other party might be a descendant of Shiera Emiya, but he did not expect that it was Shimiya Emiya himself, or Tamura Senjo had to be resurrected from the filthy land. As for the special tasks, of course, it is to protect Shi Yuan. Although Sarutobi Hizaki believed that his strength was not enough to protect a big shot like Shiera Emiya, Tomoema Senjo still chose them firmly. Your Excellency, Umiya's power does not need your protection. When Chihao Tobirama mentioned this task, his voice was very calm. Monkey, you and Danzo are Konoha's best new generation ninjas. The process of this task is far more important than the result. I hope you two can get the recognition of Lord Emiya during the mission, so that Lord Emiya is willing to believe in Konoha's future, and that he understands that in the future ninja world, only Konoha's ninjas are willing to shoulder the peace of the ninja world. Ah! Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused. However, Tobira Senju didn't say anything more. He drove the little guy out first, and left the boy gang in the Naruto, and seemed to be scolding the boy gang for being too sinister and cruel in the battle training with his companions. Although Sarutobi Hinazawa wanted to plead for his friends, Chihao Tomorama had a harsh attitude, so he asked him to go home and prepare for the mission at any time, and asked him to ask his father Sarutobi Sasuke. Inside the Naruto, Senju Tobima sat calmly on the chair. The boy Duanzang stood at the desk with some anxiety. Danzang. Chihao Tobirama's eyes were obviously a little cold, which made him look a little majestic. Don't worry, I don't want to blame you for your problems in this battle. From the reality, I should praise your clever mind. If you were an excellent ninja in the Warring States period, the wind escape released by that move was quite beautiful and almost killed the monkey. Even I couldn't find any fault. In order to win the battle, you should use any means when fighting. The monkey's kindness and ruthlessness will sooner or later become a fatal shortcoming. The boy Duanzang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he was a little unexpected. Originally, this young man thought he would be scolded, but he really didn't expect that the always strict Tobira, the Senju Tobirama, who was always harsh, would take the initiative to praise him when he was frightened. But be gentler to your companions. Chihao Tobima still reminded the young man Duanzang and said in a deep voice, you and the monkey are companions who can entrust life and death, and have never been enemies who face life and death. Yes. Very good. Senju Tobirama nodded seriously before talking about the serious matter. You have heard of the task of protecting your Excellency Emiya that I mentioned just now? Yes. The young man Duanzang was also a little excited. Because he knew that the matter about Emiya Shiera must be the top secret of Konoha's senior management. At the age of 14 or 15, he could be selected by Tamura Senju to perform such a top secret task. He could not help but feel like he was entrusted with a great mission. He was even considered by Tamura Senju to be one of Konoha's futures, and he felt a little excited when he thought about it. If you say so. The Naruto position in the future village. Ambition suddenly arose in the heart of the young Duanzang. All the children who grew up in Konoha saw with their own eyes the villagers' respect for the first generation of Naruto. Who wouldn't want to be the Naruto in the village? In the past. Of course, I dare not have such ambition. However, Tobirama Senju decided that he and Sarutobi Hinashen were the future of Konoha, so when he grew up, he might not be able to take on the position of Hokage. But you know the monkey's temperament, too. Senju Tobirama's expression gradually became more serious, and he ordered in a deep voice, "This mission requires you to carefully check for omissions and fill in the gaps." Yes. The young Tuanzang quickly agreed loudly. What does this mean? This is clearly what teacher Tobirama values himself more. Although Sarutobi Hinata was very outstanding, Tobirama obviously valued himself more with that guy's personality. Otherwise, why keep yourself specially? Danzang. The burden on you will be very heavy. Chihao Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw through the excited mood of the boy in front of him, but did not care about the other party's ambition. You should know that the great powers in the ninja world have established ninja villages one after another, and there is competition between ninja villages. Old Master Emiya. It is also an important person we need to compete with. Chihao Tobirama thought of his elder brother's lifespan, and his face became heavier. For Konoha, Lord Emiya is an indispensable existence, especially he also knows that many of our Konoha's secrets include the highest secret. That. The young man Duanzo didn't understand it very much, so he tried to ask Tobirama Senju, "Shao, shouldn't we leave that Lord Emiya in Konoha now? At least now. Koi cannot control his will." Senju Tobirama cannot say that the lifespan of Emiya Shiera and Senju Hashima is of great importance. He can only explain Emiya Shiera's status in some easy-to-understand words: a great man who has made great contributions like him in the long history of the ninja world. Konoha cannot act rudely to him, and cannot take tough measures against him. However, old Emiya has mastered the secrets of ancient times and even some powerful powers, which also makes us unable to ignore his influence on the ninja world after leaving Konoha. When Chihao Tobirama said this, he stretched out his arm and showed the spell seal on his body. For example, the spell seal energy of the spell seal can greatly increase the combat power of the ninja. If an ordinary ninja gets it, he can quickly have combat power comparable to that of the Yunin. The boy Duanzang was shocked. This for a moment. A hint of greed surged in the boy's heart. The boy soon understood the value of this power and said in a deep voice, "This power must not fall into the hands of other ninja villages." Good. Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. For Konoha, we can only take some other means. Chihao Tobirama hopes that the young man in front of him can understand what he wants him to do. Danzo, you and the monkey are just on the surface to carry out the task of protecting Lord Emiya. You only have one real task. No matter what method is used, you must stop the Lord from leaning towards other ninja villages. For this reason, I will send a Nanmyo team to follow you and be responsible for assisting you. This Nanmyo team will help clear some people who should not have appeared. Yes. The young man Duanzang knelt on one knee on the ground. Very good. Senjo Tobirama's face finally calmed down. Certainly. In name, it is to assist Tuanzang. In the true sense, Umbu is the person responsible for execution. However, Tobirama Senjo also had to install a suitable person next to Emiya Shiera. He wanted to install his assistant whom he sent to Emiya Shiera, but that assistant had been conquered by Emiya Shiera's noble character and might not be willing to perform such a task. But what? Senjo Tobirama also has some other thoughts. This little thought must not be told by Shimura Danzo. In this mission to protect Shiera Emiya, the young Sarutobi Hizaki is the trump card that Tobira Chihao wants to use, because he and his elder brother are optimistic about Sarutobi Hizaki. The young Sarutobi Hinasan, who has 5 attributes, has a very superb talent in learning ninjutsu. When encountering things, he has a leader temperament that can convince his companions around him. In a sense, he is kind and kind. Has the first Naruto Chihu Hashirama always treated others with mercy? Senjo Tobirama believes that Sarutobi Hinata is the person who is most likely to be recognized by Shiera Emiya. The young man is just a step of dark chess he inserted into, solving some troubles that should not have occurred in the dark. Certainly. Senjo Tobirama has thought about the future of Shimura Danzo. Senjo Tobirama noticed that Shimura Danzo was acting by any means. He thought that this young man was very similar to some aspects of himself, which was not a bad thing in his opinion. Because when dealing with enemies, you need this style of action. Pity. This little guy's talent is not outstanding enough. The young Tuanzang's cultivation path has also taken a little erroneously. He likes to practice powerful ninjutsu and always hopes to become powerful through shortcuts. At this point, Senjo Tobirama has to admit that the other party looks more like him. My talent is not very high, and I will never be able to keep up with strong men like Big Brother and Uchiha Madara who stand at the top of the ninja world, and there is no excellent and powerful blood relay limit in my body, so I have to develop some strange techniques to make up for the gap in talent. By the way, you seem to like using seal-like curse seals in battle. Kishao Tobimaru looked down at the curse seal on his arm, and instructed the young man Duanzang, I haven't developed this kind of curse energy yet, but it is undoubtedly the most powerful human body gain type curse seal I have ever seen. If you can get this curse energy from Lord Emiya during this mission trip, it will be a good thing for your future and the road ahead will be smoother. Happy New Year's Day! The first day of 2025. I wish you all your wishes come true in the new year, everything goes well, and you will be successful in progress. Today is nearly 6,000 words. In the new book period, you can ask for monthly tickets with a shameless face. Chapter 35. This is Konoha's future 3rd generation Naruto and 5th generation half generation Naruto. Outside the Naruto. The boy Duanzang was a little nervous when he left. Even when the boy left, he quietly looked back at the Naruto. Danzang. The figure of the young Sarutobi Hinesan suddenly jumped out. The sudden appearance of a friend almost scared the young Tuanzang. Don't care. The young man Sarutobi Hiruzen did not go home. He was worried that Tomoema Senja would severely scold Shimura Danzo, so he stayed here to wait to comfort his friend. As a result, he saw that this friend was still secretly looking back at the Naruto when he left. Needless to say, I must have been scared. As a good friend, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen comforted the other party with great loyalty. Don't care about the words of Tobirama, it's impossible to hurt me at all. In fact, the time when the seemingly dangerous wind escape ninjutsu was used during the battle was just right. The boy Duanzang's forehead jumped. This sounds like... It seems like this bastard is the winner. It is obvious that the result of the ninja special training battle is that he won. Moreover, Tomoma teacher did not scold him at all, and praised him for his good work in this ninja battle, and even secretly gave him a very important task. Pity. This guy can't tell this guy. After all, I have a heavy responsibility. The young man Tuanzang suddenly felt a sense of superiority in his heart, and he was the one who carried out protection. The true core of the mission of the Lord Amiya, Sarutobi Hinata, was just a trick sent by Tomorama to cover himself up for secretly carrying out important tasks. It's really a pity. This kind of pleasure and pride cannot be shared. What's wrong with you, Danzo? The young Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand in front of Danzo, a little worried that this friend would be a little stupid when he was scolded by Tomoma Senju. I'm fine. The young Duanzang quickly pulled away the palm of his hand in front of him and said in a deep voice like an adult, let's go back and prepare first, the mission will start at any time. That's true. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded while touching his chin, and mutteringly mentioned the situation of Konoha Hospital. I heard that there are no patients in the hospital in the village. There are no patients in Konoha Hospital. Amiya Shiera seems to have no reason to stay in Konoha. As a great medical ninja, he could not stay in this village and do nothing. He would definitely practice medicine in the ninja world like the legendary story. But the villagers don't know this. The villagers of Konoha only know that there is an excellent medical ninja in Konoha Hospital, who is very skilled enough to treat any disease. What they care more about is another thing. Move place. The village of Konoha gradually became lively. Because more and more people in the village started moving. As the developer of Konoha's internal migration plan, Tobira Senja did not expect that the plan could be implemented so smoothly. Even the patriarchs of various ninja tribes quickly agreed to his idea after seeing the Senja tribe take the initiative to make changes. Times have changed. Other countries have established ninja villages. The ninja system is the future of the general trend. They can no longer stick to family gains and losses. Protecting Konoha is the theme of these ninjas in the future. On the one hand, this is true, and on the other hand, these families were convinced by the minds of Chiho Hashirama at the beginning. Especially when the plan was implemented, they even saw that the Chiho clan abandoned Chiho's surname, allowing the tribesmen to freely and completely integrate into Konoha. From then, there will be no longer a fight between the nin tribes. Everyone will be united under Konoha's emblem. Koba ninjas can enjoy protection under this big tree with peace of mind, and their growth will also make this big tree grow more lush. Senjo Tobirama was very satisfied with his achievements during this period and accompanied Emiya Shiera and Senjo Hashimara to patrol this prosperous village. He hoped that Emiya Shiera could see that Konoha's future is more worth looking forward to than the ninjasan in the ancient times. Even they sacrificed the Thousand Hands clan for this. The Thousand Hands clan will become the greatest nutrient for the lush leaves. Many ninjas of the Thousand Hand clan cannot use the Thousand Hand surname from the next generation. They want to choose a new last name for their children, and these ninjas will gradually become completely integrated with Konoha. The surname of Qian Shao will disappear from now on. Chihao Tobirama remembered the origin of the Chihao clan and said in a deep voice, "Maybe I feel a little sorry for the Lord Emiya who gave us the surname, but this is a necessary choice." The 6 Dao immortals did not allow his sons to use his surname, perhaps to allow other ninjas to integrate into the ninja sect. For Konoha, our next generation of tribe members will no longer be allowed to continue to use the surname of Kishao. Everything about Kishao will be integrated with Konoha. You guys are really... Shiera Emiya can only show respect for this. At that time, the Six-Path Sage did not allow their children to use Atsutsuki's surname, mainly because they were worried that people of that era knew about their family and Atsutsuki Kagaya and avoided the existence of later people who always remembered the existence of Atsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of Omatsu. Your Excellency Emiya is leaving, right? Chihao Tobirama suddenly changed his mind and mentioned the issue he was most concerned about. He expressed his gratitude with a serious expression. These days, Lord Emiya has been practicing medicine at Konoha Hospital. Konoha will always be grateful for Your Excellency Emiya's kindness. Tobirama. Senjo Hashirama wanted to stop his younger brother. I do want to see this world. Emiya Shiera did not deny that he had the idea of leaving Konoha, and even gave a suitable reason. I also wanted to go out and find a way to cure the first Naruto. There may be valuable materials for healing his body in the ninja world. At least, it existed in ancient times. Senjo Tobirama's mind was shocked. When it came to his elder brother, he couldn't help but feel impatient in his words. What materials? Where can I find them? The wreckage of the sacred tree. It must be the remains of the living sacred tree. The sacred tree is the origin of wood escape, and even the origin of chakra. If you can find the remains of the living sacred tree, maybe you can cure the first Naruto, and you no longer have to worry about his lifespan. Shiera Emiya did not hide this news, but just reminded him, in ancient times, the the Six-Path Immortals and Ninja sect cleaned up all the remains of the sacred tree, and I don't know if there are any remains of the sacred tree in this era. Senju Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. Very good. Another secret. Especially this is a secret about the wood release blood restoration. Chihao Tomomi secretly wrote down the wreckage of the sacred tree, and then he explained his true intentions with great difficulty. After speaking, Lord Emiya is not aware of this era after all. As a thank you to Lord Emiya, Konoha wants to send 2 Shinin to assist Lord Emiya. In theory, we should send stronger ninjas. However, Lord Emiya doesn't like fighting. Konoha is the strongest ninja village of this era. 2 subordinates staying next to Lord Emiya will not arouse the enemy's vigilance. This. Shiera Emiya hesitated a little. Actually, if Senju Tobirama doesn't take the initiative to mention it. Emiya Shiera also wanted to entrust Konoha to send ninjas to stay by his side. Heiju is always uneasy and kind enough to make himself a sacrifice to the resurrection Kaguya. If there were 2 Konoha ninjas around him who were monitoring him, Heiju could not rashly appear and urge him to speed up the implementation of the Moon Eye plan in order to hide its identity and secrets. During this period, in order for Uchiha Madara to awaken the reincarnation eye and to quickly implement the Eye of the Moon, Heiju secretly frequently appeared in the residential area of Emiya Shiera in Konoha, urging Emiya Shiera to leave Konoha quickly. What to urge? I really think I am a filial son. Resurrection of Otsutsuki Kaguya can only make everyone unhappy. Even though Shiera Emiya was generous, she couldn't stand the verbal words. Now, Senju Tobirama's arrangement can also help him avoid always accepting nagging from Heiju. Monkey, Danzang. Chihao Tobirama greeted Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo who had arranged in advance, pointed to the 2 young men who jumped out and said, Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo, the 2 little guys are Konoha's best new generation ninjas. Emiya Shiera looked at Chihao Tobirama with some hesitation. No. Is this serious? Let Sarutobi Hinazo and Shimura Danzo come? This is Konoha's future 3rd generation Naruto and 5th generation half-generation Naruto. Let these 2 little guys stay by Your Excellency Emiya, and I hope they will follow you and learn from Your Excellency Emiya. Chihao Tobirama was a little worried about Emiya Shiera's refusal, and stroked the heads of the young Sarutobi Hinasan and the young Duanzo, and explained sincerely, if they are fortunate to receive the teachings of Lord Emiya and pass on the ninja way of Lord Emiya, they can also bring changes to the future Konoha in the future. Old Master Emiya Koi hopes to make the ninja world peaceful forever. Relying on Emiya Shiera's kindness, Chihao Tobirama once again used moral kidnapping methods to Emiya Shiera, but these next generation children need guidance after all, only in this way can the ideal of peace in the ninja world be passed on continuously. Happy New Year! Chapter 36, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, the Oriole is behind. Shiyumiya agreed. Because in the face of the moral kidnapping of Tomomi Senju, Shiera Emiya could only choose to go with the flow. At least Tomomi Senjo's arrangement was very beneficial to him. After all, abandoning the factors that are black, the future identities of these two teenagers are not ordinary. Emiya Shiera's eyes drooped slightly, and she glanced at the two teenagers in front of her. Especially in the future, they had a close relationship with the real backhand they had arranged in advance. Please take care of me. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled very happily. Please, take care of me. The boy's face couldn't squeeze out a smile. Then prepare. A compassionate smile appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, and gently patted Sarutobi Hinako's head. Today accompany me to buy something in the village, we will set off tomorrow. Yes. The two teenagers quickly agreed. After Emiya Shiera left with two little guys, Chihao Hashirama looked at Emiya Shiera's back with a little reluctant face. What a pity. I didn't expect that it would be time to part so soon. It's just a short separation. Senjo Tobirama's face became cold and mentioned another big thing that he wanted to truly use Emiya Shiera. Brother, there is another thing that I must tell you in advance. What? About Uchiha Madara. Chihao Tobimaru narrowed his eyes and showed an extremely dangerous look. If it were not expected, that guy Madara knew that Lord Emiya had left Konoha and would definitely go to see him. Senjo Hashirama suddenly fell silent. This is one of our opportunities. Chihao Tobirama did not care about the friendship between his elder brother and Uchiha Madara, and reminded in a deep voice, we have been secretly sending people to search for Madara's traces, and have never found his whereabouts, but we all know that he must be lurking in the ninja world waiting for an opportunity. Now, this is his opportunity. Only by asking Lord Emiya to help him heal the blind Sharingan, that guy Madara dares to be confident that he has enough power to attack Konoha. Senjo Hashirama was still silent. Brother, you can't miss out on the opportunity. Senjo Tobirama knew his elder brother's inner thoughts, but his voice was a little heavy, reminding him that he must pay attention to one thing. Things, if we can't kill Madara, Madara will sooner or later destroy Konoha. After your battle, he will hate Konoha even more. I see. Chihou Hashirama sighed a long time ago, and had already accepted his brother's suggestion. Don't worry, I won't let Madara escape this time. But Chihou Hashirama raised his objection again, a little unhappy. This behavior seems to be a little bit exploiting the Excellency Emiya. For Konoha, this is a necessary means. Senjo Tobirama is very good at convincing his elder brother. Brother, do you want someone like Emiya to be deceived by that guy Madara? Senjo Hashirama was really embarrassed. If his friend Uchiha Madara really deceived Emiya Shiera, it would undoubtedly make Chihou Hashimama, who was already very ashamed of Emiya Shiera, feel even more guilty. Good. Senjo Hashirama no longer had any concerns about this. The next day, the entrance of Konoha village. A group of people gathered here to see him off. The only thing missing is the first Naruto Chihao Hashirama. The first Naruto disappeared. According to Tobira Senjo Tobira, his elder brother could not accept this farewell and did not dare to show up to see off Emiya Shiera. This statement. It's really a bit too crappy. Even though Chiho Hashirama is an emotional Naruto, she never chooses to escape when facing problems. How could she choose to escape when seeing off? But what? Everyone doesn't care. Because the real protagonist is Shiera Emiya and two little guys. Daily kill. Suzuki Sarutobi patted his son on the shoulder and reminded his son seriously, "You must take good care of your Excellency Emiya and don't make any mistakes." "Don't worry." The young Sarutobi Hinata patted his chest with a big bag. "Don't worry." A kind smile appeared on Emiya Shiera's face, looking at the two teenagers in front of him like an elder, and smiled and said to Suzuki and others, "I will take good care of these two little guys." "I'm so sorry." Suzuki smiled embarrassedly. Senjo Tobirama didn't say much, but just looked at the two teenagers Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo with serious eyes, hoping that they could implement his plan well. Compared with the problem of Emiya Shiera, another person's problem is what Senyo Tobirama cares most. Outside Konoha village, Senjo Hashirama was carrying a huge seal scroll, wearing red armor, standing on a tree in full arms, looking into the direction of the entrance of Konoha village. A group of Anbi ninjas stood on other trees. These Anbi ninjas are responsible for two important tasks. The first task is to assist the first Naruto in searching the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, the second task is to secretly clear some other ninjas who are trying to get close to Shiera Emiya. Everything is given priority to task number 1. Uchiha Madara is Konoha's biggest threat. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. No. It should be said that cicadas have long noticed the danger of mantis. Because Uchiha Madara has always been hiding outside Konoha village. Uchiha Madara tried to find an opportunity to meet Emiya Shiera, hoping to convince Emiya Shiera to stand on his side and get the secrets about the ancient times from Emiya Shiera's mouth. It is precisely because of this. When the Senjo Hashimara and Anbi ninjas were on the move, Uchiha Madara had already noticed the abnormality and he quietly hid around these Konoha ninjas. Underneath a thick tree outside the forest, Uchiha Madara leaned lazily on the trunk, looking at the group of Konoha ninjas and the leading Shinjo Hashirama, as if she had expected their approach. Snort. This kind of situation. Halamara. This is not like your work. It must be that despicable Tobirama who guessed that I wanted to meet this big guy, so would you take this opportunity to bring people out to kill me? If it was Shinmara Senjo's thoughts. According to Uchiha Madara's understanding of his old friend, if Chiho Hashirama wants to kill him, he will definitely be alone and it is impossible for him to take these group of Nanmyo to move out. Just as Tamura Senju thought he had learned about the evil nature of Uchiha Madara also knew Tamura Senju's insidious behavior very well. He guessed that the actions of Hashima Senju and Anbi Ninja must have come from Tamura Senju's instructions. What a pity! The breeze blew away Uchiha Madara's hair. The blind grey eyes, which had been covered by the scattered hair, were exposed, and this scene looked a little scary. It's a pity. Uchiha Madara was a little sorry for him to be unable to fight with Hashirama Senju. Even if Uchiha Madara transplanted the cells of Shinju Hashirama and gained wood escape and strong recovery ability, losing a Sharingan would not be a match for Shinju Hashirama, and there is even a high probability that he would be truly killed by Shinju Hashirama. So, please use some tricks. Uchiha Madara raised his fingers, and a strange edge flashed in his remaining eyes. Harama, during the last battle, this I did not see through your wooden clone. Now let you try to see through my wooden clone. With Uchiha Madara's finger seals, the big tree behind him suddenly grew, and a wooden clone slowly emerged from the trunk. This wooden clone, it looked exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's original body. He stood in front of Uchiha Madara with a cold expression, with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Go! Let Hashirama stay away from that big man. Uchiha Madara gave an order with a cold expression. After watching his wooden clone leave instantly, he had to think about a really difficult question. Next. It's just the troublesome issue of how to convince that big shot. Uchiha Madara's brows couldn't help but frown. He must not use violent means directly, because violent means may not be able to solve Emiya Shiera. After all, the lesson from the last time I used illusion was too profound. The man's huge soul power, as powerful as a god, instantly defeated his will and suffered an unprecedented spiritual backlash. Even the illusion he used in his heyday could not be his opponent. As for persuading Emiya Shiera, Uchiha Madara was also a little unsure. Because Uchiha Madara is very self-aware, he has never been a good person at preaching, and he is often the one who is preaching. Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked towards the entrance of Konoha village. He had already seen Shiera Emiya, who had left Konoha, and the two Konoha ghosts following him. You can only try to deceive the other party. Seeking reading. Please give me a monthly ticket. Uchiha Madara. It seems to be very good at ridiculing people. It may also be that he didn't take the others seriously. Although Uchiha Madara tried to convince Hashira Senju, she never said that, considering the problems of Azura Chakra reincarnations like Hashira Senju and Naruto Uzumaki, it seems that he can't say that his preaching is too naive. Chapter 37 Kakuto, Go and Kill Shiera Amiri. The Country of Fire. Emiya Shiera took two little guys on a journey. Chihu Hashirama led a group of Anbi ninjas to follow in the forest next to them, quietly waiting for Uchiha Madara, who might appear in front of Emiya Shiera. Strangely, Uchiha Madara never showed up. This made Chihu Hashima a little hesitant. He was a little worried that Uchiha Madara would take advantage of the opportunity when he left Konoha to attack Konoha quietly. However, Chihao Tobirama believes that Uchiha Madara has lost a maniatoscope Sharingan, and there is also a nine-tailed man, Riki Uzumaki, in Konoha village. Even if Uchiha Madara attacks Konoha, it will not benefit, and the other party will definitely choose Emiya Shiera first. Will Tomomi guess Mada's thoughts wrong? Chihu Hashimaru led the Anbi ninjas to chase the border of Takinono, but still found no trace of Uchiha Madara, which made him worry about Chihu Tamura's judgment. The more nervous Chihu Hashirama. There are still people in the ninja world who are more anxious than him. It is Heiju who has been hiding in the dark underground. Kurojo has been following Uchiha Madara secretly. It vaguely guessed that Uchiha Madara might use some means to contact Emiya Shiera after the last unpleasant conflict. But not using this method, right? Because Kurojo watched Uchiha Madara quietly appear in Taki Hidden Village, he used the maniatoscope Sharingan to force the leader of Taki Hidden Village, and the leader who controlled Taki Hidden Village ordered Taki Hidden Ninja to attack a team that was about to enter Takian country. Heiju was completely stupid. No. What are you doing? Just go directly to meet Shiera Emiya. Can you still expect these ninjas from Taki Hidden Village to capture Shiera Emiya? These little ninjas are not enough to be beaten by Shiera Emiya with one hand. However, Uchiha Madara is full of confidence. This made Heiju confused what Uchiha Madara was going to do. Could it be that Uchiha Madara could have been counting on these Taki ninjas to attack Emiya Shiera and beat Emiya Shiera to run away with his head in his arms, and he would help him at a critical moment? It's really a waste of time. Heiju could only stare at Uchiha Madara's behavior in a daze, wanting to remind Emiya Shiera, but he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. Because there are two Konoha ghosts around Emiya Shiera, it doesn't want to expose its existence in front of others. The border of Takinono country. Shiera Emiya was still calm. The young man Danzo was not worried. He knew that a group of ninjas following Anbi were not worried even if they encountered an attack from hostile ninjas. Only the young Sarutobi Hiruzan's vigilance became significantly higher. Once they leave the Kingdom of Fire, their team will lose the protection from the name of Konoha Ninja. If they encounter any trouble, they can only rely on themselves to solve it. Old Master Emiya. Sarutobi Hinako grilled fish with the branches, while asking Emiya Shiera's plan. Why are we coming to Takino country? It doesn't matter where you go. Emiya Shiera's hand was still writing about the medical records of treatment in a passing town, and she said without raising her head, I just chose one direction. Maybe I would meet a ninja suitable for inheriting medical skills. Maybe I might have something I want. The young Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. When will our journey will be over after? The young man Duanzang subconsciously frowned. He suddenly realized that this aimless itinerary would probably waste his time greatly. It's within 10 years. Shiera Umiya responded without raising her head. As soon as this sentence was said, neither Sarutobi Hinata nor Shimura Danzo could hold back. This number seemed too long for the young man. Rest assured. Amiya Shiera put away the pen in her hand, carefully rolled up the medical record scroll, and comforted the two teenagers around her. If you don't want to travel with me, you can go back at any time, and I will send you back to Konoha safely. How could it be? The young man Sarutobi Hinata started to laugh, took the scroll from Shiera Emiya and put it in his backpack, thrusting into his shoulders with laughter. No one in this world has the same good luck as us, and can accompany Lord Emiya for so long. The boy group gave the other party a blank look. What's there to be happy with this? If it was just a few weeks or months of travel, the young Tuanzang could accept it. Would you really waste 10 years with Shiera Emiya? Safe. Emiya Shiera reached out to take a blank scroll from the young Sarutobi Hinako and continued, you don't have the talent of medical ninjas. Although I don't like fighting, ninja fights in this era are inevitable. If you want to maintain peace, you can't do it with words alone. Only by having enough power can you support your ideals. The young man Duanzang's breath suddenly became heavier. I am worthy of being Lord Emiya. The young Sarutobi Hizaki hurriedly sat next to Shiera Emiya, without any hesitation on his mouth. Then I will ask Mr. Emiya for more advice from now on. I can't call it. Shiera Emiya picked up the pen in her hand and knocked the young Sarutobi Hinako's head, and said casually, I can't teach you any powerful techniques. You must first look at your talents before talking about other things. I hope you won't disappoint. The young Duanzang suppressed his ambitions. Because he knew that Shiera Emiya had what he wanted, the kind of mantra seal that could instantly sublimate the power of ordinary ninjas. Just as Sarutobi Hinasar was about to say something, his eyes suddenly tightened and he looked in a direction in the forest. Someone is here. How is it possible? The young man Duanzo looked at the group of Takehiro ninjas that were coming out in disbelief. There should be Konoha's Anbi ninja guarding the outer side. How could there be ninjas from other ninjas approaching here? Especially these Taki Yinzan looked murderous. In the forest. Konoha's Anbi ninjas are no longer here. Because they discovered the target they had been tracking 2 hours ago. Sir Naruto. When one of the Anbi ninjas was resting, they noticed a hint of red hidden under a big tree, and quickly pointed over and signaled to Chihu Hashirama. Spot. Chihu Hashirama recognized the figure at a glance. As an old friend for many years, Hashira Senja was very familiar with his old friends. He rushed over without waiting for the Anbi ninjas behind him. Sir Naruto. A group of Umbu ninjas followed behind them. When the figure wearing red plate armor was revealed, everyone recognized the other party's identity, which was Uchiha Madara they had been searching for. However, when Uchiha Madara noticed that Chihu Hashimara and a group of Anbi ninjas were chasing them, he just glanced at them coldly and jumped straight into the distance, as if he didn't want to fight with them, Konoha ninjas. Spot. Senjo Hashirama could only follow behind and chase him hard. A group of Anbi ninjas looked back at the area where Emiya Shiera was resting, and chose to catch up with Chihu Hashimara and Uchiha Madara. Their first task was to assist the first Naruto to siege and kill Uchiha Madara, who posed the greatest threat to Konoha. As for the Asani Umiya, there were ninjas inserted into Konoha in the other party's team. Among them, the young Tuanzang was their contact staff and knew how to leave them contact information. He didn't have to hurry to come back to perform the second mission. End. Emiya Shiera's power is not weak. According to Senju Tobirama's explanation, Emiya Shiera's strength is enough to suppress the Nine Tails alone, and there is no need to worry that the big man will encounter danger. Old Master Emiya. It seems that the person who comes is not good. The young Sarutobi Hinata grabbed a kunao and looked at the dozen tall Takahine ninjas surrounded them with a ten-faced look. Let's run away first. It shouldn't be able to escape. Emiya Shiera's eyes raised, and there was no panic on his face. He could sense that the surrounding Konoha Anbi ninja was attracted by Uchiha Madara's kimono and had already left. But the real Uchiha Madara body. He had already followed this group of Taki ninjas to hide around them. This person. What do you want to do? Emiya Shiera didn't quite understand what Uchiha Madara meant. He could only guess that the appearance of these Takigan ninjas must be related to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. I won't want to stage a clumsy drama, right? But what? Now Uchiha Madara is not important anymore. Emiya Shiera's eyes fell on these Taki ninjas, trying to find out from these people that he had the goal of coming to Takano country. Kaedu, go! Captain Takiyan shouted to his strongest subordinates and rushed forward, saying loudly, "You go and kill that man, leave these two little kids to us. I like Koto." Chapter 38 Kakuto, go and kill Uchiha Madara. Kokuto. This name seems to have some magic. At least these Taki Yinzi heard the captain's greeting and immediately stopped their steps and watched a tall and powerful teammate come out. We are Konoha ninjas. The young Sarutobi Hizun stood up, hoping to use Konoha's name to reach a deal with this group of Taki ninjas. Konoha has no hostility to Taki Hidden Village. Kill them. The ninjas in Taki Hidden Village don't care so much. The Taki Hinatan ninja who have been living in the deep mountains will not worry about what the great ninja village is. What they have to do is to execute the orders of the leader of Taki Hinata. Even if the Naruto who asked them to assassinate Konoha, they wouldn't care, let alone just two Konoha kids. A group of Taki ninjas rushed towards Sarutobi Hinako and Shimura Danzo, and only the named Keiku rushed towards Emiya Shiera. Nothing else. Kakuto's strength is the strongest in Taki Hidden Village. Therefore, it has always been used by the top leaders of Taki Hidden Village to deal with the most troublesome problems. Die. Kaoru was holding a kuna in his hand. He was extremely fast and rushed behind Shiera Emiya and suddenly stabbed Emiya's heart. Old Master Emiya. The young Sarutobi Hinata felt a hint of fear in his heart. Even the young Tuanzang looked at this scene in horror. Just kidding. Their mission has only started for a few days. Whether it was Sarutobi Hinas or Shimura Danzo, they felt that the sky seemed to collapse. They could not imagine how questioned they would be when Emiya Shiera was killed. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo tried desperately to rush over, but they were blocked by a group of Tokigan ninjas and fought hard to approach the direction of Emiya Shiera. However, in this tense moment, Emiya Shiera's face was not panicked, and she even tried hard to get stuck in the gaps of time and took a refreshed task commission on her ninja system panel. Time is tight. This commission came a bit suddenly. There may not be such an opportunity in the future. It just so happens that his reincarnation state of the filthy land is very suitable for completing this commission, because the reward of this commission is likely to produce a truly immortal thing. Unfinished commission, 3/3. S-level commission, show your immortal body in front of Jiaodu. When Shiera Emiya took on this mission, his heart was just pierced by the kunao in Keiru's hand. This scene instantly made many people's faces change suddenly. Vihara. Hey, who was hidden underground, could not believe that such a thing happened. Are you kidding? Uchiha Madara, who was hiding in the forest, looked at this scene in surprise. He didn't believe that Shiera Emiya would have no power to fight back in front of these Taki ninjas. Old Master Emiya. Sarutobi Hizawa and Shimura Danzo really felt that the sky had collapsed. What's going on? Only when he pierced the horn of Shiera Emiya's heart with one force, he felt something was wrong. He had already seen the dust and debris surging in Shiera Emiya's heart. Next moment, a burst of noise came from the air. A figure dressed in red plate armor fell from the sky. Get out! Uchiha Madara realized that he had no meaning to continue hiding, so he raised his foot and kicked the horns that were assassinating Emiya Shiera and carefully observed Emiya Shiera's situation. When Uchiha Madara saw the dust and debris gathering in Emiya Shiera's heart again, she finally relaxed. It seemed that Emiya Shiera would not die. Uchiha Madara's mood was a little relaxed. He even despised Kishao Tobirama in his heart. The art invented by that insidious villain is indeed always so despicable. Once he is resurrected by this art, the deceased will simply be unable to survive or die. That's Uchiha Madara. The voice of the boy Duanzang immediately exploded. When Uchiha Madara appeared in front of them, the two teenagers Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo really felt that the sky had completely collapsed, even worse than Emiya Shiera's death. Is that Uchiha Madara? Even the Taki Yinzi who were far away in the mountains remembered the storm of the Warring States period, and a hint of horror appeared on everyone's face. Since Uchiha Madara appeared in Konoha, the news of Konoha searching for Uchiha Madara's whereabouts spread throughout the ninja world, and even began to define Uchiha Madara as the Konoha rebel ninja for the first time. The only difference is that Konoha has not issued a wanted order. in addition to the first generation of Naruto. I guess no one in the ninja world can kill Uchiha Madara. No matter what, it is naturally impossible for Uchiha Madara to pretend to die. When Tokigan ninjas present saw Uchiha Madara appear, their fighting spirit quickly declined. Come on, I even feel that something is not good. What if Uchiha Madara kills people at will? Kaedu. Kill him. Captain Takahiro pointed at Uchiha Madara and greeted Kaoru, immediately withdrew quickly with his other subordinates. Let's retreat first, the leader's mission will be handed over to you. Don't forget to kill these two teams. Isn't it shameless to leave my companion? Sarutobi Hinako was stunned by the actions of Taki Ninja. Even the young Danzo was shocked by the shamelessness of Tokigan ninjas. It seemed that he had seen such a magical creature in the ninja world for the first time. He threw his teammates away to death to cover his retreat when he encountered danger. But it seems they should have withdrawn. The young Danzo hurriedly approached Sarutobi Hinashin. He suddenly realized why the Anbi ninjas on the periphery did not stop the Taki ninjas. Perhaps the Anbi ninjas in the village had been killed by Uchiha Madara. In this way, they can't have any helpers. It is impossible for him and Sarutobi to deal with Uchiha Madara. Even if the first generation of Naruto did not kill Uchiha Madara, what can the two Konoha Shinen do? They are already trying their best to protect Shiuri, right? Risk, we should withdraw. The young man Duanzo whispered to remind Sarutobi Hinazen. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. However, just when the two teenagers were hesitating, the abandoned koan has already grabbed his kunao in silence. This strong man looked at Uchiha Madara and rushed towards the other person's figure, as if he was willing to live for the village's order. You guy! Uchiha Madara was also a little surprised by the way Taki ninjas were. What was even more surprised was that Kaoru, who bravely rushed towards him, is his brain broken? This guy. Is he a total idiot? Didn't he see that his companions abandoned him? Didn't he know that his captain asked him to die on purpose? Kaoru's eyes were still firm, and he waved his kunao toward Uchiha Madara, and his wrist was instantly locked by Uchiha Madara with one hand. Click. Uchiha Madara twisted Kodo's wrist. The kunao in Kaoru immediately fell to the ground. However, Kaoru still refused to give up, but he endured the pain and kicked Uchiha Madara without hesitation. Click. One leg was also kicked off. The gap between the two is too big. Whether it is the gap in strength or the gap in combat experience, Kaoru has no power to fight back in front of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and pinched Kaoru's neck, and was about to kill Kaoru on the spot. Just right. It was at this time. Uchihara's voice interrupted Uchihama's movements. Killing someone in front of a medical ninja is undoubtedly blaspheming our ninja. Is there anything I can help you and let you spare his life? Uchiha Madara glanced at Shiera Umiya with some confusion. Keiru's eyes were even more puzzled than Uchiha Madara, as if asking why the other party was still alive, and as if asking why the other party let him go. Old Master Emiya. The young man Sarutobi Hinasan was delighted. Sunkill. The young man Danzo quickly grabbed his sleeve, hoping that his friends would calm down first. The two Konoha ninjas would be killed by Uchiha Madara at any time. Snort. Uchiha Madara loosened Keiru's neck contemptuously. To him, Kakuto and Taki Hitachi ninja were just tools he secretly used to test the temperament of Emiya Shiera, so the life or death of the tool naturally doesn't matter. What's more, this person's life can be exchanged for Shiera Emiya's promise. Uchiha Madara originally came to inquire about information from Shiera Emiya. It would be better if the other party took the initiative to make a promise for an irrelevant guy. Jiaodu got up in a mess, without saying a word, limping and trying to leave. After all, he suffered such a humiliating battle and his abandonment from his companions. He didn't know what to say or the meaning of his life. Maybe the meaning of being a ninja is to be the task of the leader, etc. Shiera Emiya suddenly called out to Keiru. The people present all looked at Shiera Emiya. Your injury. Emiya Shiera's face had no expression, and even his face seemed a little dead silent because of the filthy body. However, Emiya Shiera's figure seemed particularly holy under the setting sun. If you let a wounded person leave with injuries in front of the medical ninja, it would be a bit too dissatisfied. Please read it, please give me a monthly ticket. Taki Hidden Village is indeed a little sorry for Koto. It's like asking me to fight Taro. If I can't beat Taro, I want to kill me. Chapter 39 I won't lie, I'll forgive you if you say it wrong. Why save me? Kakuto sat quietly in front of Shiera Emiya. Because you are the injured. Emiya Shiera's palm is floating the turquoise chakra, watching the broken bones slowly reconnected, and I happen to be a medical ninja. He will definitely be killed when he goes back. Uchiha Madara criticized Emiya Shiera's kindness and casually revealed the truth, the wastes in Taki Hidden Village cannot regard him as a companion. This guy's weak strength can also be called a master in that small village. Uchiha Madara didn't think Kaguchi could be compared with him, but he couldn't help but think of his own experience and snorted contemptuously, "Humph, those narrow-minded people in the ninja world don't like other people's power over them." For example, that villain Senjo Tobirama. And the sinister villain Senjo Tobirama. There is also the sinister and despicable villain Senjo Tobirama. Emiya Shiera knew that Uchiha Madara must have secretly slandered Chihaotomoma, but she still felt like she was stabbed by someone. Although I am definitely not a person who likes to kill innocent people, there are strong people who actually kill innocent people, and no one wants to become innocent people who are killed indiscriminately. So they want to kill me. Kakuto immediately understood what Uchiha Madara meant, and could not find his own direction for a while. His voice was a little dull. In this world, what can ninjas like us do besides performing missions? Of course I killed them. Uchiha Madara glanced at the corners, her face full of mockery. What a fool! Her servitude to the weak is a trampling on her own life. Gyatota thought subconsciously. As a person who is usually taciturn and likes to think, Keiru's thinking has never been confined and does not have any special respect for his superiors. If someone kills me, I will kill someone. Uchiha Madara's reason is definitely correct. What a bullshit captain, what a bullshit senior, what a bullshit leader. As long as the other party wants his life, he can take the other party's life. But why did this medical ninja save himself? Is it just because the other party is a medical ninja? In this world full of deception and killing, the corner who has always been good at thinking cannot understand the other person. Live hard. Amiya Shiera healed the wound on Keiru's body, patted him on the shoulder, signaling that he could leave. Don't waste my chakra. Snort. Save his life. It's really a waste of my precious time and Lord Amiya. Uchiha Madara held his arm and treated Keiru very disdainful. He even refused to raise his eyes and took a serious look when he spoke up. Thank you. Kakuto thought he could not afford to provoke Uchiha Madara, but looked at Amiya Shiwen in front of him and nodded in gratitude, asking in a deep voice, I don't know the name of your excellency Amiya. Get out. Uchiha Madara wanted to turn against her face, obviously not wanting to waste her time anymore, and the scarlet red in his eyes suddenly lit up. If you haven't even heard of this big name, you don't have to think about having the chance to meet again with Lord Amiya in the future. I am Shiera Amiri. Amiya Shiera's attitude was completely different. His attitude towards patients was always very gentle, and he didn't care that Keiku was just a ninja from a small ninja village. Koto's pupils suddenly shrank. This name? Just kidding. That's a legendary big man. As a ninja, Kakuto has heard the story of Amiya Shiera since he was a child. His eyes were full of incredible, and he couldn't believe that Amiya Shiera in front of him was the big figure in the legend of Takano country for generations. According to legends left in ancient times, when Takinoya was still a small village, a strange curse appeared on the land. People suffered from strange diseases by eating food, drinking water. The population of the village decreased year by year and would soon become extinct. It was not until the legendary medical ninja Amiya that the ninja world, who came to Takinono country, cleared the curse on Takano country's land, cured the villagers suffering from cursed diseases, and then helped them get rid of the crisis of the destruction of the village. Later, the village continued to grow and grew, and then the Takano country was gradually established. Because the legend of Amiya Shiera is circulating all over the ninja world, perhaps Takano no Keiki thinks that they cannot be without the deeds of this medical ninja here. The story of Amiya Shiera who once saved the world in Takano Keiki has been passed down from generation to generation. Is it really that Master Amiya? The heart, who always thinks he is calm, cannot calm down. However, Uchiha Madara, who is standing in Amiya Shiera, will definitely not lie. Even a strong man like Uchiha Madara is not so arrogant in treating Emiya Shiera. Perhaps, only that Master Waiimo has such a broad mind. The ninjas in the ninja world have long been accustomed to killing. Even in the ninja era, there will inevitably be fighting. Only the legendary Lord Emiya can be so kind. Apart from the legendary Lord Emiya, can anyone else be so generous and generous? Uchiha Madara looked at Kodo with a sneer. He had something else to ask about Shiera Emiya and didn't mind praising Shiera Emiya at this time. Go back early. Emiya Shiera waved her hand to Kodo. Kodo stood there hesitantly. Because he still had a lot of confusion in his heart and wanted to ask. For example, why did Lord Emiya appear in these era? Why can you survive if you are pierced by your own kunao? Why is his body so strange, like dust and debris without any vitality? How? Uchiha Madara frowned, as if he was very dissatisfied with the recovery of the Keiru, who still wanted to waste his time. Isn't it enough to forgive your life today? Maybe his life is lost. Emiya Shiera looked at Keiru and smiled, thinking that Keiru's life was in confusion, and gave him an idea. If you are really excluded by your own village and do nothing, it is better to find something that can reliably entrust your life. What can I rely on? Jiao shook his head and couldn't remember it. Amiyara stopped Uchiha Madara, who was furious, and casually suggested, why try to save those who are in pain? Jiao was silent for a while. The man left without looking back, as if he had made up some determination. Kakuto still wanted to go back to the village first and test whether Uchiha Madara had the truth, because he had always been an honest and obedient subordinate. If they really want to kill themselves. He killed the group of senior officials who were in the corps. As for the life after killing the senior management, perhaps what this Excellency Shiera Emiya said is good, and a noble person like him would definitely not be wrong. Only I don't know how to use medical ninjutsu. It would be great if I could follow this Master Emiya. However, as a ninja in a small ninja village, Kakuto couldn't help feeling ashamed of himself. He didn't think he was qualified to follow such a big shot. Maybe there is another kind of life. Kaed remembered the nature of ninja. Ninjas use entrusted tasks to exchange for bounties, and they may be able to find ways to earn money to help some people in need, which is probably a wonderful life. It's too slow to make money by relying on task entrustment. As ninjas in Takahiro village, the village has very few senior commissions. They can't make much money all year round. Moreover, after he turned against the village, he became a wandering rebel ninja. It is probably even more difficult to make money, and he has to find a way to make money. It's really boring. Uchiha Madara looked at Keiru's departure back and asked casually, as the identity of Lord Emiya, is it worth wasting time for that idiot? It's worth it to me, right? Emiya Shiera's fingertips beating slightly, and a black blood vessel was quietly retracted by him. This black blood vessel was a commissioned reward he received. S-level commission, show your immortal body's ability in front of the kelp and reward Digionjyu, a unique chakra creation. Digionjyu can be used to release powerful ninjutsu, and can also seize the enemy's heart to obtain immortality, and can also obtain the enemy's chakra nature changes. Up to 5 basic properties changes, fire, storm, earth, water, and mines, can be obtained. In battle, Digionjyu, which has fused different hearts, can be split out separately to participate in the battle. What a pity! If you had obtained the power of Digionjyu in ancient times, you could find a way to gain eternal life and you would no longer have to work hard to arrange so many backup plans. But what? It's not too late to get this kind of power now. If you have bad luck in the future and need to experience eternal life, this power may be the last resort. Alright. Emiya Shiera calmed down her mind and looked at Uchiha Madara with concentration. She seemed to be a little wandering in her words. I don't know how to lie. If there is anything wrong with me, please forgive me. It's really ugly to blame you. Chapter 40. That kind of eyes is the reincarnation eye. No. What exactly is Shiera Emiya talking about? What are you doing? Why do you believe that Shiera Emiya learned to lie? Hidden under the ground, Heiju heard the conversation between Shiera Emiya and Madara Uchiha, and he felt his brain a little wanting to go crazy. What does it mean that I can't lie? I'll forgive me if I say it wrong? If you say this kind of words on your own initiative, it is either clearly stated or telling Uchiha Madara that he is going to start lying. How can I get the trust of Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara's expression was a little weird. Emiya Shiera. Are you talking about human words? What does it mean that I can't lie? I'll forgive me if I say it wrong? Does this great man from ancient times actually want to deceive himself with lies? What a clumsy lie! Old Master Emiya. Uchiha Madara's face became a little ugly. He thought that Emiyashi was playing with him, but when he saw Emiyashi's sincere face, he suddenly remembered the village where Emiyashi was before, and immediately found the source of Emiyashi's lying. Snort. If I guess correctly. Uchiha Madara sneered and mocked the guy he hated the most. It must be Chihao Tobirama telling you that you can use lies to deceive me when you meet me, is that right? No. Shiera Umiya hesitated and told the truth. Humph, it must be him. Uchiha Madara was even more sure about his thoughts. Sneered, that despicable villain Chihao Tobirama is really as sinister as ever. All right. Emiya Shiera could only sigh helplessly, as if regretting that she could not win back the credibility of Chihao Tomomo, so she had to continue saying, Tomomo once mentioned that you found me because you wanted me to help you treat that blind eye. A trace of shock appeared in Uchiha Madara's pupils. No wonder. No wonder Chihao Tobirama shamelessly seduces such a big shot to lie. Uchiha Madara suddenly realized the terrifying value of Emiya Shiera, and his palm subconsciously stroked his blind eye. It turns out, even your blind eyes can be cured. This is the price for using the forbidden art of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Because of the powerful effect of the access control art, Uchiha Madara never expects this eye to be enlightened. But can Shiera Emiya actually heal this eye? If Emiya Shiera can help him heal this blind eye, he will have enough strength to start a new battle with Chihu Hashirama. Old Master Emiya. Uchiha Madara pushed away his long scattered hair, revealing his grey eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Can you really heal this blind eye?" Well. Emiya Shiera hesitated again, as if she was in a certain stalemate, and was a little unjudgmented. Should I be able to heal, or not? Uchiha Madara was even more angry. A great medical ninja. Can you still be unaware of your medical skills? If this hesitation is definitely the despicable and shameless villain Senju Tobirama, who tried to stop Emiya Shiera from healing his eyes, and so he seduced such a great medical ninja to deceive and conceal. Fortunately, this great man from ancient times is not good at lying. Even lying is like a novice. Uchiha Madara was both happy and annoyed. He knew that Emiya Shiera could definitely heal his eyes, and it was a huge surprise to let this eye see the light again. This is possible. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up with a wicked smile and persuaded Amiri Shiera, "Old Amiri, don't obey the lies of Senju Tobirama. That despicable and insidious villain used dangerous forbidden techniques to disturb the peace of your soul, luring and deceived you to conceal and lie from your patients, and blasphemed your noble character. Do you think what he said is correct?" Emiya Shiera sighed in her heart. From a sentence of Uchiha Madara, he deeply felt Uchiha Madara's hostility towards Tomomi Senju, and he was helpless in Uchiha Madara's reputation for slandering Tomomi Senju. Anyone can make a certificate. These are all Uchiha Madara's own imagination. I have never mentioned a word about Tomomi Senju, and I even took the initiative to defend Tomomi Senju, but Uchiha Madara really refused to believe it. Never mind. I can help you treat that eye. Emiya Shiera could only give up the idea of helping Tobirama Senju restore her reputation and sighed, "But I hope you can promise something, don't just get the strength again, just like Tobira told me, you will start a new battle in the ninja world." It's him. Uchiha Madara's hatred for Tobirama Senju was even stronger. However, Uchiha Madara also knew Emiya Shiera's style of conduct. He did not intend to continue to launch a new war. He even chuckled and promised, "Don't worry, if my eyes can be healed, it will only be used to enable this power to achieve true peace in this world. I hope you won't deceive me." Emiya Shiwan nodded and carefully checked Uchiha Madara's blind eye, and explained the reason for the blindness of this eye in one sentence. This is the permanent blindness of the Sharingan. You used a strange technique to launch a schema with the cost of using Sharingan as a technique, which caused the eye to be completely blind. Good. Uchiha Madara didn't doubt that the other party could see through his use of Izanagi, because he had already vaguely believed in Emiya Shiera's omnipotence in medical skills. In theory, I do have a way to heal it. Amiya Shiera frowned, as if she was in a certain dilemma. If it were in ancient times, I could use the power of yin to force its pupil power, and this method could restore its light. Oh, by the way, it's really strange. To heal Kaya Haruma requires the power of Yang, which is the ultimate of Yang attribute chakra, to heal your eyes, which is the ultimate of Yin attribute chakra. The power of Yang? The power of Yin. Uchiha Madara's heart suddenly jumped, remembering his original intention of coming to see Shiera Emiya. He remembered the words on the stone tablet. Wait, that is to say, the maniatoscope Sharinan of our Uchiha clan has the possibility of improving the pupil power. This statement, it is undoubtedly corresponding to the content of the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. The Yang power and Yin power in Emiya Shiera's mouth are the ultimate of Yang attribute chakra and Yin attribute chakra. The two forces of Yin power and Yang power can also act on himself and Hashirama Senju respectively. The power of positive and negative. Uchiha Madara's heart countless ideas emerged. It's really right. This trip is really the right one. This medical ninja from ancient times revealed countless information in a casual way, making many of his inner thoughts suddenly clear. But I can't do my current state. Amiya Shiera shook her head and dispelled Uchihama's fantasy with one sentence. In this state of reincarnation of the filthy land, I cannot use the ultimate power of Yin. Uchiha Madara's face immediately became low. Although I came to meet Shiera Emiya and curing my blind eyes was not within the plan, I just learned that this eye had the hope of reappearing the light and lost it in an instant, which inevitably made people feel depressed. But don't worry. Amiya Shiera's words made Uchihama's heart tense again, and his eyes became particularly sharp, as if he could see through everything in Uchihama's body. This blind eye has been affected by a powerful chakra recently. Under the nourishment of this chakra, it will gradually regain the pupil strength. Uchiha Madara's face slowly changed. Other side. I saw it. He is indeed a great figure in ancient times, and even the chakra of Shizumara, he can see in such a short time. More than that. When it returns to light, the pupil power that your eyes have will also be stronger. Amiya Shiera looked at Uchiha Madara's eyes, and his voice gradually became low, which immersed Uchiha Madara's mind as if he was telling a story. These eyes will become a pair of eyes that can communicate yin and yang, life and death in the leap of the pupil power. In ancient times, this kind of eyes once appeared in a person who was worshipped as a god by the ninjas of your era. I once got those eyes, which fused all the changes in chakra nature and contained the power of all things. Uchiha Madara's pupils suddenly dilate. All things are everywhere. This is the power of everything. This is the power of all things recorded on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. At this moment, the question of struggling to keep oneself was answered. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's confusion was completely solved by Shiera Emiya. He already knew what the everything recorded on the stone tablet actually meant. The name of that kind of eye is. Amiyashiera's eyes seemed to be able to see the past through Uchihama's eyes, and also seemed to see the future slowly emerging in conspiracy and deception. Reincarnation eye. Pretend it lightly. Please give me a monthly ticket, please read. I want to stabilize the new book list. While the bosses have not opened a new book yet, staying for one more day is another one, and today it is nearly 6,000 words. Chapter 41 Lies Without Lies. Everything is so clear. The secret truth of the world was revealed. Uchiha Madara realized that she had gradually understood everything. The information I got from Amiyashiera's words was enough to interpret the secrets on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, and even knew the final outcome of the Sharingan evolution. The power of positive and negative. It does refer to the power of Uchiha and Kaiju. The forces of positive and negative interact with each other. It refers to the chakra of Hashirama Senju, which can promote the sublimation of the power of the Uchiha clan's highest blood in his body, and ultimately become the reincarnation eye representing the power of the Morika. Reincarnation eye. I remember it was the eyes of the legendary six-path immortals. Uchiha Madara remembered the legend about the reincarnation eye. There have always been legends of the three major eye techniques in the ninja world, the Samayan eye of the six-path immortals, the Sharingan eye of the Uchiha clan, and the blazing eye of the Hyuga clan. The eye of reincarnation. It represents the power of the six paths of immortals. Uchiha Madara also understood why the Uchiha clan's stone tablet was left over from the six-path immortals, and the road on the stone tablet was the guidance of the six-path immortals to their clan. Now, I really got the answer. My eyes are slowly evolving into the eyes of reincarnation. Good. The reincarnation eye is the eyes of the six immortals. Amiyashiera did not hide the truth, and explained the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the six-path immortals. The Sharingan of your Uchiha clan is the end of the same Auradi, because the six-path immortals at their source are the father of Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara remembered something that Shiera Emiya mentioned. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, fought with Amiyashiera, but ended up in a crushing defeat. It was probably the same as when he challenged Amiyashiera. Speaking of it, the answer I got was more complete. It is precisely because the Uchiha clan is a descendant of the six-path immortals that the six-path immortals leave the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan, leaving only the information read by the Sharingan. Thank you. Uchiha Madara hugged his arm and thanked him arrogantly, expressing his satisfaction with the answer to his confusion. It's okay, Tai. In that era, these things were well known. After Amiyashiera finished speaking, she took the initiative to explain, I don't know if it would be a little troublesome to say too much in your era. After all, Tobirama told me that these things from the ancient times should not be told. For example, the ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Thousand Hand clan are brothers, and both of you are descendants of the six-path immortals. Snort. No wonder. Uchiha Madara snorted contemptuously, and already understood Kishao Tobirama's little thoughts. Shinjo Tobirama has always been afraid of the power of the Uchiha clan. It seems that he is worried that the reason for wanting to suppress Uchiha in Konoha is rejected by Hashima, so he refused to let the Uchiha clan get involved with their Kishao clan. He is just a narrow-minded and shameless villain. What a narrow-minded person! Even such things cannot be tolerated. Uchiha Madara is very aware that if this secret from the ancient times leaks out, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Thousand Hand clan will definitely be greatly alleviated. Pity. This is too late after all. When Konoha was first founded, this relationship might make him and Hashirama Senju very happy because they found the righteousness of the two tribes to truly unite. However, no need now. Because he broke up with Shimama Senju again and was abandoned by the Uchiha clan when he broke up and left Konoha, he was left with the ideal of being alone and lonely. Now, I only have one problem left. Uchiha Madara no longer cares about the secrets of the Uchiha clan and the Kyojo clan. He looked at Emiya Shiera with a bright look, hoping to know the answer to his last question from Emiya Shiera's mouth. Old Master Emiya, I believe you can see that the peace in this era is just a surging dark tide. I want to know whether the 6 paths of immortals have left a means to achieve permanent peace for the ninja world. Uchiha Madara did not ask about the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. He knew that he would know everything on the stone tablet after he awakened the Samanana in the future. End. The secret on the stone tablet. Perhaps Shiera Emiya knew nothing. Now Uchiha Madara plans to ask directly about the 6-path immortals from the mouth of the big figure Shiera Emiya. He believes that people like Shiera Emiya who are a little bit kind will definitely not hide it, and the secrets they reveal can also be used for their own reference. However, Uchiha Madara was disappointed after all. Because Shiera Emiya was hesitant again. Even Emiya Shiera seemed to be afraid that Uchiha Madara would slander Chihao Tobirama's reputation again, and she spread a clumsy lies in front of Uchiha Madara and the eavesdropping of Kuriko. Feel sorry. I can't tell you all the answers. Please don't get me wrong. This is not a reminder from Tobirama. Because Tobirama did not know how hard it was for people in ancient times to avoid chakra being used by humans to fight, and it was impossible for them to know the 6 paths of immortals. Snort. Uchiha Madara did not reduce her disgust towards Tomomi Senju, and even felt a little dissatisfied with Shiera Emiya to defend Tomomi Senju. Do you have no discernment ability? Although I have always hated and even hated Tobira, will I blame the sinister villain for no reason? If I scolded Tobirama, that must be because he was wrong first. But Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, thinking about the profound meaning in Emiya's original words. Why can't Emiya tell me all the answers? I said it. Because I'm not very good at lying. Emiya Shiera's attitude was a little serious, and what he said still made Uchiha Madara stunned, and even made Heiju hiding underground confused. There is no need to lie in such matters, right? Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and felt that his mentality was a little unpleasant. Is there any secret that we, those of us, cannot know in future generations? Have. Amiyashiera's eyes were a little dim and his voice drooped a little. The last person with the reincarnation eye took the initiative to give up the means of relying on power to achieve permanent peace, because others convinced him that humans could understand each other, and that as long as humans understood each other, there would never be any fight in the world. Ha 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 ha! Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, mocking the people in the story of Shiera Emiya. This idea of expecting humans to understand each other is too naive and ridiculous. It is obviously powerful like a god, but his will is a bit too fragile. Uchiha Madara believed that Emiya Shiera was talking about the 6 paths of immortals. In ancient times, only the 6 paths of immortals had the eye of reincarnation. Uchiha Madara believes that Emiya Shiera wants to use clumsy lies to cover up the mistakes made by the 6 path immortals, but his lies are really full of loopholes. Only Heiju, who was hiding underground, was a little depressed. Because Kuroja knew that Emiya was sad about his own past, this sadness undoubtedly made Uchiha Madara's sarcasm a little particularly unpleasant. Emiya Shiera. I'm really not a person who is good at lying. Maybe I shouldn't have forced Shiera Emiya to learn to lie. Humans are always like this. The world of human beings is full of all things, and the fate of human beings is cyclical. Emiya Shiera's voice was still calm, and she retold it from an ancient story. The gods who once tried to completely change the fate of mankind using techniques that could change the world were ultimately defeated by the weak in the ninja world who hoped that their destiny would be controlled by themselves. A technique to change the world. Uchiha Madara only heard the first half of the key elements in his ears. A sudden slight understanding appeared in the man's heart. He seemed to have understood completely, and looked at the Emiya Shiera in front of him. That technique that is enough to change the world is the technique that the 6 path immortals once tried to make the ninja world achieve permanent peace, right? Emiya Shiera shook his head gently, with a little regret in his voice. That technique is the choice of human beings toward the worst era. So. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and he had already fully understood all the answers. The ninja world has reached its worst era now. Chapter 42 Hashirama, are you worthy of being a person like Lord Emiya? Uchiha Madara, has he taken the bait? Heiju, who was hiding underground, was a little confused. Emiya Shiera's lies were so clumsy that it was really a bit worried that it was hidden underground, but Uchiha Madara seemed to be fooled as expected. In fact, Uchiha Madara didn't feel fooled at all. Even Uchiha Madara felt that he had taken a big advantage. He got such important information from Emiya Shiera, which also allowed him to see his hope of realizing his ideal. What do you want to do? Emiya Shiera seemed to see through Uchiha Madara's thoughts and asked seriously, after awakening the Samsaka eye, do you want to use the technique that can change the world? This is a matter of course. Uchiha Madara's face became arrogant again, as if she had become the arrogant and lone ninja again. If you know the answer to the question but choose not to do anything, you would feel ashamed of your life. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he looked at Emiya Shiera again and wanted to invite the other party to join with him, because he knew that as long as Emiya Shiera was willing to join, it would definitely be a powerful arm help for his future. Just guide the road. It's enough that Uchiha Madara wants to invite Shiera Amiri. After all, Shiera Umiya knows many secrets about the Six-Path Immortals, and can definitely guide him to use the technique left by the Six-Path Immortals to change the world. Old Master Emiya. Uchiha Madara sincerely planned to invite Shiera Emiya to act with him. Do you think this era is not bad enough? Come and change the ninja world with me. In the future, I will have the reincarnation eye. You also have the wisdom of ancient times. Uchiha Madara stretched out his palm and sneered, as long as we can work together, we will definitely be able to move the world back. Uchiha Madara frowned, and he seemed to have noticed some kind of accident, which made the words he wanted to say end suddenly. Distant. In a valley. This valley is surrounded by Konoha Anbi ninjas. In this valley, Kishou Hashimaru waved a ninja knife and cut open the cold-faced Uchiha Madara in front of him, watching the other party turn into wood. This is the wooden clone. A drop of cold sweat broke out from Senjo Hashirama's forehead. Because this Uchiha Madara's wood clone reminded him of the last battle, he used it to deceive the real wood clone and thought he had killed Uchiha Madara. Now, Uchiha Madara's Kiku's clone also made him play around. No. This guy, Ban. When was the wood escape awakened? When Chihu Hashirama was still subconsciously trying to think about how powerful Uchiha Madara would become after obtaining Wood exit, she suddenly realized that now is not the time to care about Wood clan. Not good. I've been fooled. Marama is with Lord Emiya. Senjo Hashirama immediately noticed the problem. I was deceived. That guy Madara used his wooden clone to lead him here. His real purpose was to meet Shiera Emiya. This is his plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Senjo Hashirama never dared to stop anymore and loudly ordered all the Anbi ninjas to turn around immediately. They wanted to rush back along the way they came and arrive at Shiera Emiya as soon as possible. It's not just the Amirati who is in trouble. And they are the two best new generation ninjas in Konoha. It seems that my plan was discovered by Hashirama. When Uchiha Madara realized that Chihu Hashirama would definitely notice his plan when her wooden clone was killed, she couldn't help but sneer, the action of killing me is still so fierce, Hashirama. Plan. Emiya Shiera frowned. A small strategy to lure the tiger out of the mountain. Uchiha Madara chuckled and mocked Konoha, didn't Mr. Emiya notice that someone has been following you secretly along the way? The sinister little man Senjo Tobirama had long guessed that I wanted to meet with Lord Emiya, and secretly asked Hashirama to lead a team of Umbu to follow Lord Emiya all the time. They regarded Lord Emiya as a trap to lure me into showing up. Old Master Emiya. No, blinded by hypocritical words. Uchiha Madara spread his hands and invited Shiera Amiri once again in a deep voice, "Come with me to change this world." Shiera Umiya was silent for a while. This great man from ancient times slowly looked into the distance, where two teenagers were tied up and covered their eyes and blocked their ears. It was the young Sarutobi Hinako and the young Tenzo. Although Shiera Emiya didn't mind these two little guys being listened to, Uchiha Madara was very concerned about the two little guys. If you weren't worried that killing someone in front of Shiera Emiya would make the other party unhappy, Uchiha Madara wouldn't mind killing them to keep a secret. Be entrusted by someone. I still want to find the materials to treat Hashirama first. Emiya Shiera sighed, as if he was very concerned about his promise, and said softly, "It will take quite a while before you get the reincarnation eye." During this time, only Hashima can maintain peace in this world. Uchiha Madara was convinced by Emiya Shiera's words. This reason, even if he couldn't refute it. Even Uchiha Madara did not expect to refute. Although Uchiha Madara thinks he no longer cares about his past friendship with Hashirama Senju, he doesn't mind letting that fateful opponent survive. He wants to prove his ideal path in front of Hashirama Senju. Actually, you are not the first person to persuade me to join this era, but I have thought about it many times, but I think every generation will have their own story. My story might have ended long ago. Emiya Shiera's attitude was unprecedentedly serious. A leaf was floating in his hand, and the leaves were shaking in his hand in the wind. The only thing I can do now is to become a breeze that survives this era. The power of a breeze can only barely blow the leaves of this era shaking. What can really change the world? There will always be only those winds that can blow the windmill. Old Master Emiya. What a respectable person. Uchiha Madara looked at Emiya Shiera and let out a long sigh. Because he realized that he could not convince Emiya Shiera, he also understood how broad Emiya Shiera's mind was, and why was he named great by mankind for thousands of years. Emiya Shiera. A person who cannot be overestimated no matter how respected it is. Even Uchiha Madara, who is arrogant by nature, has to admit the other party's greatness. Only Heiju, who was hiding under the ground, felt a little sad. Heiju figured it out a little. Why did Emiya Shiera refuse to let Uchiha Madara come to implement the UI plan? Is that what he actually thinks in his heart? Harama is coming. Uchiha Madara knew that he could not stay any longer, so he could only regretfully plan to leave. It seems that he can only listen to your wisdom next time. When talking about this, Uchiha Madara's face gradually became serious and she said in a deep voice, "I know that Mr. Emiya is not good at deceiving and concealing, but I still hope that all our communication today can be kept as confidential as possible, especially about that technique." I understand. Emiya Shiera nodded at Uchiha and sighed lightly. You and Shinju Hashirama are both walking on different roads, but the end points you want to reach are the same, but the way you go is different. Maybe. Uchiha Madara snorted contemptuously. Although Uchiha Madara said a little awkwardly, she really agreed with Emiya Shiera's words. He and Senjo Hashimara were just using different means for peace. Speaking of which, it's a bit comforting to be able to chat with such a big shot. Whether it is the wisdom learned from Shiera Emiya's conversation, the secrets learned from Shiera Emiya's mouth, or even just a few casual conversations can penetrate people's hearts so well. Snort. That idiot Hashirama. Uchiha Madara remembered his encounter with Hashirama Senju. Chihu Hashirama has regarded Emiya Shiera as the target of worship since she was a child, and later claimed that Emiya Shiera's ninjutsu could not save the world, which was clearly the idiot's brain was not easy to use. That idiot. Is it worthy of the ninja way of despising your excellency of Omiya? That idiot will never be someone like Lord Emiya in this life. Then I'll say goodbye first. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared beside the two teenagers in the distance. He raised his hand to take off the black cloth on Sarutobi Hinako and the boys' heads. Uchiha Madara. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was a little nervous. A trace of fear even appeared on the boy's face. Snort. Is this the child that Hashirama's idiot wants to protect? Uchiha Madara looked at the two teenagers with a contempt look on her face and said coldly, "Little kid, remember to go back and tell Hashirama that as a thank you to Emiya, I will not start any war with him again during this period." Looking for reading. Please give me a monthly ticket. Who still remembers what kind of fruit steamed with sore throat? Chapter 43 Agreement. Uchiha Madara left very casually. Uchiha Madara is truly free and easy now because he has found his own path, and even this path is enough to make him put aside everything in the past for this. But Konoha ninjas are in a bad mood. For example, the two teenagers who were frightened by Uchiha Madara, for Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo, this is the closest they have to die. So when Emiya Shiera helped untie the rope tied them, Emiya Shiera could even see their bodies trembling nervously. What happened today? We must report to Lord Naruto. The young man Sarutobi Hinari slowly calmed down. The boy remembered that his father was seriously injured by Uchiha Madara. He understood why his father Sasuke was defeated by Uchiha Madara. In front of that man. Even if you try hard to keep your heart calm, it is a luxury. Even though Uchiha Madara did not vent his chakra, and did not even show any momentum, just seeing his figure would make people feel uneasy. Not to mention, I have to fight that man in this mentality. Us. Go back to the village. Report today's incident to Toyoma. The boy Duanzo's face was a little nervous, but when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm expression, he also forced himself to try his best to suppress his panic and remain calm. If it weren't for the young man's palm that could not even hold the ninja knife, maybe he wouldn't have seen that he was just trying to show off his strength in front of Sarutobi Hinashin. This is normal. Konoha ninjas have always been afraid of Uchiha Madara. Even when Uchiha Madara was the founder of Konoha, Konoha's children were very afraid of the face that was always fierce and cold, not to mention that he became Konoha's most terrifying enemy, and even the first Naruto could not kill him. After blindness in one eye, this guy Uchiha Madara looks even more scary. You don't have to worry. Amiya Shiera comforted the two teenagers casually, and his eyes looked into the distance. If nothing unexpected happens, Konoha's ninja should have arrived soon. When Amiya Shiera said this, she seemed to have no idea about the matter of Kyojo Hashimara and Konoha Anbi ninja who had been following them. She sighed softly and said, "Maru tells me that when we left Konoha, a team of Konoha ninjas were following us." The young man's heart suddenly became nervous again. Not good. Lord Tobirama's plan was discovered. In this way, how can they implement the plan? Etc. The meaning of this sentence is: didn't Uchiha Madara kill those group of Anbi ninjas? However, even so, the Anbi ninjas will definitely not be able to continue to follow Amiya Shiera. They will definitely encounter dangers when performing this mission. Even without Uchiha Madara, there were small ninjas like Taki Hidden Village who sent people to attack them. The power of the medical ninja, Amiya Shiera, seemed to be unreliable, and he was actually pierced through his heart with one blow by the ninja in Taki Hidden Village. But choose to stay or leave. The young man Tuanzang felt a little hesitant. He was worried that he might die in this mission, and he was worried that if he went back, he would appear too cowardly. Fortunately, the young Tuanzang will soon not have to worry about it. Because Chihu Hashirama led a group of Anbi ninjas to come over, he had no say at all and could only wait quietly for the orders from Naruto. When Chihu Hashirama saw that the two little guys Amiya Shiera, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo were safe and sound, he finally calmed down. Only Senjo Hashirama's mood could only calm down for a while. Until Senjo Hashirama learned from the two little guys that Uchiha Madara had indeed come, he also left a promise that he would not start a war again. Will there be no war in this period? Chihu Hashirama was a little confused and puzzled by Uchiha Madara's promise. Although he was very happy that Uchiha Madara was willing to continue to maintain peace, Uchiha Madara seemed to just want to maintain temporary peace. This peaceful time, it should be before the eyes of the squid recover. Amiya Shiera reminded Chihu Hashirama and also told some truth frankly, Marama's blind eye will be a while before it can be regained. This is not good. The heart that Senjo Hashirama held was hanging again. If Madara's eyes were brighter, they would have the power of their peak period again. He even surpassed his peak period because Madara also awakened the wood exit blood restoration. At that time, Uchiha Madara once again set off a war to destroy Konoha. Even if Uchiha Madara does not have the help of Jouei, Chihu Hashirama couldn't help but feel a little worried. Only he can clearly understand Uchiha Madara's power. Don't worry. Amiya Shiera noticed the mood of Chihu Hashirama and quickly comforted his patient. Actually, the situation is not that bad. Oh. The anxiety in Chihu Hashirama was slightly relieved. Don't worry. If that blind eye wants to recover, it will probably take at least 20 years. Amiya Shiera patted Chihu Hashirama's shoulder, indicating that he didn't have to worry too much. If I haven't found a cure for you, your lifespan is only left. It's the next 10 years, even if he wants to start a war, it will be after you die. Ah! The already hanging heart of Chihu Hashirama was completely dead. This kind of comfort is of no use. Even more, Chihu Hashirama is worried about Konoha's future. Chihu Hashirama thought Amiya Shiera would propose something, but she didn't expect to comfort him without worrying about the funeral. How could you not worry? Although Chihu Hashirama has always respected others, he is also very aware of the situation of the powerful ninja world. If he dies 10 years later, the whole Konoha. No, there may not be anyone in the entire ninja world to stop Madara. I'll go and find out Madara's whereabouts. Senjo Hashirama raised his hand to hold his forehead and inserted his fingers into his hair gap, worrying about Konoha's future fate. No matter what, I must find Madara in 10 years, and I must take this opportunity to completely kill him. This is the only opportunity. Senjo Hashirama believed that future generations could protect Konoha. Only Uchiha Madara's trouble. Senjo Hashirama does not believe that future generations can solve the problem. This Konoha's first generation Naruto had to choose to embark on a journey to track down Uchiha Madara. He wanted to use his last 10 years in the ninja world to find out Uchiha Madara's whereabouts and prevent Uchiha Madara from starting a new war. Let's go back to Konoha first. Chihu Hashirama and the Anbi ninjas immediately planned to return to Konoha. He wanted to discuss everything after leaving Konoha with Chihu Tamura. These two little guys. Chihu Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo. Amiya Shiera's eyes also fell on them, and she sighed softly. I thought this era would at least maintain respect for medical ninjas, but it seems that the ninjas of this era acted without any scruples. I was worried that the future journey would be very dangerous. I will work hard to become stronger and protect Your Excellency Amiya. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with great energy, and even squeezed his companions around him. Danzo, do you want to go back with Lord Naruto? No need to say it. The young man Duanzang's face immediately became irritable and he retorted with a vicious look, my mission has not been completed either. I will also work hard to become stronger and protect Your Excellency Amiya. Although the young Tuanzang did not make up his mind. But Sarutobi Hinata selfishly announced that he would stay. Should he admit that he was afraid of danger and cowardly chose to return to Konoha? What a two good kids. Kishou Hashirama rubbed their heads, and his expression became particularly serious. Then in the future, these two little guys will ask Lord Amiya to take care of. Within 10 years. Amiya Shiwan nodded and agreed seriously, if I can't find a solution to your lifespan within 10 years, I will take them back to Konoha. Tenure Agreement. Start the time method. Chapter 44 10 years. 10 years. This is a long time. During this period, a lot of things happened in the ninja world. After the first generation of Naruto, Shizumaki led Umbu back to Konoha. He didn't know what Chihotobira had discussed with him. Shizumaki immediately made the first big move. Capture the tailed beast. There are 9 tailed beasts in the ninja world. Except for the one captured by Satsuki village and the 9 tailed beasts sealed by Konoha in Uzumaki Mito's body, the other tailed beasts were captured by Chiho Hashirama. Soon. The first 5 Shadows Conference was held. Chiho Hashirama sold the tailed beast to the major ninja villages in the ninja world at a suitable price, in name only to ensure the balance of power among the major ninja villages in the ninja world. When Emiya Shiera accidentally met Hashirama Senju during her journey, she also got the answer to why she allocated the tailed beast from Hashirama Senju. This is Tomoma's idea. Relying on the power of Konoha alone may not be able to stop the spot. 9 tailed tails are sealed in Mito's body. Madara may be eyeing the power of other tailed beasts, so Tobirama proposed to divide the tailed beasts to other villages, so that everyone could come together to protect the tailed beasts. Konoha could not keep all the tailed beasts. After all, the power of the tailed beast is very strong. Even if one of the tailed beasts goes wild and the Konoha high-level officials don't have time to react, it will cause significant losses to Konoha. Just right. In this operation to capture the tailed beast, Tobira Senju also discovered that the power of other tailed beasts is far from being able to compete with the strongest 9 tails, and there is no need to worry that those ninja villages that have obtained the tailed beast will be able to use the tailed beast to fight Konoha's 9 tails in the future. Certainly. The tailed beast is not the real focus. Senju Tobirama's real idea was just to take the opportunity to drag other ninja villages into the water. Except for Konoha, no other ninja village dares to provoke Uchiha Madara. Even if Uchiha Madara destroys Konoha in the future, it will not attract the help of other ninja villages. But what about protecting their tailed beasts? Uzumaki Mito's body is sealed with 9 tails, making it impossible for Uchiha Madara to borrow the power of 9 tails again. Uchiha Madara may not have the confidence to fight against Chiho Hashirama. If Uchiha Madara wants to fight against Hashirama Senju, she will definitely find a way to get other tailed beasts in the ninja world, and at that time it will inevitably have conflicts with other ninja villages with tailed beasts. In this way, the major ninja villages in the ninja world can naturally unite to fight against the threat of Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama's methods are quite insidious. After Konoha obtained the power of the 9 tails, other ninja villages did not. Maybe they are sitting there and watching the gap between them and Konoha grow bigger and bigger, and they will definitely be moved by the power of the tailed beast. Since ancient times, humans have never given up on the power to seize the tailed beast. Because the tailed beasts symbolize endless chakra and powerful attack methods, their combat power bursts enough to compete with a ninja army. Senju Tobirama never expects to get help from other ninja villages. He just took this opportunity to put other ninja villages in the ninja world into the same trap. Now Uchiha Madara is still blind in one eye. In order to fight against the trouble of Chihu Hashirama chasing him, if he cannot get the 9 tails, he will likely sneak into other ninja villages to control one head-tailed beast. In this way, Uchiha Madara and other ninja villages will develop hatred. Judging from the results, Senju Tobirama's idea is quite effective. The first person who suffered from the tailed beast was Union Village. At the first 5 Shadows Conference, the first generation of the Union Village, Lei Ying, was rich and powerful, and directly bought 2 tailed beasts, namely the second and 8 tails. Same. This also brought disaster to Union Village. When Uchiha Madara was tracked down by Chihu Hashirama, he lost the pupil power of one eye. His power was temporarily unable to fight against Chihu Hashirama. The 8-tail, who controlled Union Village, was able to take the opportunity to escape, and even made Konoha and Union Village closer together. Unfortunately, this did not solve any problem. Uchiha Madara had to continue to avoid Chihu Hashirama in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama had to continue to track down Uchiha Madara in the ninja world. When Emiya Shiera was walking on the journey with Sarutobi Hinazan and Shimura Danzo, they could even meet Uchiha Madara and Chihu Hashimara, who was chasing him. Long time no see, Lord Umiya. Uchiha Madara could only say hello, with no nervousness on her face as she was chased. She even had a mocking chuckling on her lips when she left, but I have to leave first, Hashirama is going to catch up again. Uchiha Madara just left. Senju Hashirama rushed over. I'm going to track down Madara's whereabouts. The Chihu Hashirama who came here did not dare to relax his time and continue chatting with them. He must seize every opportunity to catch Uchiha Madara, and the only thing he could keep was a few words of encouragement to his younger generation. Monkey, Danzang. You two have grown up too. Chihu Hashirama looked at the growth of Sarutobi Hinazan and Shimura Danzo, who had grown a lot every time they met them. You are finally going to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting Konoha. Senju Hashirama patted their shoulders, feeling a little depressed and heavy. He knew that his lifespan was slowly approaching the limit. Perhaps the road ahead is a bit difficult. However, Konoha's future has to be entrusted to the young people. 10 years. This is really a long enough time. For Shiera Emiya, he had long been used to this kind of journey. For Sarutobi Hizawa and Shimura Danzo, 10 years have been enough for them to grow from often ignorant young men to young people who know the world. They have experienced many stories. For example, the Kodo they have met before. After hearing that after Kaoru returned to Taki Hidden Village, he killed all the high-level ninjas in Taki Hidden Village and stole the treasures of Taki Hidden Village, and forced Taki Hidden Village to surrender to Konoha. He spent all his family to buy a tailed beast from Konoha to protect his own force. Later, Kakudo was wanted by Taki Hidden Village as an S-level rebel ninja. Later, Amiya Shiera and others also heard news about Kakuto from the first Hokage, but Kakuto's recent situation was a bit outrageous. The first generation of Naruto Senjo Hashi indirectly received news from his younger brother Senjo Tomoma, asking him to investigate Uchiha Madara to kill Kaoru, this level rebel ninja in Taki Hidden Village, to establish the image of Konoha paying attention to allies and attract other villages to united Konoha. As a result, when Chiho Hashirama met Kaoru, she saw Kaoru being a killer to make money. Senjo Hashirama captured Kaoru with one move, but heard Kaoru's last words to donate his money to an orphanage. Chiho Hashirama discovered that Kaoru worked hard to make money because he wanted to donate to the orphanage. He had been helping some elderly people in difficulty. He chose to let Kaoru go, and even donated a little with Kaoru. This is not ordinary outrageous. I don't really believe that such a man betrayed his village for the sake of so-called power. Chiho Hashirama had to sigh at the complexity of the ninja like Kaoru. When the man fought, he ignored his life and tried hard to use the money he earned from killing to help the weak, which made me feel a little ashamed. You mean, the corner is donating? Amiya Shiera was a little confused about Kamito's changes, so he could only sigh. Okay, even in ancient times, those who were willing to care for the weak deserved respect. Yes. Actually, I thought tracing Madara was a hard journey. However, in order to track down Ban's whereabouts, I met many people on the road and heard many interesting stories. Chiho Hashirama remembered many stories he encountered during his travels and exclaimed, even in some small countries, there are many worthwhile young men who deserves praise. The ninja world is very small. But there are too many excellent people in their costumes. Amiya Shiera's eyes were very sharp, and he seemed to be able to see the excellent side of human beings. For example, the rain country is now. When Amiya Shiera took Sarutobi Hinazan and Shimura Danzo back to Konoha, he passed by the rain country and met a young Yuhang ninja who came to ask for help. He hoped that Amiya Shiera could help relieve his pain. The name of this young Yuyan ninja is Hanzo. His swordsmanship is very powerful and he can fight so that Shimura Danzo, who thinks he is good at swordsmanship, can't raise his head. But Hanzo's most powerful thing is its extreme poison. Because he was forced to transplant the highly toxic mountain pepper fish poison sac from his childhood, Hanzo was able to use this terrifying mountain pepper fish poison gas to fight, and even his breathing was filled with poison gas. Same. Due to the severe toxic torture, Hanzo had to wear a mask, and even faced the danger of the poisonous sac in his body rupturing and being poisoned to death by himself at any time. This is also the reason why Hanzang asked for help. Unfortunately, Hanzo's request was a bit outrageous. This young ninja hopes that Shiera Emiya can allow him to continue to use the highly toxic power, and he will not be threatened by the mountain pepper fish poison sac in his body. I can only help you take out the poison sac. Shiera Emiya is very confident about this difficult and dangerous operation, but she has not been able to change the human genes. Although it is very troublesome to remove the poison sac transplanted into the respiratory function, and it may even break the poison sac if you accidentally cause the patient to be poisoned to death, Emiya Shiera's medical skills are so good that he can ensure that he will not make any mistakes. Then can't I use the power of poison gas in the future? The young man Hanzo was unable to give up the power that tortured him. He knew how strong the poison gas of the mountain pepper fish was, which was enough to ensure that his strength was invincible in the Kingdom of Rain. Your swordsmanship is already very strong. The young Sarutoi Hinako praised his swordsmanship with great sincerity. Even when we and Lord Emiya were traveling to the Iron Country, which is famous for their swordsmanship, we did not meet anyone who was stronger than your swordsmanship. Snort. The Youth League was a little dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hinasar. He had to admit that his attainment in swordsmanship was not as good as Hanzo. Perhaps besides Umiya, there is no way to find someone with more advanced swordsmanship than yours. This is a big discovery of them. Originally, Sarutobi Hizawa and Shimura Danzo believed that Emiya Shiera's powerful power was only the curse seal, but they encountered trouble while traveling in the Iron Country. Some people suspected that Shimura Danzo had assassinated a samurai in the Iron Country. Iron Country. That is the Kingdom of Warriors. The Iron Kingdom is also a neutral country recognized by the ninja world. For the sake of Konoha's reputation, Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo decided to act in the style of the Iron Country when they encountered trouble, and Danzo and the Iron Country samurai fought for swordsmanship. As a result, Shimura Danzo was defeated at the hands of a young samurai. Finally, it was Shiera Umiya who took the initiative to take action. Emiya Shiera holds the scabbard and fights the generals of the Iron Country. When the general of the Iron Country raised the samurai sword and stung it, Shiera Emiya casually stretched out the scabbard in his hand, put the samurai sword in his hand into the scabbard, and easily took away the opponent's sword. The general of the Iron Kingdom was convinced by Shimiya Shiera's swordsmanship. Although the samurai of the Iron Kingdom suspected that Shimura Danzo had killed a samurai, the general decided to let Shimiya Shiera and others leave. Don't mention those unhappy things. Emiya Shiera frowned, as if she was unhappy about what happened in the Iron Country. Hanzo, who originally wanted to speak out to challenge Emiya Shiera, had to give up, and he finally decided to give up the surgery to cut the poison sac. If even Shimura Danzo believes that his strength is not as top-notch, he believes that his strength is not enough to protect his country. At least the poison capsule in his body can ensure that he can die with the enemies who invade the country at critical moments. Hanzo left. This is a man who is born in a small country and has ambitions. This guy's strength may be stronger than mine. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hanzo's departure back and his expression became particularly serious. I didn't expect that such a person would appear in a small country like Rain Country. He has very rich combat experience, and his chakra is also very strong. The Youth League immediately felt much less humiliating about his defeat at Hanzo's hands, but his mouth was still as stubborn as ever. Humph, I just lost to him in the competition for swordsmanship. If I could use chakra and ninjutsu, I would definitely be able to use the curse seal of Lord Emiya to defeat him. Danzang. You always like to fight. Umiyashi couldn't stop sighing, as if regretting that he could not change Danzo's thoughts. The power of the curse seal I passed on to you is not something you can use to fight with others, but I just hope that you can use the curse seal to protect your companions and important things in your heart." Youth Duanzhang frowned and looked at his arm. This was during the journey, and it happened that they had encountered ninjas from other countries coming to assassinate them many times. Shimura Danzo told lies to deceive Emiya Shiera to get the power of the curse seal. But it took me a lot of effort to master the curse. Do you not use the power of the curse seal to fight, but just use the patterns of the curse seal as decorations? Sooner or later you will understand. I'll pass it to your mark is not used for fighting. Emiya Shiera shook her head and said nothing more, but just packed up the medical record scroll on her own. Old Master Emiya. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the problem and quickly asked about the serious matter. Will we go back to Konoha tomorrow? I'm going to go back to Konoha. Shi Yuan, Umiya nodded, raised his head and looked at the cloudy sky in the Kingdom of Rain, which was always covered with dark clouds. I haven't heard of Hashirama's active in the ninja world recently. I'm worried that his time is coming soon. I haven't found the whereabouts of the remains of the sacred tree for 10 years. Maybe another treatment method is needed. Today is more than 7,000 words. Please read and ask for monthly tickets. 10 years have passed. It's Konoha's 15th year, Orochimaru is already born and can go to school at the age of 5. Chapter 45 Jiraiya. Konoha Village. The tall wooden walls covered the leaves. The entire village has changed a lot in the past 10 years. 10 years can make people's hometowns unrecognizable, and only some iconic buildings and scenery can see the outline of the past. This. Is it really Konoha? Youth League widened his eyes in disbelief. Because he grew up in Konoha when he was a child, in his impression, Konoha has always been a simple village, but now it has become a prosperous village. The gate of Konoha village is also very tall. 2 Konoha Chunin in uniform sat at the table next to the gate, with the registration information form on the table, watching Emiya Shiera and his group come over. Welcome to Konoha. One of the Zongnin warmly welcomed them in and invited them to come over and register the information. You need to register your information when entering the village. We are ninjas in the village. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately came over, took the initiative to register his and Shimura Danzo's name, and showed a big smile to the 2 Chunin. I am the village's Shinin Sarutobi Hinazen. Are you Senior Sarutobi? This kind of change is too big. If you don't look closely, you can't recognize you as your former senior. The person in charge of the guard looked at Sarutobi Hinako in disbelief, remembering the senior who was often praised by teachers when he was in the ninja school, and quickly introduced himself. Senior Sarutobi, I am Kamitsu Yun. The young Sarutobi Hira scratched his head, his eyes widened. Young man who just entered school when we graduated, are you already a Zongnin? We. The Chunin immediately patted the Chunin uniform on his body with satisfaction. I passed the village assessment by chance 2 years ago, one step faster than senior Sarutobi. Ha 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 ha. It's really excellent. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen praised his juniors with a hilarious voice, and then sighed with regret. It seems that we will complete the exam as soon as possible when we come back. Snort. The youth league came over, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face and his backwardness. We have just wasted 10 years of traveling to the ninja world outside. Otherwise, we would definitely be promoted to the upper ninja in the village now. How can this be a waste of time? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly poked the youth league on the shoulder. Although Sarutobi Hinazawa knew that it was 10 years that delayed their promotion, it was impossible for them to waste their travels during these 10 years to waste their time. 10 years of travel. This gives Sarutobi Hiruzen a broader vision. This young man will no longer play like he was when he was a child. He even tried to learn to stand in the positions of Hashirama Senju and Tobira Senju to think about what Konoha's future should look like and what kind of relationship they should maintain with other great power ninja villages. The most important thing is, their strength has also made great progress. Shimura Danzo also gained the fighting power of the Supreme Ninja during these 10 years. What's more, Sarutobi Hinazawa, who has mastered the 5 attributes of chakra changes in nature, only after he obtained the cursed seal of natural energy, his strength has truly achieved a qualitative leap, because Shiera Emiya's cursed seal has greatly improved the power of the magic style. To be honest, Sarutobi Hizaki even had the confidence to defeat his father Sarutobi Suzuki. It's indeed a waste of time. However, the Chunin, who was responsible for guarding the gate, was extremely upheld by the words of the Youth League, and mentioned several of the same periods between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. There are many seniors who have been promoted to the Shangnan long ago, and even senior Marius Kosuk has been the Shangnan. But Senior Maruseki Kosuk made a mistake before. The Zongnan who was guarding the gate mastered a lot of gossip and whispered a story about them in a low voice. Now it seems that he has been deposed and has become a Zionin again. He refuses to participate in the Zongnan assessment again. He has been a Zionin in the village. Is Guji? Sarutobi Hinako's brows frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not planning to ask too much for the time being. He just plans to accompany Shiera Emiya to go to the fire after registering the information. The photo studio responded. This person has not registered yet. Another Chunin blocked their way, pointed to the Emiya Shiera, who looked comparable to their age, and asked curiously, is he also a ninja in the village? No. This is a distinguished guest in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head seriously, and while registering a false name on it, he introduced again in a deep voice, he is a more noble guest than anyone else. Then you can take your guests to the village for a good tour. After checking the ninja registration letter carried by Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo, the Chuninian person sighed softly, your information and photos will also be updated. If we weren't here, we might not have recognized other unfamiliar Chuninian seniors. Speak. Maybe after you enter the village, you may not recognize it as the Konoha that used to be. The village has changed a lot over the years. Compared with the periphery, there are even greater changes in Konoha village. The houses on the entire Konoha street are no longer so simple and sloppy, and even the architectural styles are somewhat changed. The colors on the walls are no longer simple light green and brown. They are painted a little colorfully, and more shops are also beginning to be laid along the street. If it looks, the scenery of Konoha can be regarded as bright and beautiful. Surrounded by a group of low mountains, dense green trees intersect each other near colorful houses. On the neat streets, you can see the red Naruto and the rock wall statues carved behind the Naruto, which are the appearance of the first Naruto Chihao Hashimara. Compared to the Konoha that was first built 10 years ago. Nowadays, Konoha is more like a real ninja village of a great country, and it can even be called a small city-state, making people unable to imagine the simplicity of the past. If you have been growing up in Konoha, you may not be able to detect this change. Sarutobi Hizun and Shimura Danzo left Konoha for 10 years and could not help but be shocked by the changes in the scenery of their hometown. I can't imagine. The young Sarutobi Hinako jumped onto a tall well tower, looking at the scenery of Konoha. Konoha has changed so much in 10 years. Youth League Treasure couldn't help but nod. Time flies so fast. Emiya Shiera seemed to have seen the baptism of time from the changes of Konoha. He knew that the future Konoha would be more prosperous than now. Compared with the changes in the scenery, there seemed to be more and more people in the village. Perhaps because of Konoha's reputation, many people moved to Konoha and became villagers in Konoha village, and there were more children in the village. There were children running and playing everywhere on the street, and there was even a white-haired little guy who bumped into him rashly, about to hit Shiera Amiri. However, Shiera Emiya's palm slightly stretched out, and a breeze enveloped the little guy's body, allowing this rash little devil to stop in place safely. Is this ninjutsu? The white-haired little guy stroked the breeze beside him curiously. He raised his head and looked at Shiera Emiya standing in front of him. Are you a ninja senior in the village? No. Shiera Emiya shook her head. There are ninjas outside breaking in. The white-haired little guy immediately shouted at his friend behind him, completely ignoring that he was still under the control of the other party, shouting, "Go and call the senior in the village, I found an enemy who sneaked into the village." A group of little guys shouted loudly in panic. Emiya Shiera's expression fell silent. Bang! The young Sarutobi Hinashin jumped down, and his fingers raised his fingers and knocked the white-haired little guy in the head, chuckled and teased, "Haha, you little guy has no eyesight. You actually chose someone who obviously doesn't look like the enemy." What? The white-haired little ghost pouted his mouth unhappily. Does this priest look like a bad guy? The young Sarutobi Hinasan patted the little guy's head and signaled him to know Shiera Emiya in front of him. "Little kid, the one who stands in front of you is the greatest person in the ninja world. Even if you just look at your face, you can't be a bad person no matter how you look at it. If it comes to appearance, the youth league standing next to him is more like a bad person." Even Sarutobi Hinazaki, who is very friendly, is not as good as Shiera Emiya, because he thinks that he does not have the compassionate temperament emitted from Shiera Emiya. Which clan are you from? What's your name? The young Sarutobi Hinata curiously stroked the little guy's white hair. Emiya Shiera's eyes drooped slightly. The little guy's head full of white hair and red marks and face painted under the corners of his eyes, he vaguely looked like a future old friend. This white-haired little ghost made an extremely arrogant attitude, clenched his fist and pointed his thumb upside down at him, giving him a series of bad adjectives for his name. I am just fascinating countless beauties in the ninja world. The most handsome, most free, most talented genius boy in the ninja world, the first place in the future Konoha ninja school, and the most powerful ninja in the future Konoha. That's true for Jirei. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Because he had never seen such a shameless little guy. Even when I was a teenager, I couldn't be as narcissistic as this little devil. However, Shiera Emiya was silent for a while, and one sentence angered the arrogant and narcissistic little white-haired head. Will the child's mouth be dry after saying so much, right? Like. Jiraiya was very narcissistic when she met Tsunade. There is no reserve at all. When I see Tsunade, I just need to send it to me in a love letter after a while. Could it be that he is really chasing many people at ninja school? Chapter 46 The Secret of Emiya Shiera. No. What does it mean to have a dry mouth or not? Is it something I can't do with my mouth now? When Xiao Jiraiya wanted to try hard to retort loudly, Sarutobi Hinako raised his hand and pressed his head, and even took him and a group of little guys to the store to buy a cup of chestnut juice. Okay. I'm a ninja in the village. Sarutobi Hinako rubbed Xiao Jiraiya's white hair while handing him chestnut juice with a gentle expression, and chatted with the children. It sounds like you haven't gone to the ninja school in the village yet, so are you not 5 years old this year? I'm already 5 years old. Xiao Jiraiya held chestnut juice in her arms and shouted loudly with dissatisfaction, I will be able to enter school this year, and I will definitely pass the entrance test. I have to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a good affinity. No, it should be said that Sarutobi Hinesan was not arrogant and was willing to put down his airs and mingle with these children, and soon won the respect of a group of children. Especially this group of children heard that Sarutobi Hinata was a ninja who had been away for 10 years, and the eyes of a group of little guys were full of admiration. Snort. Youth League Teng looked at Sarutobi Hinesan with disdain. What they need to do now is to hurry to the Naruto studio and report it, instead of wasting time with these children here. Ninja is not a family-friendly family with the children. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hinesan did not waste much time. Sarutobi Hizawa just took the opportunity to inquire about the changes in the village from these little guys. It seems that Konoha is preparing to elect the second generation of Naruto recently. It seems. The physical condition of the first generation of Naruto was indeed not good. Just right. the people who came to greet them also arrived. After learning that Shiera Emiya and his group had returned to Konoha, Tomomi Senju immediately sent someone to greet them, but he was also aware of the gains of Shiera Emiya and his group, because Tomomi Senju often sent people to communicate with Shiera Emiya and others. Sure. Even Mr. Emiya. Has the remains of the sacred tree been found? When Senju Tobirama saw Emiya Shiera, he was not particularly disappointed because he had sent someone to search for the remains of the sacred tree in private during the past 10 years. The entire Konoha's Anbi ninjas were asked to perform the task of finding the remains of the sacred tree, but they never knew what the remains of the sacred tree were. The things they found were often strange, and they usually tried to transport some strange flowers and trees back. Pity. After all, they are not the remains of the sacred tree. When a person is disappointed too many times, he really cannot have any hope for the future. Even a person like Tomomi Senju is no exception. It seems that the remains of the sacred tree have been cleaned up by ninjasan. Emiya Shiera sighed, feeling a little disappointed about his success in his journey, although the most important purpose of the journey in the past 10 years has been achieved. So, is there no other way? Senju Tobimaru frowned and waved his hand to let everyone else retreat. A rare heavy look appeared in his expression. Old Master Emiya, my elder brother's physical condition has become extremely active during this period, and he looks very vibrant, but I am worried that my elder brother's life is at its limit, because this year he will no longer leave Konoha to look for Madara's whereabouts. According to the usual style, Senju Hashimara never stayed in Konoha too much. He always tracked down Uchiha Madara in the ninja world, and he rarely came back even when he was born. However, this year's behavior of Senju Hashirama has become very strange. Since he returned to Konoha, he has stopped going out. It doesn't matter if he likes gambling, and he even takes his little granddaughter to gamble with him every day. This is not normal. Anyone can notice the strangeness of the situation. His body is like a tree. Emiya Shiera had already predicted the situation of Senju Hashirama and whispered, on the surface, it always looks vibrant, and even every leaf is full of green. However, this tree squeezed out its vitality and kept it green and evergreen, and since then his power has remained at its peak. It is precisely this that he can no longer return to the state of an ordinary person. His unparalleled self-healing ability makes people unable to kill him. The cells that grow and divide without limits consume his life, carrying him to the end of his life with powerful power. A tree of longevity. A year withering and prospering is the norm. A man is like a tree, and he will never be able to remain lush. As I once said, whether it is the remains of the sacred tree or the power of the sun, they are forced to use external forces. Make up for his life and use it to continue to maintain this state of prosperity. Is there really no other way? Chihao Tobirama's eyes dimmed slightly. Senju Tobirama has done a lot of things over the past 10 years, which can ensure that Konoha can continue to survive after his elder brother's death. But my elder brother has been taking care of him since he was a child, so that people like Chihao Tobira, who are cold-tempered, are also unable to bear the pain of losing a close relative. Shiera Umiya fell silent. However, Shiera Emiya's silence made Tobirama realize something, because he knew that Shiera Emiya was really powerless and would definitely confess it. Old Master Emiya. Chihao Tobirama wanted to ask Emiya Shiera in a deep voice, and even he had some conjecture in his heart couldn't help but beating a little faster. You must have a way to save your elder brother's life, right? Not sure. Because this is not a medical method. Emiya Shiera did not choose to speak out, and was even unwilling to tell Senju Tobirama, this is the last method, and there is a high probability that it will fail. I can't tell you, because this is the top secret of the Pure Land of the Underworld, and this is the secret about the dead. Senju Tobirama's face suddenly changed. As a person who developed the art of reincarnation of the filthy land, Tobira, Senju, is also very knowledgeable about the souls of the deceased. He knows that the souls of the deceased will generally return to the underworld. But there are not only dead in the underworld. This news about the underworld comes from the Vortex clan. As a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan, the Thousand Hand clan and the Uzumaki clan have a close exchange and have always been ally relying on each other. Chihao Tobirama has been studying strange and unpredictable techniques all his life, and naturally he has also studied the forbidden techniques of the Uzumaki clan. From those forbidden techniques, he knew that there was still a strange god of death in the underworld. Chihao Tobirama also knew that the strong men of the Uzumaki clan could use the power of the god of death to perform a strange technique of sealing the entire corpse and ghost at the cost of their souls, which could seal powerful enemies into the god of death's body. This technique of sealing the entire corpse ghost is also the nemesis of the art of reincarnation of the filthy land, because the technique of sealing the entire corpse ghost will seal the soul in the body of the god of death. In this way, the reincarnation of the filthy land naturally cannot be reborn and summoned the sealed soul. As the pioneer of the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, Tobira, Senju, knew some strange things about the dead. His curiosity about the pure land of the underworld is no less than that of anyone. The power of Senju Tobirama cannot reach the underworld, but he hopes that he can know more secrets of the underworld. This is due to his personality that likes to put everything in the control range. I should be able to help, right? Chihao Tobirama's brow frowned slightly, and he said casually, if it is the pure land of the underworld, I at least understand it a little. For example, I can resurrect Master Weigong because I can communicate with Master Weigong's soul, because Master Weigong's soul returns to the pure land of the underworld after his death. The souls of some dead people are not in the pure land, but in the body of the god of death in the underworld. Their souls are sealed and cannot return in the body of the god of death. Emiya Shiera's eyes moved slightly. This guy Senju Tobirama is really embarrassed to say such things. Is it a good thing to disturb the soul peace of the deceased? Does he think that the art of reincarnation in the filthy land will not affect the souls of the dead? If it weren't for the strong enough power of your soul, perhaps if it were someone else who was reincarnated in the filthy land, they would have long been sealed in the coffin to sleep and avoid soul problems. But this guy is really a genius. He has actually studied the god of death in the underworld. Unfortunately, The last method does not come from the god of death. Amiya Shiera doesn't care about the god of death that makes humans afraid. Due to the power of the six paths, Shiera Amiya's soul and chakra were not always imprisoned in the underworld, and even his soul could move freely. Naturally, you will come into contact with the god of death. The god of death, who should be in charge of the soul, has no mind. This god of death in the underworld can't even do the most basic soul harvesting. Occasionally, he will rush up when he meets Shiera Amiya, and will instinctively choose to escape after being beaten. Next time he sees Shiera Amiya, he will rush over without knowing what he knows. No wonder. This kind of mentally unscrupulous existence. The power of death often leads to the real world will be used by ninjas. Although it is used by ninjas, it is also a rare time for it to harvest its soul with joy. But what? No mind is really its fault. There are so many geniuses in the ninja world. Sooner or later, some people have developed a way to escape from the god of death. I guess someone will soon learn how to use the god of death to escape perfectly. Did you even know the existence of the god of death in the underworld? Shiera Amiya sighed and said softly, however, the god of death will not save lives. Isn't it the god of death? Could it be? The curiosity in Chihautobirama's heart became even stronger. Don't find out the secret from me. Amiya Shiera frowned and her face gradually became serious. In the 10 years of this era, I have seen too many deceptions and concealment, and some secrets cannot be expressed no matter what. I will only tell Hashirama. It can only be Hashimara who is on the verge of death. None in any case, I cannot tell other living people. Because this is my last test. Amiya Shiera's eyes were a little silent. This was his last temptation to the god between life and death. I'm looking for a monthly ticket. Yes. Amiya Shiera can beat the god of death in the ninja world. Not only can I beat it, but I even beat it. There is another thing about the reincarnation of the filthy land. I think that when the corpse of the reincarnation of the filthy land is sealed in the coffin, the soul is always sleeping. Today is another 6,000 words. Chapter 47, Whether to play or not. Play or not. In the distance between life and death. Between the cracks between the pure land of the underworld and the ninja world. There are many strange souls in this area. Some souls have regrets in this world and have never been relieved, while others have never entrusted their last words to those who are bound to this world. These souls exist here for various reasons and have never been liberated, nor can they return to the present world. Only by obtaining spiritual liberation can they be willing to go to the underworld. These souls are waiting in this crack for those who can free them from death and ascend to heaven. They stay alone in their respective areas like dim candlelight. These souls seem to be very close to each other, but they can never get close to each other as if they are across the sky. They never know that there are many souls like them. Certainly. In this gap between life and death, only a slightly shiny figure floating above. The figure sat in the void with his eyes closed, wearing a white ninja sect robe, carrying a monk's tin staff, and 9 painted black balls were suspended underneath. The 6 Paths Immortals. Or, this is the remnant chakra of the 6 Path Immortals. As a god in ancient times, the 6 Path Immortals who inherited some of the Otsutsuki bloodlines truly possessed the power of a god. Even if his life reaches the end, the chakra in his body can drift into the world in this form, and still stubbornly protecting this ninja world. It is precisely the existence of the remaining chakra of the 6 Path Immortals. Shiera Emiya has been careful and alert to the other party's possible appearance in this world to destroy his plan. In ancient times, Shiera Emiya chose to pretend to be a truly kind wise man and establish a medical ninja way that is greater than the slogan of the ninja sect, which is to deceive the 6 paths of immortals with panic and righteousness. After all, the 6 Path Immortals cannot judge by common sense. Before Shi Yuan of the Ushimoto could really compete with the 6 Path Immortals, he never chose to rashly contact the other party, and he had never even seen the 6 Path Immortals. The 6 Path Immortals always wanted to meet Shiera Emiya during their lifetime. However, Shiera Emiya never appeared in front of him. Even if the friend of the 6 Path Immortals was invited by Shiera Emiya, he would have refused on the grounds of curing the disease and saving the patient. It was not until after the 6 Path Immortals died that Shiera Emiya chose to take the risk of stealing his body, which was also the only contact between Shiera Emiya and Shiera Emiya. Even Shi Yuan, the Umiyasu, immediately took action to solve the problems without hesitation, destroyed the ninja sect for the sake of the world, and chose to repent and resurrect the members of the ninja sect for Azura's words. Among them, it was to deceive Heiju, and it was also to deceive the 6 Paths of Immortals. Shiera Umiya was dead. After Emiya Shiera died, Chakra was also powerful enough to allow the soul to freely wander in the pure land of the underworld and the gap between life and death. Emiya Shiera's soul has observed the remnant chakra of the 6 immortals drifting in the cracks between life and death more than once, but she has never chosen to approach the other party, and is even worried that she will be noticed by the other party. Occasionally, she will take the initiative to help the souls that are troubled here to free themselves and return to the underworld. Sometimes, Shiera Emiya feels like a good person. From ancient times to this era, facing anyone's questioning, Shiera Emiya could say with a clear conscience that he had never done anything evil, and even the good deeds he had done with the 6 Path Immortals and his descendants were far inferior to him. Occasionally killing individuals or something. It is just to take on the role of punishing evil in the face of chaos. After all, Shimiya Uchihara thought he was not a great good man. Some people who did evil things jumped onto his face, and they must have felt that they were not satisfied in this life and wanted to be reincarnated as a human being. For any reason, Shiera Emiya's actions should not arouse the vigilance of the 6 Paths Immortals, but he still needs to be more careful after all. After all, Emiya was originally a time traveler. As a time traveler, it is not too much to be careful in this strange world. He needs to think of a way to finally test whether the 6 Path Immortals will worry that he, an ancient man, will do something small in the era thousands of years later. Senjo Hashirama. This person who is about to come to an end. It is also the most suitable person to test the wishes of the 6 paths of immortals. If the 6 path immortals are worried that he, who has the power of the 6 paths, intervenes in the present world, they will definitely save his life when Chihu Hashirama is on the verge of death. If the 6 path immortals are indifferent to everything in the present world and only pays attention to the resurrection of Itsutsuki Kagaya, then Chihu Hashirama will only die at the end of her life. Certainly. Judging from the state of Senjo Hashirama, this Kyoha, the first generation of Naruto, is still full of vitality, not at all like his lifespan has come to an end. Amiyashi came to Shinju Hashirama's house and saw Shinju Hashirama playing dice with a white and fat girl. There was a mat on the ground. Senjo Hashirama sat cross-legged in a very upright position. The first Naruto looked serious, and he looked even more serious than when he fought with Uchiha Madara. He was pressing a pair of dice cups tightly in his hand. Tsunade, whether to press too much or too little. The little girl sitting opposite Hashirama Senjo was also very serious. The little teeth in her mouth bit her fingers and looked entangled, and then she took her New Year's money aside. Big. Then I'll drive it. Chihu Hashirama opened the dice cup with one hand. There is only one dot on the 3 dices under the dice cup. 3 ones, small. Chihu Hashirama couldn't help laughing out loud, as if he could win the child, and it also satisfied him. Ha 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 ha. Koshuna, you lost again. Grandpa cheats. The little girl pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. Grandpa didn't cheat. Kishou Hashima spread his hands and signaled that he had done nothing. He laughed and rubbed her forehead. As long as he went to the gambling table, he could only accept any result, because we chose to bet, and if we lost, we could only accept the loss. But I haven't won once. The little girl had a little angry face, and she was very dissatisfied with the gambling scriptures of Chihu Hashirama. I have been learning it for a long time. The dice is obviously the sound of the little ones, so why would she still lose? Maybe it's a matter of luck. Senjo Hashirama's face was very satisfied. Because Chihu Hashirama knew that he had not cheated, when he was gambling with his little granddaughter, he found that his gambling luck was always extraordinary. For a person who likes to gambling, there is nothing happier than meeting an extremely bad opponent. But the extremely lucky Tsunade seems to be in a bad mood. Chihu Hashirama knew his little granddaughter very well. He picked up a stack of money on the mat and handed it to Ottery and said with a smile, "This is the money lent to you by Grandpa, and you won't charge you interest. Now that you have money, do you still have to continue playing?" Play. Kotunat immediately counted the money with a smile. When Chihu Tobirama saw this scene, his face changed a little unpredictable. Sometimes it became very ugly, sometimes it became a little relieved. As a brother who has been respected since childhood, Tomomi Senju did not want to see his elder brother being so inappropriate when he took care of his children. However, Tomomi Senju also knew that his elder brother's life was about to come to an end, and he did not want to disturb his elder brother's only fun. When Chihu Hashirama noticed someone appeared, he turned around and saw Chihu Tobirama and Amemiya Shiera, which made his eyes lit up. Have you been back? Senjo Hashirama was a little happy when she saw Emiya Shiera. They often met in the ninja world during these 10 years, and they were also familiar old friends. Chihu Hashirama hurriedly greeted Emiya Shiera and sat down and introduced the little guy opposite him. This is Koshina, Tsunade, my granddaughter. Chihu Hashirama secretly looked at Tsunade who was still counting money, and whispered in Emiya Shiera's ear, Tsunade is very bad. As long as you bet with her, you will definitely win. After saying this, Chihu Hashirama warmly invited Emiya Shiera to join the gambling game. Would you like to come and have a gamble? If you win money, you will be very happy. Brother. Chiho Tobirama looked at her elder brother helplessly. This kind of thing. I think about it and know that it is impossible. How could a big shot like Shiera Emiya be gambling? According to the news that Senjo Tobirama secretly received over the years, Emiya Shiera only did 3 things during her travels in the ninja world: looking for the remains of the sacred tree, curing diseases and saving lives, and writing cases. Such a person. How could you get involved in this bad habit? Finally, after making more than 40 chapters of dumplings, I can finally dip it in vinegar. Chapter 48, The First Time I Met Shiera at Pseudograph. Feel sorry. I'm not interested in these. Just as Senjo Tobirama expected, Emiya Shiera rejected Senjo Hashirama, and even did not plan to follow up a certain commission refreshed from his mission. Class D Commission, win Tsunade at the gambling table once. Emiya Shiera's entrustment list is always in the state of unfinished entrustment, 2/3, and at most, you can only receive 1 entrustment task. In order to avoid mistakes, Emiya never dared to accept any entrusted entrustment randomly, such as the task entrustment that Shimura Danzo took the blame. When Emiyashi was in the Iron Country, he tried to take the entrustment and asked Shimura Danzo to take the blame as a punishment for Shimura Danzo to deceive him. As a result, it took a lot of time to complete it, which also forced Emiyashi to be more cautious. Certainly. The most important thing is, Emiya Shiera didn't believe in her luck very much. As a time traveler, he was so lucky that he traveled through the ancient times more than 1,000 years ago, and tried every means to use the 6 paths of immortals and Heiju to fight for a path of rebirth. If I have never been able to win Tsunade and have to stay in the ninja world for a reward of level commissioned, it would be really fun. If I want to beat Tsunade when I plan to try it out after receiving the level commission, I lost all the way at the gambling table until I got it done, but I couldn't beat Tsunade by taking over at Satsuki Kagaya. That was really fun. The 1,000-year layout of a mastermind behind the scenes is just to complete the commission to leave the ninja world, but it is eventually destroyed by 3 small dices. If such a thing happens, it will make people's mentality explode. After counting the money, Otari looked at Shiera Emiya curiously, "Are you not interested in gambling?" Because there are more things to do in this world that are worthy of enjoyment. Emiya Shiera's eyes fell on Otunad, and his eyes were still dead silent, but this dead silent could not hide the glory of his body. When anyone sees Shiera Emiya, it seems that he can see the compassion and kindness on his face from every angle. This kind of glory cannot be concealed by the reincarnation of the filthy body. Xiao Gang, let's introduce you to you. Chihao Hashirama put away the dice cup and asked his little granddaughter with a chuckling, "Do you still remember the stories that grandparents told you before going to bed every day?" The story of Lord Shiera Emiya. A light suddenly appeared in Itsuna's eyes. As a child who has not grown up, she is most interested in bedtime stories, especially the stories told by Hashirama Senju are also very fond of her appetite. How could a little girl who is only 5 years old not like a beautiful and happy ending like a fairy tale? Especially when Otari died of serious illness and the rest of the people in the bedtime story, they were also dying, and they could only struggle to die in pain and feel sad. The real protagonist of the story, Maya Shiera, will appear to save the painful diseases that people suffer from and save one village after another, and one village after another that is heading for destruction. Certainly. The bedtime story of Hashirama Senju is relatively simple. For Otari, it can only be regarded as a dessert before bed. In comparison, the stories told by Uzumaki Mito are more complicated and more attractive. Because Uzumaki Mito's stories are often mixed with some strange things, even the image of Emiya Shiera is more three-dimensional than that of the Chihu Hashima, and the content of the story is extremely real. Even when some people in the story question Emiya Shiera's medical skills, they will arouse Itsune's anger. No doubt. This kind of story is also more attractive. Especially the protagonist of Uzumaki Mito's story, Emiya Shiera, who has a slug-like slug hanging on his shoulder. He will sit in a cart pulled by a nine-tailed fox that is bigger than their house, and descend into a suffering village like a god. A young man with a humble attitude and excellent medical skills. A little slug that is cute and always helps. A nine-tailed fox that is sometimes well-behaved and sometimes furry like a pet. The strange and cute story combination of traveling in the ninja world made the little girl listen to it with relish. Even when the nine-tailed fox was worried that her body was scared to the patient and wanted to be sealed, Shiera Emiya thought it would imprison its freedom and gave up. In the end, the nine-tailed fox had to leave the team, which made her sad for a long time. This kind of story that symbolizes truth, goodness, beauty, and yet interesting is the most suitable one to coax a 5-year-old girl who is ignorant of the world, and it also makes the little girl very envious. The protagonist of the story, Emiya Shiera, makes people admire it very much. The little girl also dreams of becoming a medical ninja like Shiera. We will tell her the story of His Excellency Emiya every day. Chihu Hashirama remembered what happened when she was a child and said with a smile, "Like I was like when I was a child, I also want to become a medical ninja." After listening to the story of Lord Emiya. End. She has started to refine chakra. Chakra control is even better than when I was a child. Chihu Hashirama was very happy to praise his granddaughter in front of Shiera Emiya, and imagined his childhood dream to realize it in his younger generation. Maybe Kotaka is better than me, and he may really become an excellent medical ninja in the future. Definitely. Atsutomi stood up angrily. She thought her grandfather was underestimating her, and she didn't care even the money in her arms was spilled all over the floor. I won't give up like my grandfather. I will become the most powerful medical ninja, like Lord Amiri Shiera. Endure the pain that people cannot bear, and strive to save the world who cannot get rid of the pain. Amiyashiera was silent for a while, staring at the little guy in front of her, and suddenly said, "I will stay in Konoha during this period. If you have anything you want to ask, you can ask me." Ah! Senjo Hashirama looked at Amiyashiera with some surprise. Senjo Tobirama is not surprised by this, because Senjo Tobirama understands Amiyashiera's personality. This ancient medical ninja never cared about teaching his medical knowledge to the world. He would carefully summarize all cases and treatment plans. Even Amiyashiera's treatment plans are all available to ordinary medical ninjas. For 10 years, whenever Senjo Tomoma sent someone to contact them, the people who came back would bring back a bunch of case scrolls, and those case scrolls filled with a secret room were all valuable wealth he wanted to leave to the world. What a pity! These case scrolls are not of interest to Tobira Senju. Amiyashiera only actively shares knowledge about medical ninjas, but never wants to share knowledge that can be used to enhance ninja combat power. I am Shiera Amiri. Amiyashiera introduced herself, stood up in Otteri's stunned eyes, and seriously extended his hand to the little guy. "It's a medical ninja." Otteri stared at his big eyes in disbelief. At this moment, the Ushimiyashi was so serious and solemn. So much so that Otteri was so slow that she didn't know how to react. She could only stare at Amiyashiera's appearance and stretch out her fat little hand like him. "My name is Tsunade." Xiao Tsunade still had a little confused and shocked face, but she still couldn't believe that the person she saw was the protagonist of the story before bedtime every day. The expression of Chihao Hashirama also became extremely serious. Even the always indifferent and casual Senjo Tobima can't help but become serious. This scene. Maybe they will never forget it. In their eyes, they witnessed a great figure who founded the medical ninja system 1,000 years ago. After spanning life and death and time, they sincerely recognized a child's dream and passed on his beliefs and will to the future. Certainly. They won't know anyway. Whether it is the crystal coffin of the Thousand Hand clan or the spare crystal coffin of the Wet Bone Forest, it has always been prepared for Tsunade. This little girl. He has always been the only candidate for the crystal coffin to flow into the ninja world. If Chiho Tobirama had not used the art of reincarnation in advance to summon Amiyashiera, Tsunade was the destiny who truly displayed Amiyashiera's crystal coffin in the world. Even at this moment, the candidate to master the second crystal coffin. It's still her. Seeking reading. Please give me a monthly ticket. Thanks to Manon for not giving rewards from the boss, that word cannot be typed. I saw someone saying something that seems to be a typo. It can be used both assimilation and imitation. I changed my computer and used the input method that comes with the computer. The automatic input of this computer seems to be Chapter 49 Orochimaru. Otteri doesn't understand the future. Nowadays, Tsunade just feels very happy. Because she really likes medical skills. There are really things in the world that are as worthy of enjoyment as gambling. Although the appearance of Shiera Emiya has made her gamble with her grandfather less time, Shiera Emiya has made her childhood happier. After Emiya Shiera returned to Konoha, she would come to check the body of Hashirama Senju every day. Audrey can see Emiya Shiera every day. She liked to sleep behind Emiya Shiera to follow him to Konoha Hospital and stroll around Konoha's streets to buy chestnut juice. End. Shiera Emiya is the protagonist of the story. It is even more attractive than the protagonist in the story of Grandpa. After all, compared to the unreliable Chihu Hashirama who is always in front of her granddaughter, Emiya Shiera's image really makes children like it too much. Shiera Emiya was very serious when treating diseases and saving people. She didn't look approachable, but she always considered the patient in her words. Once the patient cannot understand what he said, Shiera Emiya will try her best to find a way to make the patient understand the disease situation he said as much as possible. Even though Emiya Shiera treated ninjas very coldly and looked like she didn't like this era, she inadvertently revealed that he had a warm heart, especially when treating children. She also had gentleness that ordinary people could not imagine. On the way to Konoha Hospital, Audrey moved his short legs and followed Shiera Emiya's intentional slowdown, muttering that the journey between home and Konoha Hospital is too long for the children. I feel so far today. Wei Miyashi looked down at her. I'm not tired, I can still leave. Otunad felt that Shiera Emiya's expression was a little cold, for fear that the medical ninja she admired felt that her will was not firm enough and hated her. She was so scared that she wanted to wield her little palm and signaled that she could continue to walk. Emiya Shiera silently stretched out her hands to hold up the little guy's body, and sat on his shoulder in Audrey's surprised gaze. Audrey was surprised to find that sitting on Emiya Shiera's shoulder could see further. Sir Emiya, it's so high. Is this where the slugs in the story have sat? Mia was always serious. He just nodded calmly. When the slug can't keep up, he will sit on his shoulders. Audrey touched his chubby little face and couldn't help but think of the future. I want to raise a slug in the future. Shimiya Emiya just said no. Otunad was curiously finding that Emiya Shiera was walking faster, and the gentle blow of the wind made her blink her eyes. Can I learn a lot today? Then can I drink sweet grape juice today? Can't. That's for our patients. Shiera Emiya rejected the little guy's proposal, but made another suggestion. After studying today, you can drink some banji juice. Otunade puffed up his mouth. When Emiya Shiera brought Itsuna to Konoha Hospital, it would no longer arouse the patient's curiosity. Both medical ninjas and patients believed that Emiya Shiera was teaching students. Too similar. It looks so much like a teacher and a student. This 5-year-old Tsunade has mastered a little medical ninjutsu and can help treat some simple scratches and bumps from time to time. Certainly. There are still many things that Audrey really needs to learn. This little guy always stays next to Shiera Emiya, watching Shiera Emiya talk to the patients, and telling the distressing symptoms so that everyone can understand. Own resistance is more useful than any drug. This disease will produce corresponding antibodies in your body, and you will not be attacked by this disease in the future. Some diseases that appear on people are like an emergency fire at home. In order to extinguish the fire at home, we will try to use water to extinguish the fire. From now on, in order to prevent fires, we will always have a water tank at home. The antibodies are like water tanks filled with water prepared to put out the fire. We don't have to worry about being troubled by this disease in the future. So handsome. There were stars in Audrey's eyes. Although she doesn't know much about what antibodies and diseases are, she can already understand that the two are opposites between water and fire. It was not until the sun set that Audrey was hungry that he grabbed Shiera Emiya's sleeve. "Sir Emiya, when can I go to eat? I want to drink thick and sweet chestnut juice." Emiya Shiera reached out and rubbed her head. This man seemed to be a little taciturn in his spare time, but he would be honest with what he said, and he would never miss his words. Only there were some small episodes when they left the hospital. A handsome boy with long hair was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The reason for the treatment was food poisoning, and the situation seemed to be a bit critical. But this situation is a minor problem for Konoha Hospital. After all, if you can't even solve such a small thing, Konoha Hospital probably doesn't have to continue to be opened. A medical ninja at Konoha Hospital quickly induced the little boy to vomit and rescued the little guy from the brink of pain. Emiya Shiera took Tsunade to pass through a nervous couple calmly, and the voice of the long-haired little boy could be heard in his ears. Just ordinary kidney beans and green peppers. Can you make your body so weak? Really? The little boy's mother seemed to be helpless with her child. "Orochimaru, you can't always do such a strange experiment in the kitchen." "All right." The little boy's father was also a little helpless. He would not scold his child, but just made a suggestion: "Let's add another new toxic recipe to the kitchen. Kidney beans and green peppers cannot be mixed together." Emiya Shiera stopped, squatted down and said a few words to Itsunobu. Just as the medical ninja involved in first aid in the corridor was recording that the kidney beans and green peppers were toxic, Tsunade suddenly ran in. "It's not the reason why kidney beans and green peppers are mixed. It must be because the kidney beans are not cooked. If beans are not cooked, some strange things will accumulate when beans are not cooked, which will lead to food poisoning." A group of people looked at the chubby little girl in surprise. Especially the little boy lying weakly on the chair, watching the chubby little girl run out, a hint of surprise flashed in his narrow eyes. Some people actually know more than him. Even this person is about the same age as him. As a child who has been very curious about unknown things since childhood, Orochimaru was accidentally admitted to the hospital with his family by a dark meal by his mother. From that day on, he discovered that there was something in the world that could make him as weak as a taller and stronger adult than him, and the little guy was inspired to be curious. This kind of thing is so magical. It can actually make a child beat an adult. Orochimaru was very curious about how much this kind of thing that could make a 5-year-old child as weak as a group of adults exist in the world. Children have little exposure to things, and the first food poisoning comes from the dark food in the kitchen, so some vegetables in the kitchen undoubtedly became the first batch of experimental ingredients, so Orochimaru tried to cook by himself. If the experiment fails and proves that the food is not a problem, Orochimaru can also be used to serve the food to his parents, thereby earning praise from his parents. If the experiment is successful, Orochimaru had to go to the hospital. However, Orochimaru discovered another possibility in Tsunade today. The experimental results of making toxic foods may not be completely accurate. There is also a kind of knowledge in the world that can find out more quickly what is poisonous. Unfortunately, this little boy, there was no time to say the previous sentence. The little boy watched the chubby blonde girl walk out of the crowd and leave the hospital with the palm of a young man. Atsune Tsunade can even remember this kind of knowledge. A medical ninja quickly modified the medical record scroll in his hand and praised Otteri's intelligence. It's worthy of being the child taught by the Lord Emiya himself. Tsunade? Lord Emiya? Orochimaru's eyes slightly raised. These two somewhat strange names appeared in his world for the first time, and his eyes looked at the backs of Tsunade and the young man leaving. That young man. The dark back is reflected under the setting Sunday. The first dark and rich ink color was also left in the little boy's heart. I have to say it in advance. I really like Orochimaru and Sasuke. And Danzang. Because whenever I torture Lord Danzo, I always read very high. Chapter 50 Tsunade won the bet. Master Emiya is so awesome. Tsunade was still praising Emiya Shiera's rich knowledge. Shiera Emiya did not answer or ask Tsunade about anything. When he took Tsunade away from Konoha Hospital with Tsunade, he didn't even look back and take a look. Orochimaru. This person who was really selected. Before Orochimaru was born, Emiya Shiera, who knew the history of the ninja world in his previous life, had already chosen him. If Tsunade was the destiny person chosen by Shiera Emiya to take charge of the crystal coffin, then Orochimaru was the person chosen by Shiera Emiya to use the crystal coffin. Orochimaru is a real genius. Even though Orochimaru was just a 5-year-old child during this period, he showed his terrifying potential early on. At the age of 5, this little guy has already begun to try to use the toxic substances produced by food to defeat adults without any instruction. It's obvious. This child has a very clear thinking logic. He is very curious about knowledge and will try to master the complicated Konoha forbidden technique in the future. The art of reincarnation in the filthy land. It will definitely be within Orochimaru's target. When Orochimaru masters the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, it will be the time when the crystal coffin left by Shiera Emiya, 1,000 years ago, reaches its end. even. The crystal